Part 4 is here guys, like this video for more parts. Chapter 174. Wait, this guy's strength is not right, he is clearly a human, but he has the strength of a ghost king. One of the ghost kings reminded. The other ghost kings then carefully investigated Ling Tian's strength and found that he was indeed at the ghost king level. It seems that Li Si, whom they sent, did not show up and was probably killed by this guy. How dare you? You have to look at the owner before beating a dog. You killed our men without our consent. You are quite arrogant as a principal. The ghost kings were angry, feeling that one's position is being challenged. Although the human in front of him was indeed a little strange, he was just a human after all. And they have 10 ghost kings. Well, I won't go on with the pretentious and face-slapping plot. It's a waste of everyone's time. Dean, come quickly, take these guys down and teach them a lesson. Remember to be ruthless, it's okay if they are crippled. If they are crippled, take them back to the hospital and give them a full range of treatment. Ling Tian waved towards the door. The dean came over with a resentful look on his face. Deputy Director, don't you know that I'm very busy on weekdays? The hospital is currently planning to expand, and you asked me to come for such a small matter. Seeing the dean approaching, the ghost kings were stunned. What's going on? Why is there suddenly a ferocious monster in the school? What do you mean by a small matter? This is a big deal. You are going to expand, so let Sacred Heart Hospital take over the school's infirmary. I will then allocate an area to you, and you can build a branch here. Really? The dean's eyes lit up. He won't feel sleepy when talking about this. Of course, I'm the principal of this school, so I have the final say on how to arrange things. But you have to take care of the things I asked you to do first. Here, these 10. They are young and do not learn their lessons. They bully the weak. Now let them experience this. Ling Tian glanced at the ghost kings beside him. Hey, just wait and see, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with what I've done. The dean patted his chest and said. He happily led the 10 ghost kings towards the school grove. The 10 ghost kings looked miserable, they were suppressed by the dean's powerful strength and could not move. The people in the audience were a little confused watching such a dramatic scene. Just now the 10 ghost kings were still uttering harsh words, but in the blink of an eye they were forcibly dragged away by powerful men from nowhere. Ahem, the troublesome ghost has left. Now it's my turn to speak. Ling Tian walked to the center. He looked around and frowned. Li Si, come here. What do you want, principal? Li Si came forward with a flattering look on his face. See what's missing from the stage. Ling Tian pointed down and said. What's missing? Is everyone here? Li Si was very confused. What about the ghosts? What about the students in the school? Call them all over. I want to give a speech. This school is in a mess because of those school bullies. I want to make the rules and follow my requirements from now on. Ling Tian spoke. His mission is to lead the school back to its former glory. This situation is not acceptable now. Secondly, the newly acquired profession can be brushed up with this opportunity. Yes. I'll call them right away. Li Si nodded and ran away quickly. After a while, all the weird students were called over. Before coming, Li Si told them what had happened. They were still very happy that the school bully was dealt with. They are often bullied on weekdays. The weird ones stand on the right, and the survivors stand on the left. Looking at the strange people crowded together in a mess, Ling Tian began to organize the formation first. Now that the boss has spoken, how dare the survivors not do as he is told? They stood in neat rows, as if they were in military training. Very good, first tell me what your survival mission is. Ling Tian asked the survivors. His mission is naturally different from others, so it is better to ask clearly. Is the boss also a survivor? Stupid, they asked us about our mission, so of course it's to be the survivors. Oh, since they are all survivors, doesn't he know the mission? How did you survive until now with this brain? You call him the boss, but can the boss's mission be the same as ours? Boss, our mission is not clearly stated. It just allows us to survive for 3 months. Ling Tian nodded upon hearing this. It's easy. In that case, in the next 3 months, as long as you don't cause any trouble, I can guarantee that you will all get out alive. Ling Tian spoke. No problem, we will never cause any trouble. Everyone assured. I didn't expect to meet such a big guy in this dungeon. I have to hold on to this thigh. Li Si, take them to the dormitory. After sending all the survivors away, Ling Tian began to get down to business. As the principal of the school, I naturally hope that the school can develop better and better. From now on, the school will develop various subjects. I will also find people to build various buildings in the school. All you have to do is study hard and practice diligently, so that you can gain a foothold in the strange world after you leave school. Ling Tian spoke slowly. Then what are we going to learn, principal? We are not going to learn math, physics, and chemistry, are we? These things are useless in this strange world. A ghost asked doubtfully. Before the weird world became a weird world, the foundation of everything was modern civilization. After the mutation, the knowledge of modern civilization is naturally useless, and the school has become a weird copy. What to learn? Of course, I learn skills. You weirdos can also get sick, right? I'll set up a medical course later, and those who are interested can study it. After graduation, the school will help you arrange a job and solve your employment problems. Secondly, is Feng Shui useful? Don't you weirdos care a lot about Feng Shui? The worse the Feng Shui, the faster you will cultivate. Ling Tian talked about a lot of various courses. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Can we really learn these? These are real skills, right? Everyone was so weird and unbelievable. Who would be willing to teach me, the guy who is eating? Of course it's true, it just depends on whether you are willing to learn. Ling Tian smiled as he looked at the attracted weirdness. If you don't learn, how can I improve my professional skills? I'm still waiting for you to work for me later. Learn. As long as it's true, we'll learn it. The weirdos were all very happy. This principal is great. He is really capable and can really teach. You are a teachable kid. Come on, read this book first. Ling Tian took out a pile of books with a smile. These were all fabricated out of thin air by him using his ghostly sage writer abilities. Ling Tian waved his hand, and each monster got a copy. It clearly says on it, complete list of professional courses. It details the subjects that the school will offer in the future. Please read it carefully and then decide which subject to apply for. Don't be greedy and apply for more. Learning is more about quality than quantity. Once you have thoroughly mastered a skill, it will not be too late to learn other skills. The weird little chickens nodded like pecking at rice and couldn't wait to open the books to check the information. As they read, the number of readers of Ghost Saint Writer on Ling Tian's side also increased dramatically. In just a few moments, it gained 3,000 readers. Successfully started learning the professional skill, writing. Chapter 175. Looking at the professional skills being activated, Ling Tian smiled with satisfaction. It seems that everyone is cooperating. After a while, seeing that they had almost finished reading the professional introduction, Ling Tian began to take the next step. Everyone has finished their professional courses, so now line up and come to me one by one to register and record your information. Ling Tian walked off the stage and took out a table and chairs. He took out a special book from his arms. This is the Ghost Saint Writer's record book. There is no record of any weirdness above, so take this opportunity to fill in the blanks. Of course, there is no need for the strange to personally introduce his abilities. Any strange things you see can be recorded. However, the information is not comprehensive, and we only know the approximate surface capabilities. We can only improve the above information through continuous observation. The crowd had no doubts at all and lined up obediently. Name, age, ability, and special means. Ah! Isn't this a record of your major course selection? The first one was weird and a bit confusing. The first two are understandable, but why are the last two so wrong? You don't understand this, right? The school will recommend subjects that are more suitable for you based on your abilities. There are many things involved, and you don't understand them, so just listen to the school's arrangements. Ling Tian said bluffly. Oh, my name is Zhao Dezu. If you count my age from the time I died, I'm 120 years old. My ability is to freely change the environment of a certain area. As for special abilities, I don't have any at the moment. I'm a red ghost. Well, then you are suitable for Feng Shui. Once you have mastered it, you will definitely be able to make a name for yourself in the Feng Shui world with this ability. Ling Tian's mind flashed, and all the information and abilities of Zhao Dezu appeared in the manual. Zhao Dezu also instantly fed back 1/10,000th of his strength to Ling Tian. Just 1/10,000th of the red-clothed girl is not enough for Ling Tian now. Fortunately, this time I am just perfecting my manual. As for how much strength I can gain, I will just take it as far as I can. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Next. Ling Tian signaled that it could leave. The strange things behind followed one after another. As time goes by, more and more strange things are recorded in Ling Tian manual. Before long, all 3,000 monsters present were recorded in the book. Very good, now everyone can go back. Next, I will find teachers for your professional courses to teach you. Of course, I will personally draft the textbooks. Ling Tian put away the manual and stood up and said. Principal, you drafted the textbooks? Don't you know how to do it? The weirdos were surprised. No, I know a little bit, and it's more than enough for me to teach you. Go back and wait quietly. School will officially start from next week. Don't be late. During this time, I will start building classrooms for professional courses. All you have to do is clean the school. Don't worry, Principal. We will complete this small task very well. The monsters left happily. At this moment, the Dean came back carrying the half-dead school bullies. Deputy Dean, I have completed the task perfectly. Look. The Dean put them down and rubbed his hands. Well, that's good. Go around the school and tell me which piece of land you like. Ling Tian nodded. Okay. I'll go pick it right away. The Dean chuckled, ran away, and kept circling around the school. Ling Tian shook his head and looked at the school bullies who were lying on the ground with a look of suspicion on their faces. How is it? It feels good to be ravaged by a strong person, right? Humph, you can only find someone to teach us a lesson. If you come by yourself, you will doubt your life if we don't beat you up. The school bullies said stubbornly. Hey, to get involved you need power and background, do you know where I come from? You don't even ask who I am, Ling Tian, when you go out. In Chinatown, there is no ghost who doesn't respect me. Ling Tian spoke in a ruffian tone. His reputation has long spread in this area, and now no one would dare to fail to hand me a cigarette when they see him. You can brag all you want. There are many big guys in Chinatown. A ghost king like you can't make any waves. Humans just like to brag and have no shame. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly, then calmly took out a cigarette and lit it. How could you, a bunch of pretty girls in school, possibly know what's going on in society? Well, I have something to do today, so you guys come with me and I'll take you out to experience society. Stop being so short-sighted and trying to dominate the school. If you have the ability, go out and become a hegemon. Bullying a bunch of weak weirdos is nothing. Listening to Ling Tian's words, The school bullies looked aggrieved. You think we don't want to move? Our hands and feet are broken, and our bodies have comminuted fractures. Otherwise, we would have jumped up and hit you long ago. Oh, I almost forgot. Doesn't the dean know how to control his severity? Forget it, I'll take you to the hospital for treatment. As for the medical expenses, I'll give you 50 times. We won't make any profit or loss. Ling Tian had an expression that said, I'm doing this for your own good. You. The school bullies' faces turned green. They had never seen such a shameless person. Why, are you going to treat your injuries or not? If you don't treat them, they will probably never heal. Who knows if the dean will beat you up again? Ling Tian pondered. Rule. The school bullies gnashed their teeth. Okay, as for the medical expenses, I will symbolically charge you 1 million ghost money as a handling fee for my sake. I will pay you the 10 million yuan for the treatment after you recover. Ling Tian nodded. 10 million. Are you crazy about money? The school bullies widened their eyes and asked, are you collecting medical expenses or usury? This price is very reasonable. You are the ghost kings, and there are 10 of you. 1,100,000 per person? Not much, right? Ling Tian grinned. The school bullies fell silent. Can it be less? We are still students. Can we get treatment for free? Ling Tian's face turned cold. Students? Students can treat illnesses for free? Students are blackmailing me? It seems that I need to give you a social theory lesson. Ling Tian dragged the immobile school bullies towards the warehouse. Wait, what do you want to do? They were panicking. Now they couldn't resist. Besides, Ling Tian also had the strength of a ghost king, so it was effortless for him to deal with them. As the warehouse door closed, the environment became pitch black. Various screams continued to be heard. Stop fighting! If you keep fighting, my soul will disintegrate. The school bullies were scared. They had been beaten by the dean before and their souls were unstable. Now he came again, and they would lose their lives. Nonsense, I'm treating you and helping you open up your Ren and Du meridians. Ling Tian said this, but he showed no mercy when he attacked. There are good and bad people, and so are the weird ones. To deal with these bad ones, you have to use even darker means than them, so as to leave a deep impression on them. This is training, teaching. Chapter 176. After some time. Will you dare to bully again in the future? The school bullies shook their heads rapidly. The child is teachable, so should the medical expenses be free. No, 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 I'll pay in full. Not a penny less. Then hurry up and pay. This. We don't have that much money, we only have a few 100,000 ghost money. They also wanted to pay, but they had never been out of school, so they had no money at all. Ling Tian naturally knew that what they said was true. He then revealed a weird smile, knowing that you had no money. It was worth his time laying the groundwork, and it was time to get to the point. If you don't have money, work to pay off your debts. If your annual salary is 10,000, work for me for 110 years. Ling Tian calmly took out the manual. From now on you will be my professional thugs. Tell me all your information in detail. Isn't this salary too low? Low? Don't you know that many college students can't find jobs? Why are you thinking so much when you are only in high school? Ling Tian glared at them, with an expression that said he would beat them up again if they talked back. All right. The school bullies spoke frustratingly about their information and various abilities. Because they were ghost kings, they also added their own ghostly abilities. Not bad, not bad. You have good abilities. It seems that you are not completely useless. Follow me well in the future. Ling Tian closed the manual with satisfaction. Contain. In an instant, the school bullies turned into a beam of light and were sucked into the manual. This profession is great. I'll take in more monsters in the future. Then I won't have to fight them myself. I can just wave my hand and 100 demons will parade at night. Ling Tian walked out of the warehouse and headed out of the school. Now the school is in a state of disrepair and he has to do many things himself. He first came to Sacred Heart Hospital. He arrived at his outpatient clinic with ease. As soon as the hospital's strange man saw Ling Tian, he immediately shouted, "Dr. Ling is back." "What? Dr. Ling is back? Hurry up and get in line, or you won't be able to get an appointment later." In just a moment, a long line formed outside Ling Tian's outpatient clinic. This made Ling Tian stunned. "I just came back to take care of some things, not to work. Ahem, I have something urgent to do today, so I won't be seeing patients. You can go to other clinics." Ling Tian persuaded. "Is that so? All right then. But I understand that the miracle doctor has something to worry about, so let's all go." The weird people were very considerate. That's the benefit of fame. Everyone will give you face. Ling Tian closed the door and released the 10 ghost kings. "What have you done to us? Why are we imprisoned in a special space?" The school bullies questioned Ling Tian as soon as they opened their mouths. "I'll do whatever I want to you. Since you're all my thugs, I'll naturally keep you with me. I happen to have some spatial abilities, why not put you in there?" Ling Tian spread his hands. "Not good. Very bad. We are ghost kings, not pets." The school bullies felt that their dignity was trampled upon. "Okay, if it's not necessary, I'll try not to pretend for you guys anymore. If there's an emergency, that's another matter," Ling Tian said. "Anyway, even if the monster he has taken in once becomes stronger than him later, he can take it in again and will not tolerate your resistance. This is the perversion of professional skills. Of course, it is unique. You." The school bullies felt extremely aggrieved. "Okay, now you are in the hospital, are you going to treat your injuries or not?" The school bullies looked around and found that they were indeed in an outpatient clinic. "Treatment? This is what you promised us, you have to be responsible." Ling Tian began to fiddle with them. "In addition to healing your injuries, I brought you to the hospital for another purpose." He activated his magic skill. For a moment, the school bullies showed relieved expressions. He asked weakly, "What's the purpose? Isn't one of your ghostly abilities a reality mapping, and isn't your ghostly ability a spatial replica construction? Now the school needs to build a medical clinic, and I plan to build a one-to-one replica of the Sacred Heart Hospital as our school building." Ling Tian spoke. "What? A replica of the Sacred Heart Hospital? Are you serious? There's a ferocious beast guarding this place. Do you want to die?" The school bullies were dumbfounded. Starting his own evil plan in the Sacred Heart Hospital, isn't this a provocation to the boss? If he wants to replicate the Sacred Heart Hospital, he might as well lose his life. "Hey, remember the guy who beat you up before? He is the director of this hospital, and I am the vice director of this hospital, so you can just use your GI skills without worry." Ling Tian chuckled. The school bullies were choked and didn't know what to say. Soon, with the recovery of Ling Tian's miraculous skills, everyone recovered to their peak condition. What a miraculous method! It was cured so quickly. They were very surprised. If they were to recover from this injury on their own, it would take decades. "Okay, now the injury is healed. It's your turn to perform. Don't let me down," Ling Tian urged. He has a lot of things to do, so he has to hurry and finish this before moving on to the next destination. "I hope what you said is true, otherwise we will all die." One of the Ghost Kings unfolded his own ghost den. At once, all the weirdness in the hospital was noticed. "How dare you? Who dares to act wildly in Sacred Heart Hospital? Many ghost kings and ghost doctors scolded. Ahem, everyone, please be patient. This is what I ordered my men to do. The hospital needs to expand, so now I am bringing ghosts to replicate the hospital building. You all just need to do your own things and don't worry about us. Ling Tian's voice spread throughout the Sacred Heart Hospital. So it's Dr. Ling. It's all right then. If there's anything we can do to help, just let us know. The strange people calmed down after hearing this. The school bullies looked at Ling Tian in surprise. I didn't expect you were really serious. Nonsense, bragging is useless these days. Just work hard and be quick. Ling Tian curled his lips. Without any worries, the Ghost King confidently used his power to cover the entire Sacred Heart Hospital. He then used his abilities to replicate the appearance of all the buildings at the Sacred Heart Hospital. After a long time, it stopped and retracted its ghost den. Okay, basically all the buildings that can be copied have been copied. Very good, then go back to school. Ling Tian waved his hand and led the school bullies towards Guangming High School. This time he did not take them in. He brought 10 Ghost Kings with him, which looked quite impressive and consistent with his identity. When they returned to school, the dean came over immediately. Deputy Dean, I have chosen the land. I think that one is good. The dean pointed to an empty space and said. Then just build it. I just happened to copy our hospital here. Ling Tian waved his hand. A Ghost King stepped forward. Look, see? Just project the hospital there. Yes. It saluted and instantly unfolded its own ghost nest. The shadow of Sacred Heart Hospital appeared in the open space. Principal, is this the correct position? If there is anything you want to adjust, just tell me. It spoke. Now the hospital is just a virtual shadow, and the overall direction of the virtual shadow can be adjusted at will, just like playing a construction game in the real world. Chapter 177. This orientation has very good feng shui. If you reverse it, the feng shui will become very bad. Ling Tian said. Upon hearing this, the Ghost King immediately changed the direction of the building. Deputy Dean, do you know feng shui? The dean was a little surprised. I understand a little bit. The school will also offer medical courses in the future. Go back and arrange for some ghost doctors to come here to teach. This way, we can continue to train our own ghosts. Ling Tian nodded. Okay, I think this is okay, but for this kind of guy who makes a living, I think many ghost doctors will hide their skills and won't show their real special skills. The dean pondered. It's very simple. They just need to follow the textbooks I designed. I will record some of my abilities on them. It's up to you whether they are interested or not. Ling Tian chuckled. That makes me feel relieved. Actually, I can also take up a position. The dean's eyes were wandering. How could I not know your little tricks? If I have real talent and skills, I will certainly not leave you behind. I will customize a set of teaching materials for you. You can study it slowly. If you have time, you can give lectures to students of professional courses in the school and practice it. Ling Tian smiled. Very good, very good. The dean laughed. Principal, the position has been adjusted. The Ghost King reported. Okay, we can release the ghosts to map out the buildings. Ling Tian ordered. A Ghost King's lair is a replica of a spatial building, a Ghost King's lair is a reflection of reality. The combination of the two makes it a good idea to be a contractor. The Ghost King nodded, walked forward and spread out his ghost nest. The other Ghost King cooperated and made its ghost den overlap with his own ghost den. As the ability was activated, the shadow of Sacred Heart Hospital slowly solidified. After one stick of incense, an identical Sacred Heart Hospital stands within Guangming High School. This ability is really good. The replica is exactly the same. The dean nodded. That's right. From now on, the other buildings will depend on you. Just think of it as a contribution to the school. Ling Tian ordered. The school bullies didn't dare to say anything. Dean, the arrangements for the rest of this will be left to you. I have other things to do. Okay, don't worry, leave this to me, I will send some ghost doctors to be stationed here. Ling Tian and the Ghost Kings bid farewell to the Dean. Principal, where are we going now? Of course we are recruiting teachers for schools. Do you think our schools have teachers for specialized courses? Ling Tian spoke. It seems not. Ever since the world suddenly changed, all the students in our school have become weird, but the teachers are the only ones who haven't. And for a period of time, the school was closed and we were not allowed to go out. Only in recent years has the ban been lifted, but we haven't thought about going outside. Under our constraints, others did not dare to disobey us. At most, they would be hospitalized in Sacred Heart Hospital if they were injured by us. The school bullies said. Hehe, if you dare to bully other students without my order in the future, you know the consequences. Ling Tian warned. I dare not. The school bullies quickly shook their heads. Ling Tian walked while thinking about what the school bullies had just said. The students became weird, but the teachers did not. Secondly, the school had actually been sealed off by a barrier for a long time, and it was only lifted in recent years. This is very strange. Although he didn't stay in the strange world for a long time, he came into contact with many strange things. We have also learned some information from them. Things like the barrier-sealed school never happened in other places. Ding! The system speculates that the authority of this area of Chinatown may be within the spatial node of the school. Yu spoke up. Authority is in the school. Ling Tian was stunned. It's just speculation, but the probability is very high. Now is not the time for the authority to appear. When the real world and the strange world merge, the authority will break away from the space node and appear in the outside world. However, the system reminds the host that if he wants to fight for power, he must unify the Chinatown area. Otherwise, even if you fight for it, you will not be qualified to merge the authority. Now there are only a few months left before the world merges, the host must hurry up. Okay, I'll hurry up. Ling Tian responded in his heart. I don't know how much time has passed. Ling Tian left Chinatown and came to the ghost market 1,000 miles away. There are many weird people here recruiting talents to work for their own forces. Naturally, it also attracted many strange people to come here to seek jobs. After all, one needs to cultivate one's weirdness, and the efficiency of autonomously absorbing the free negative energy from the outside world is very slow. Using ghost money that carries the mysterious energy will greatly improve the efficiency of cultivation. Speaking of which, you are just students, and you don't have a lot of ghost money to practice, so how did you reach the level of Ghost King? I've seen other weirdos live for hundreds of years but still haven't reached the level of Ghost King. Do you have any secrets? Ling Tian came back to his senses and asked. We don't know either. The school bullies shook their heads and described their own situations. They are Ghost Kings when they are born and have never practiced at all. Ding! The host does not need to guess. Previously, the system could not be 100% sure that the authority was within the school. Now, judging from the situation of these Ghost Kings, the authority must be in the school. The general situation should be the following process: the world changed suddenly, power was dispersed, and part of it fell within the area where the school was located. At the beginning, the authority will have a protection mechanism, which will lead to the formation of a barrier to block the school area. When the strange world came into contact with the real world, this part of the protection mechanism was eliminated and the barrier dissipated. These Ghost Kings are the first to get the moon because they are close to the water and absorb the energy that the authority overflows in the space. Only then do they gain the strength of Ghost Kings in the process of continuous birth. Yu analyzed. Ling Tian understood everything after listening to the system's analysis. So he asked the school bullies, "Did you absorb special energy when you were born?" "It seems to be true, but since we were born, that energy has disappeared." The school bullies recalled. "Where were you born?" Ling Tian continued to ask with flickering eyes. "It was at the back of the school. 10 of us skipped classes and went to play in the back. Then the world suddenly changed and we lost consciousness in an instant. When we came back to our senses, it had become what it is now," the school bullies said. Ling Tian nodded. Now that he had determined the spatial node where the authority was located, he just had to wait there until the moment the authority appeared. He didn't ask any other questions and started to explore the talent market. Ling Tian found an open space, took out the prepared tables and chairs, and hung up the banner. Then he took out a large stack of recruitment flyers and handed them to the 5 Ghost Kings. "Go, give me some leaflets." The 5 Ghost Kings' mouths twitched. Before the other 5 Ghost Kings could gloat over their misfortune, Ling Tian handed each of them a trumpet. "You 5 hold the bullhorns and shout for me here." We went to hand out flyers. At least handing out flyers is better than shouting here all the time. Chapter 178. The school bullies were forced to take the loudspeaker and start shouting loudly. "Take a look, Guangming High School is recruiting, the salary is excellent, let's talk about it in detail." There were 5 Ghost Kings shouting loudly here, which immediately attracted a lot of strange gazes. "You know, the Ghost King is an above-average existence in the weird world." 5 of them appeared at once, shouting in the genius market. One after another, they came closer and wanted to take a closer look at the situation. They wouldn't suffer any loss anyway. "Boss, what kind of positions are you hiring for?" a strange one asked. "The high school is naturally recruiting teachers. Anyone among you who is a teacher and is interested can sit down for an interview. Of course, if you are not a teacher before, but have real skills, you can also participate in the interview. If you pass, I will set up a professional course specifically for you." Ling Tian explained. "So what kind of teachers are you recruiting?" Upon hearing this, Ling Tian took out a plaque with various professional courses written on it. Feng Shui, medicine, curse studies, etc. It was so weird and dazzling to watch. "Boss, are you sure you want to recruit so many? Besides, these things are everyone's specialty, who would be willing to teach them? If we teach all the people who eat there, won't this just increase our competition?" The weird people were very pessimistic. "Not really. I only need experienced people with these skills. You just need to teach according to the content in the textbook. It doesn't matter if you don't use your own skills to teach," Ling Tian said. He also looked down on other weird and miscellaneous skills. He himself had more professional and systematic knowledge and only needed an experienced guide. "Oh? Teach according to the textbook." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. What textbook would teach these? Don't guess. I compiled the textbook myself. You don't have to worry about the content. Aren't you here to get a job and get paid? The content of the textbook is irrelevant to you, right? You have a point. The weird creatures nodded. They were indeed just looking for a job to earn money for their practice. Why do you care so much about other things? So one by one, the experienced people sat down and started the interview. Ling Tian conducted knowledge tests based on each subject of the strange interview to see if there were any unqualified people. As Ling Tian asked professional questions one by one, many interviewees were surprised. It seems that this guy really doesn't have the money to play around. As time went by, more and more people came to interview. The school bullies were all working hard to attract customers. This also caused the strangeness surrounding Ling Tian's stall to increase rapidly. As a result, there were fewer people coming to other stalls. However, there is nothing we can do about the weirdness of other stalls. Everyone is competing fairly, and they have the best cards. There were 10 Ghost Kings soliciting customers. A long time. Ling Tian finally recruited all the teachers for the subjects he was going to teach. Okay, the position has been filled, and the other weirdos can leave now. Ling Tian dismissed the other weirdos. Principal, how much are our salaries? The teachers who stayed behind asked. They knew from the interview just now that the person in front of them was the principal of Guangming High School and also their boss. As for the salary, Ling Tian told them during the interview that it would be higher than other weird jobs, but he didn't go into detail about the exact amount. Well, I just promised you that the salary will be higher than other weird places, so let me investigate the prices offered by other weird places and then give you the price. Ling Tian pondered. He still doesn't quite understand the current situation in the strange world. All right. The teachers had no choice but to nod. So Ling Tian packed up his stall and walked the streets with a group of weirdos. After some research, he found that the market price was around 7,000 to 8,000 yuan per month. It seems that the ghost money in the strange world is not as inflated as the ghost money in the real world. As for salary, I will start with 10,000 a month for you. After you pass the internship period and officially become teachers at the school, your salary will increase to 20,000 a month. Ling Tian said. As for your question about whether he has so much paper money for the dead? What a joke, he owns the Sacred Heart Hospital. What industry is making huge profits? Isn't it real estate, medical and financial industries? But there is no finance and real estate in this strange world, and the most profitable industry is the medical industry. This can be seen from the status of the ghost doctor in Giai's heart. The principal is generous. The teachers cheered, saying that this was a good position and they were lucky that they had successfully recruited the candidate, otherwise it would have been a good opportunity for other weirdos. This is just the beginning. I believe that after a while, you will feel that the salary is just a small part, and what you learn is the big part. Ling Tian said meaningfully. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. If you have the ability, you can get along well anywhere. The teachers didn't pay too much attention to it and followed Ling Tian back to Guangming High School. At this time, the dean had already led a group of ghost doctors to the school hospital. Deputy Dean, although this branch is used as the school's medical department, it also needs to be open for business, so the school must open its doors. The dean suggested. This Guangming High School covers a large area, which may be the reason for the sudden change in the world. Well, what you said makes sense, but we don't have that many people right now. We'll consider other things after all the facilities are complete. What we have to do now is to get everything in order. When I have unified the entire Chinatown, I will open the school and set up a new barrier for the teaching building. This way, the school won't be a mixed bag, and outsiders won't disturb the school. Unify Chinatown. The dean was stunned and looked at Ling Tian in shock. Our vice president has great ambitions. He is just a human being, but he has such great aspirations. Why, you don't believe it? Ling Tian smiled. If it were anyone else, I probably wouldn't believe it and would laugh at him for overestimating his own abilities, but I see the possibility in you. The dean waved his hand. There is no way, Ling Tian has accumulated too many ghost veins during this period of time. A few months of hard work had already surpassed his hundreds of years of ghost veins. In addition, there were two other fierce creatures, himself and Madame Red, as well as the big fierce creature Susan. In the entire Chinatown, there is no other force that can compare to it. So if Ling Tian really wants to unify Chinatown, the probability is very high. I thought you would say you didn't believe it, Dean. You didn't even give me a chance to show off. Ling Tian chuckled. I have been in the strange world for many years, and my judgment of people is never wrong. The dean stroked his beard and said. When we first met, you. Ling Tian looked at him with disdain. Ahem, that was the beginning. I only made a mistake once. And didn't I correct it in time? The dean was choked by these words. Okay, we have nothing to do with each other, so let him go. When I unify Chinatown, I will certainly not forget you who have always supported me. Ling Tian smiled. There are many things that he cannot do himself, so he naturally has to constantly promote his own confidence during this period. Chapter 179. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Under Ling Tian's urging, the school bullies continued to contribute to the school. Layer upon layer of independent high-rise buildings rise from the ground. All the equipment has arrived one by one. Regarding textbooks for professional courses, with the Ghost Saint Master's sufficient knowledge reserves and the Ghost Saint Writer's ability. With just a thought, he produced one set of teaching materials after another. It records the professional knowledge of various disciplines. After a week of adjustment, Guangming High School officially began to operate. Here are the teaching materials and textbooks for each class. Your teachers will take them and distribute them to the students later. This set of knowledge and skills is a deeper level that I have customized for teachers of each subject. When you have taught your students well, I will give you the next set of content. Ling Tian distributed books to each ghost teacher. The ghost teachers didn't pay much attention at first. They just flipped through the book casually, looking surprised. Then they thought about it, and finally when they turned to the middle, they found that their knowledge and skills could not keep up with the content in the textbook. Even they don't know a lot of professional things. When they turned to the end, their expressions became solemn, and they finally understood the meaning of what Ling Tian had said to them before. Go ahead. Ling Tian didn't give them a chance to speak and dismissed the ghost teachers. There is no point in saying more, so let's just present our own teaching results before talking about other things. He then found the dean and handed him a set of specially customized medical professional skills books. Most of my skills are on it. How much you can learn depends on your understanding, Dean. Ling Tian instructed. Very good. The dean happily accepted it. By the way, I may have to stay in seclusion for a while recently. It said in a sudden turn. Retreat? Are you planning a breakthrough, Dean? Ling Tian said in surprise. I have some realizations, and after you filled in the gaps in my foundation last time, this has become a natural outcome. The only thing left to achieve a breakthrough is to break through that thin membrane, so during this period of time, some things in the hospital need to be taken care of by you, the vice president. The dean said with a smile. Ling Tian understood, this is natural. Once you break through, I will be more confident in my next move. Okay, I guess you'll have a big move next. If there's anything you can't handle, just come to me. The dean nodded. Soon, it left the school and returned to the Sacred Heart Hospital for retreat. After dealing with most of the school affairs, Ling Tian took the 10 school bullies to other places. Principal, isn't school officially open today? Is it okay for you to skip class with us like this? The school bullies looked resentful. Do you look like the kind of ghost who would study seriously? Ling Tian curled his lips. This is different. What we were taught in school before is basically useless in society. But the skills developed by the school this time are real, and we are still very willing to learn. They retorted. Well, in that case, I will personally teach the 10 of you. I will train you to become elites in different fields. Ling Tian waved his hand. Thank you, Principal. The school bullies were very happy because they knew that all the school textbooks were compiled by Ling Tian alone, so there was no need to mention his ability. Moreover, in recent times, they have been constantly in contact with the outside world, and have gradually heard of Ling Tian's reputation in Chinatown. Then where are we going now, Principal? The school bullies asked. The school is just getting on track now, and many things need to be prepared in advance. Our current school is just a high school, and with a high school, there is naturally a junior high school, an elementary school, and a kindergarten. Do you understand what I mean? Plan ahead and act instead of waiting for things to come to you. Oh Principal, are you planning to directly seize the Shugwang kindergarten in Chinatown and then build an elementary school and a junior high school? The school bullies understood. Bah! What do you mean by occupation? How ugly! This is a merger. It's a win-win situation for both of us. How can it be called occupation? Ling Tian glared at them. Do you know how to speak? If you can't, just speak less. Just merge. The school bullies whispered. Shugwang Kindergarten and Guangming High School are on the same street, so it didn't take long for Ling Tian and others to arrive at the gate of the kindergarten. By the way, Principal, have you figured out the strange strength of the kindergarten? The school bullies suddenly thought of something. They didn't know much about many things in the outside world. Of course I did some research on this, otherwise I wouldn't have brought only 10 of you here. Ling Tian glanced at them and said, apart from the little ghosts with varying strengths, there is only one Ghost King kindergarten principal and a few Ghost General child care teachers here. The school bullies breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that. In this case, they didn't have to be afraid anymore. With the principal and 11 Ghost Kings on our side, it was more than enough to conquer this place. So the school bullies walked up and knocked on the door. Open the door, the community is sending warmth. A strange man heard the sound and opened the iron gate. Who are you looking for? This strange man looked at Ling Tian and the others at a loss. The feeling of oppression is too strong. How can a ghost general like him face 11 Ghost Kings? But he couldn't lose face in front of his own door, so he had to stay calm and ask the question. I have something to discuss with your director. Is he here? Ling Tian spoke. Yes, I'll go call it now. Please wait a moment. The weird one nodded hurriedly. What? You made our principal wait outside? You don't know how to entertain guests. The school bullies acted like scoundrels. They are submissive to the strong, but strike hard against the weak. I am confused. Please. This strange enthusiasm led Ling Tian and others in. Ling Tian felt a little helpless, but luckily things were going smoothly, so it was no big deal. After a while, the director came over to ask questions. It turns out to be Dr. Ling. I am He Ling, the principal of Shugwang Kindergarten. I apologize for not being able to greet you in advance. I wonder, why are you here? He Ling asked. The school bullies wanted to speak out when they heard this, but Ling Tian suppressed them. These guys have very low emotional intelligence and can easily offend others with their words. In this situation where the two parties have not yet fallen out, it is better to maintain peace and harmony. Moreover, if the other party knows you, the chances of success of the negotiation will be higher. I don't dare to call myself a miracle doctor, but my medical skills are slightly better than those of other ghost doctors. Since you have heard of me, you must know something about my current situation. He Ling nodded. With Guangming High School undergoing such drastic reforms, how could the forces on the same street not notice it? So she immediately understood why Ling Tian came here today. I didn't expect that Dr. Ling had such far-reaching plans. He Ling's eyes flickered. Chapter 180. When the world changes suddenly, I naturally have to make plans early. Since you have already guessed what I want to do, tell me what you think. I am not the kind of person who forces others to do things against their will. Ling Tian calmly took out a set of tea sets. The school bullies started pouring tea for him. Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction. He Ling's mouth twitched when she saw this scene. Is this my territory or yours? Why do I feel like you are the master here, and I am the one who comes to ask for something? I think Dr. Ling's move is inappropriate. This kind of change of ownership of territory has never happened in Chinatown. He Ling said unwillingly. Who wants to give away their territory for nothing? Ling Tian put down his teacup and said, there will always be someone who breaks the precedent, so why can't this pioneer be me? Is it because I am not famous enough? Or am I not strong enough? Or do I not have enough backers? He Ling choked up at Ling Tian's 3 questions. He smiled bitterly and said, needless to say, the reputation of Dr. Ling is well known, and his strength is also obvious to all. As for backers, as far as I know, you have 2 fierce ones around you. She didn't know about Su-san. After all, Su-san was rather low-key and never showed off. Ling Tian did not correct her and continued, that's it. Since I meet all the requirements, I want to lead this area of Chinatown. Do you have any objection? Of course not. Since Dr. Ling has already mentioned this, it would be a bit rude of me to refuse. He Ling said tactfully. The main thing is that she has no right to tear her face off. It doesn't matter if others force her, but it's good enough that she sits down and talks to you in a friendly manner like this. Ling Tian smiled and said, don't worry, I'm just merging Shiguang Kindergarten with Guangming High School, not removing your rights. As long as you follow my plan, the management of the kindergarten will be as you wish. When I unify Chinatown, won't your status also rise? And when I govern more and more areas, will what you get in the future be comparable to what you get now? After hitting someone with a stick, you should naturally give him a date. The means of playing with people's hearts are similar to those of weirdness. Sure enough, He Ling was obviously relieved. Then I will have to rely more on divine Dr. Ling. Although Shiguang Kindergarten and Guangming High School are on the same street, they are quite far apart. It will take time to merge the 2, so how do we deal with the other areas between the 2? He Ling asked. Ling Tian had already thought about this, so he said, you don't have to worry about this, I will rebuild a kindergarten within Guangming High School. Once it's built, you can move in. As for this piece of land, keep it for now. I'll have other plans later. All right. He Ling nodded. Ling Tian looked at the school bully beside him. The latter understood. The ghost cave unfolds. This is. He Ling was stunned. They were talking just fine, why did they suddenly start fighting? Don't panic. Its ghostly ability is to replicate and construct space buildings. What we need to do now is to replicate the kindergarten 1-to-1, and then build it inside the high school as I just said. Ling Tian explained. I see. He Ling understood, but it was really strange that the Ghost King's Den actually used this. After all, this ghost with spatial ability can obviously develop into the opposite side of combat, but now, it has embarked on the path of a contractor. After replicating the kindergarten, Ling Tian took the school bullies away to their next destination. Convenience store number 44. What are you doing? Looking at the 10 ghost kings who surrounded him, the store manager was a little confused. What are you still doing? You are so shameless. The principal has talked to you in a friendly manner, but you have refused again and again. How dare a mere ghost general be so arrogant? The school bullies shouted angrily. The cause was, of course, the same trick that happened in the kindergarten before, but the surprising thing was that the store manager refused to transfer the store no matter what. Aren't you trying to embarrass me? I'm just an employee. The store manager was about to cry. This store is not mine, how can I just transfer it? Do you think a ghost general is qualified to own a large convenience store? It keeps complaining. Oh? Tell me in detail. Ling Tian began to understand a little. He had only investigated the manager of this convenience store and found that he was just a ghost general. At that time, he was still very confused. How could the owner of a large convenience store be just a ghost general? This was obviously wrong. The store manager wiped his nose and said, as I just said, I'm just an employee, temporarily here. This convenience store is just a branch of the main store in Chinatown. As the bosses are short of ghosts recently, they have not yet recruited any Ghost King level talents. The head office had no choice but to send me here to manage this convenience store. When the higher UPS send the Ghost King, the manager of this convenience store will change. Ling Tian frowned upon hearing this. If so, there must be a powerful force behind this. This makes things difficult. I don't know what the other party's background is. I originally thought that the only tough bone to chew in Chinatown was the big beast in Baisha Lunatic Asylum and the weird creature of unknown strength guarding behind the 5-star hotel. Now here comes another convenience store headquarters. But even if it's difficult, he has to do it. Not to mention that the copies that need to be integrated within the system mission include convenience store number 44, the more far-reaching issue is the struggle for power in the future. This opportunity cannot be changed hands, otherwise I won't even have the chance to sit at the poker table in the future. Principal, it seems like we have run into a tough guy this time. The school bullies whispered in Ling Tian's ears. The attitude is not as tough as before. How many branches does your main store have? Ling Tian asked tentatively. It seems like there are quite a lot of them, at least more than 100. I can't get to know the exact number at my level. The store manager sighed. Hiss. The school bullies gasped. There are more than 100 schools. As it said before, there is a Ghost King in charge of a convenience store, and he will have more than 100 Ghost Kings under his command, or even more. The person in power behind him must be at least a great villain, and it is unlikely that he is the Ghost Emperor, because from what Ling Tian knew, there has been no Ghost Emperor born in the strange world yet. He guessed that in order to be promoted to Ghost Emperor, he must merge the powers. Back to what I just said, since it is not the Ghost Emperor, there is no doubt that he is the controller of the great evil, and it is impossible that there is only one great evil in control. Things are getting troublesome. Principal, why don't we just give up this time? It's just a convenience store. If you like, we can build one ourselves. The school bullies said. They have also roughly figured out the powerful force behind it, so they don't want to offend such a behemoth. Ling Tian didn't say anything. It was impossible for him to give up. What's the point of building it by himself? The mission is here, and the Chinatown area is also here. It's impossible to move to another place for development. There's not enough time, and he doesn't want to give in so easily. Chapter 181. Are you in touch with the head office now? Ling Tian asked. He decided to give it a try. If there is absolutely nothing to talk about, he can only take the long view. The worst that could happen was direct action. Anyway, he had already prepared himself to become enemies with some powerful forces. Otherwise, he would not have continued to accumulate his own ghost veins and attract some weird people to his camp. Yes, they do, but the head office is very busy. If it's nothing important, they won't answer the call. The store manager said. Ling Tian winked at the school bullies. The latter understood. Ah? What do you mean it's not a big deal? Isn't this a big deal? The school bullies looked ferocious and surrounded the store manager tightly. The store manager is about to cry. What are you doing? Okay, I'll contact the head office and see. If they don't respond, you can't do anything to me. That's natural. We are not that kind of people. Ling Tian smiled. The store manager looked helpless and could only take out a brazier. Then he took out a paper talisman that made a telephone, lit it and put it in. As the paper burned up, the manager reached out and took the phone out of the brazier. At this time, the phone began to vibrate continuously. Looking at such a novel scene, Ling Tian was a little amazed. Could it be that all strange things are connected over such long distances? Hello? This is the main store. Tell me, what's the big deal you want to report? There was a voice on the other end of the line. The store manager quickly put the phone to his ear and said, "This is the Chinatown branch. A group of Ghost Kings just came and said they want to transfer the branch here to them. I can't make up my mind about this matter, so I want to ask the head office for its opinion." Transfer the branch to them? A bunch of Ghost Kings? Ha! How dare a mere Ghost King be so arrogant? There was a stern scolding from the other end of the phone. The store manager's face turned green as he looked at Ling Tian's darkening face and the school bullies who were about to attack. No, you are trying to trick me. I am still here. Can you please consider my safety? Ling Tian stood up, walked to the store manager, and took the phone with one hand. So there's nothing to talk about. Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you the Ghost King who overestimates his own abilities? What qualifications do you have to talk to us? Negotiations are held when both sides are of similar strength, and you are not qualified. No talk. Ling Tian was not annoyed when he heard this, he crushed the phone with his hand. Brother, you can't blame me for this. I'm just a wage earner. You can't be so indiscriminate. The store manager was cornered by the school bullies. Ling Tian waved his hand, signaling them to come back. The group left the convenience store in silence. After a long time, the store manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. This job is really difficult. If the head office doesn't send a Ghost King to take charge, I will resign and find another job. Convenience store number 44 main store. Humph, what cats and dogs. The customer service officer curled his lips as he looked at the scrapped temporary phone. I didn't take this matter seriously. In his opinion, the other party was probably a coward, which was why he got angry and embarrassed. But this incident also serves as a reminder to the head office. We have to send the Ghost King to take charge. Otherwise, there will inevitably be some unpredictable monsters that will try to take over the convenience store. He reported the incident to his superiors. Ling Tian walked while thinking, the school bullies followed him silently, for fear of offending him. Ling Tian opened the system panel and took a look. Host, Ling Tian. Strength, late Ghost King. Occupation, Ghost Saint Doctor, Ghost Saint Teacher, Ghost Saint Writer. Professional skills, brilliant hands, enabled, rejuvenation, not enabled, blessing, enabled, teaching, passive enabled, enlightenment, not enabled, students all over the world, not enabled, writing, enabled, reader feedback, not enabled, author power, not enabled. Number of patients treated, 27,000. Number of students, 3010. Number of readers, 3153. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 100 times, summoning from another world, copying. System points, 10,000. System evaluation, barely able to protect itself. Sure enough, the Ghost King's strength is still not enough in this strange world. Ling Tian muttered to himself. As for why he wanted to take people back, that's because now is not the time to take action. At worst, I can just put it at convenience store number 44 first. Finish the other areas first. Wait until the moment before the world suddenly changes, and then rob the convenience store with lightning speed. After absorbing the power of Chinatown, he has the final say in this area. Revenge? Then come on. How can you compete for supremacy if you are afraid of this and that? He returned to Guangming High School with the school bullies. Then start preparing for the next fight. The first thing is to activate your professional skills. So he ordered the school bullies to start building kindergartens, primary schools, and junior high schools. As long as there is enough space, build it as hard as you can. If you don't have enough ghost hands, then go to the ghost talent market to recruit them. The Chinatown area has entered a state of rapid development. The other 299 people who participated in the copy watched all this in a daze. Looking at Ling Tian, who was in charge of the weirdness, he showed an envious look. Is this the world of the boss? We are still trying to survive in the weird world, but he has already started to control the weirdness. Yet, once this instance is over, the boss will definitely be exposed. That is the inevitable result. There are so many people and so many eyes. Information cannot be concealed, just like paper cannot cover fire. In fact, the boss shouldn't care about these things, and the words of the world can't hurt him in the slightest. 1.5 months passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Ling Tian traveled back and forth between Sacred Heart Hospital and Guangming High School every day. In 1.5 months, another 50,000 strange cases were treated. It's a small step towards unlocking the rejuvenation skill. Guangming High School also enrolled many strange students. Kindergarten, primary school, and junior high school of Ling Tian project. A group of strange students were also recruited to enroll. This brought the number of his students to a strange 15,000. Successfully opened up the skills of enlightenment and reader feedback. In an instant, a huge amount of strength feedback continuously attacked Ling Tian. However, these feedbacks are not enough for him to break through the realm of Ghost King and enter the realm of evil. There's nothing I can do, the feedback I get are all from weird students. Most of their strength is at the level of evil spirits. Even if you add in the weird number of treatments he received over the past month, it still isn't enough. There is a huge gap between the Ghost King and the evil. Although I haven't made a breakthrough yet, I've reached the edge. When the dean comes out of confinement and reads my books, there will be another big wave of feedback. The feedback from a big beast should be able to help me break through this layer of shackles. Ling Tian thought. Another half-month passed. The dean, who had been in seclusion for a long time, finally came out. He found Ling Tian with a smile on his face. You look so happy, I guess you have made a breakthrough. Ling Tian congratulated. Haha. It was a fluke. Without the vice dean's help in improving my foundation, it would have taken me many more years to achieve a breakthrough. The dean stroked his beard and said. Chapter 182. Nothing big has happened in the hospital recently, right? Nothing serious happened at the hospital, but I ran into a troublesome matter. Ling Tian spread his hands. Oh? I'd like to hear more about it. The dean's face turned serious. So Ling Tian recounted what happened in the convenience store some time ago. Dean, do you know the power behind this convenience store? Ling Tian asked. As a local weirdo, you should know something about this aspect. Moreover, the dean always brags about his broad knowledge, so he must know many powerful forces. That new convenience store? The dean pondered. New here? Ling Tian was stunned. Yes, there were no convenience stores in this area before. It was only in recent years that a large area of Chinatown was suddenly occupied by this number 44 convenience store. I thought they would attack the surrounding forces, but after they finished building it, they have been silent ever since. The dean explained. As for the power behind the convenience store you mentioned, I have investigated it before. Its head office is called Galaxy Supermarket. It is a super large supermarket chain controlled by 4 big monsters. After years of development, there are now more than 100 small supermarkets and more than 100 convenience stores. The number 44 convenience store in Chinatown is one of them. Their influence is widespread, reaching many places, and is still expanding. Ling Tian fell into deep thought after hearing this. If this were the real world, there would be nothing wrong with the layout of the supermarket, but this is a strange world. In this case, the other party must have some plan. What's more, the 4 fierce beasts had already known about the sudden changes that were about to happen in the strange world and made preparations in advance. In this case, it would be even less likely that the other party would agree to transfer convenience store number 44 to himself. Do you still want to take action? Ling Tian murmured. Are you sure you want to do it? The dean said seriously. It will happen sooner or later. I am determined to take over this area of Chinatown. If the other party refuses to transfer or move out, then taking action is the only solution. Ling Tian nodded. In that case, I will make a bet with you. There are only 4 fierce beasts behind the other party. Although we are the weaker party now, I believe in your ability. Moreover, there are disputes among various forces. It is impossible for the other party to mobilize all their forces to encircle and suppress us, otherwise we will be cut off from the bottom of our enemy's firewood. The dean said. Ling Tian also thought it made sense. Okay, then let's take over the rest of Chinatown first, and then we'll go take over the convenience stores. Good. Now that you have been promoted to a great villain, Dean, I think we can take over Baisha Lunatic Asylum first. I will contact Susan later and ask him to come back as soon as possible. Ling Tian said. That's good. I just had a breakthrough, so it's good to stretch my muscles. The dean agreed. So Ling Tian activated the soul-shaking bell to contact Su Shan. As Sushan's companion soul weapon, once the soul-ringing bell is activated, Sushan, who is far away, can sense it. The master is calling us. It seems that he is ready to act. Susan stood up. Brother Wuju, are you ready to leave? The strange person beside him looked at Fan Wuju, who stood up in surprise. Well, someone from my past is calling me, so I have to go there. Fan Wuju nodded. I guess this old friend is the gentleman that Brother Wuju mentioned. If there is a chance, please introduce him to me. That's right. From what Brother Wuju has described, this gentleman has great medical skills. It just so happens that we both have some minor ailments. We went to other hospitals, but because our skills were too high, the ghost doctor was unable to cure them. The weird people around sighed. There will be a chance. So everyone, I will take my leave first. Fan Wuju opened his black umbrella. As his body merged into the ground, his figure disappeared on the spot. There were strange looks flashing in the eyes of those present. Ah, I really envy Brother Wuju. He has already broken through to the great fierce realm after only a few months. With this strength, you can become an elder in my family. A strange envy said. All right, our level of fierceness is not bad, much better than the ordinary weirdness. Other weird things don't matter. At this time, Ling Tian had just put away the soul-shaking bell. A black umbrella fell at his feet. As the black ink rose, it condensed into a human figure. Fan Wuju appeared in front of Ling Tian and the dean. So fast. Ling Tian was shocked. How long had it been? Long time no see, sir. Fan Wuju smiled. After the man and two ghosts exchanged pleasantries for a while, they started to get down to business. I called you here this time because I am preparing to start taking action against the Baisha Lunatic Asylum. At that time, since there was only one great beast, Brother Wuju, he was afraid that if a fight broke out he would injure the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 of his own. But now the dean has also broken through to the great beast. This way, the situation will be a crushing one, and we will take over the White Sands Lunatic Asylum in one fell swoop. Ling Tian said. So that's how it is. Let's do as you say, sir. Fan Wuju nodded. The dean said, the fight will affect all surrounding areas, so it's better for us to move the battlefield to the wild. After all, this will be our base camp in the future. The battle between the great beasts is no joke. If they really fight to the death, the surroundings will inevitably become ruins. Will the other party follow your pace? Ling Tian asked. Hehe, this is not up to it, my ability is in the field of space. With just a slight move, you can twist the space and move the battlefield to any place. The dean said confidently. I didn't expect that the dean had such means. I admire him. Ling Tian was a little surprised. In his impression, the dean was a shady old BD with a thick skin. His ability must also be in the field of shady people. Ha ha ha, nowhere. The dean's nose is turned up high. Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he saw this. He said nothing more and began to prepare for the next battle. White Sands Asylum. At this time, this fierce beast was still constantly transforming the monster he had just captured. I'm so angry. Last time, a rat appeared out of nowhere and ruined all my years of hard work. I don't know what to do when the adults arrive, but luckily there is still a long time before the adults arrive. I have to make up for my mistakes during this period. This weird one looked ferocious. A Ghost King was struggling with his head held down by it. The Ghost King's consciousness began to dissipate, and his body was corroded and transformed by a force of energy. The third one, still not enough. The last experience has greatly improved its supervision of the asylum. Its soul monitors every floor. Once an unexpected situation occurs, it will be able to detect it and rush to the scene immediately. After sending the Ghost King to the -4th floor, it returned to its original position. It was at this moment that Susan entered its consciousness. It's him. Damn it. How dare you come back? Okay, I let you get away last time, but you won't be so lucky this time. It had a ferocious look on its face. It had not known that Susan had such special abilities, so it did not take any countermeasures immediately. Now, he has already prepared special means to deal with Susan. Chapter 183. Its figure flashed and appeared in front of Susan. It's you, what do you want from me? The umbrella owner smiled. Oh, you must have something to rely on if you dare to come back. Did you find helpers? Or do you think I'm weak? No matter how capable you are today, you can't escape from my grasp. The Soul Eater's eyes turned red. The sky was filled with red light. Soul-eating ghost den. Susan also became serious and held up his own ghost cave to fight against it. Ling Tian hid in the distance and watched. The Dean also took advantage of the soul-eating demon's gap to launch a sneak attack using his space ghost den. Space twist. Suddenly, the space in the center of the battlefield began to fluctuate. As the space rotated, they had already arrived in a wilderness thousands of miles away. Is this your helper? The Soul Eater looked at the Dean with disdain. Just a great villain who has just broken through. The two ghosts did not respond. They looked at each other and began to attack from the front and back. The war is about to break out. The three ghost caves collided with each other, creating an infinite glow. Waves of horrific aftermath swept across everything around. The hills and mountains of earth were flattened one by the aftermath. The mountains shook and dark clouds covered the sun. Facing the pincer attack from two fierce beasts, the soul-eating demon seemed to be at ease. It is obvious that the Soul Devourer has more combat experience than the two ghosts, and his strength is also above them. Ling Tian hurriedly found the place where the three ghosts fought. Looking at the current situation in the field, he frowned. I underestimated that guy's strength. He still has enough strength to fight two fierce beasts alone. But there is no better solution at the moment, so we can only put our hopes on Susan and the Dean. This monster must be taken down, otherwise he will not be able to fully control this area of Chinatown. Before he knew it, the Dean looked depressed. There are a lot of lucky charms hanging on his body. Susan is better than Dean, and most of the time it helps to resist the opponent's attacks. The Dean's combat ability is obviously not as good as Ergui's. I guess he is too busy running the hospital to fight monsters. The Soul Devourer laughed at the two monsters who were in a slump. They are just so-so. Catching two fierce monsters at once today is enough to make up for my previous mistakes. Come and die. It speeds up the frequency of attacks. The two Susan ghosts resisted hard. Ling Tian in the distance sighed, if we lose this battle, our entire plan will collapse, so no matter how dangerous it is, I have to go. To be honest, in this kind of battle, for him, a late-stage Ghost King, to go forward would be tantamount to seeking death. But for the future, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Ding! The host's determination to win has been detected. As a system, we cannot sit idly by. Rule shield activated. 1 system point will be deducted per second. If the host does not have enough system points, you can buy on credit. The system points rewarded in the future will be used first to repay the debt. To turn off the shield, the host can just recite it in his mind. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Ling Tian's mind like the sound of nature. As Ye Yu continued to digest, transform, and master the huge origin of the rules, his power of rules has become increasingly powerful. Now it is powerful enough to slightly change the rules and restrictions of this assessment world. This is no small improvement, but the help provided to the host is undoubtedly huge. For example, now, just by activating the system's rule protection, the host can be saved from death. Ling Tian was stunned for a moment before he calmed down. With the protection of the system, there is nothing to be afraid of. Just do it. He calculated in his mind the approximate system points that would be spent. If it's 1 point per second, that would be 86,400 points per day. Currently, he only has 10,000 system points. Fortunately, the system gave the opportunity to buy on credit. Ling Tian didn't think that it would take 10,000 seconds to kill the beast. He is just a ghost king. He cannot hurt the opponent in battle and can only provide assistance. As for how to assist, he quickly flew to the battlefield. Looking at Ling Tian, who suddenly broke in, the Soul Eater was stunned. Ghost King! Su Shan and the Dean were a little anxious and hurriedly stood in front of Ling Tian, fearing that the soul-devouring demon would attack Ling Tian. Sir, why are you here? Deputy Dean, just leave this to us. This kind of battle is not something you can participate in. The two ghosts looked solemn. I'm afraid it's going to be very bad this time. It was my fault this time. I underestimated this guy's strength. If we continue to fight like this, we will definitely lose. So I can only join the war. Don't worry about my safety, I have the means to protect myself. Ling Tian spoke. Then activate your own abilities. 2 red lines made of energy were wrapped around the wrists of the two ghosts. Great move. As the skills were activated, the injuries of the two ghosts recovered quickly. First. Bang. The soul-eating demon dodged and slapped the umbrella away, then slashed towards Ling Tian with one hand. The dean next to him was horrified and hurriedly tried to help Ling Tian take the blow. But unfortunately, the attack launched by the Soul Devourer was too sudden and too rapid. The dean had no time to block the attack. He could only watch helplessly as this horrific attack struck Ling Tian's head. No! The dean roared. Bang! The huge impact force caused Ling Tian to fall to the ground like a meteorite, raising a cloud of dust. Oh, so she's the wet nurse. I can't let her stay. The Soul Eater grinned, thankful for his quick reaction. It just said, how dare a mere ghost king come to the battlefield? As a result, when he saw Ling Tian starting to treat the two ghosts, he immediately launched a sneak attack. It is not an idiot that waits for the opponent to slowly recover from injuries and then protects the nurse to death. The umbrella that was knocked away also stabilized its body at this time. He stared at the Soul Eater with bloodshot eyes and clenched the black umbrella tightly in his hand. You deserve to die. The dean didn't care about the difference in strength between the two sides and rushed forward. The offensive was like a rainstorm. It did not resist but instead responded with injuries in return. How ridiculous! Now you have nothing to rely on. This farce will end with my victory. The Soul Eater sneered. The three ghosts started fighting again. This time the fight was even more ferocious. Su Shan and the Dean attacked the Soul Eater with no regard for their lives. At this time, there was a deep pit on the ground. Ling Tian sat safely in the center, watching the situation in the sky. Fortunately, there is a system to protect us, otherwise we would be doomed. Ling Tian chuckled, and then continued to use his magic hand skills along the red line that bound him. Su San and the Dean paused slightly during the battle, then increased the frequency of their attacks. Time passes by every second. The Soul Eater was also constantly injured by the two monsters' exchange of injuries. Damn it, that's disgusting. The Soul Eater cursed loudly, wanting to disgust it before dying. Well, once you are controlled by me, I will torture you too severely. But as time went on, the Soul Eater noticed something was wrong. I was becoming more and more exhausted, but how come the two ghosts, who were weaker than it, became stronger and more energetic the more they fought? Not good. Suddenly it seemed to understand something and looked towards the center of the deep pit on the ground. Suddenly there was a figure sitting there, waving at it with a smile on his face. Chapter 184. Because the red thread that Ling Tian used to bind the two ghosts' wrists can only be seen by the two people who bound them. That's why the Soul Eater didn't notice it in time. Now that it has fallen into decline, it is too late to realize that something is wrong. The balance of victory in this battle has begun to tilt. The soul-devouring demon was extremely angry. He dropped the two ghosts and rushed towards Ling Tian again. Only by killing the wet nurse can it have a chance to reverse the situation. Otherwise you'll be worn out to death here. Su Shan and the Dean rushed to intercept them. But the Soul Devourer has already made a desperate attempt and started to throw out his cards one after another. Soul Devouring Locking Domain. Imprison the sky. Traps the earth. Devour the soul. Lock the spirit. The Soul Eater's eyes glowed red. The sky and earth began to be obscured by dark chains. Chains are constantly shuttling around the space. Susan and the Dean who wanted to intercept were chained by chains on their hands and feet and were stretched out and trapped in mid-air. The two ghosts were anxious, but they couldn't break free from their restraints for a while. I can only pray in my heart that Ling Tian really has the means to protect himself. Ling Tian looked at the soul-devouring demon coming towards him without panicking. Instead, he rushed forward eagerly, wanting to fight with him to gain combat experience. But how could a mere ghost king be a match for the great evil? He was knocked away as soon as he made contact. Ling Tian tried to steady himself, but the next moment he was caught up by the Soul Devourer and knocked away again. This isn't a fight. Ling Tian cursed in his heart. He wanted to gain combat experience, but in the end he didn't even have a chance to attack. He was almost completely crushed and could only passively take the beating. For a moment, Ling Tian was like a ball, being hit back and forth by the soul-devouring demon. A long time. Hey, is this the time to die? The Soul Eater panted. To ensure that there was no chance of error, it used all its strength in every attack, launching more than several thousand attacks. Not to mention the Ghost King, even if the evil comes, everyone will die. Street. Ling Tian, who was in the pit in the distance, straightened up his body, and the churning stomach juice made him feel a little nauseous. Apart from that, let alone death, there were no injuries on his body. The Soul Devourer was dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ling Tian touched himself with his deft hands, and he felt much better. Looking at the dumbfounded Soul Devourer, he clenched his fists. Although he was invincible now, he was also annoyed by being tormented like this. Ling Tian pointed at the Soul Devourer angrily and said, "Just wait for me. When you die, I will take you in and torture you. Dean. Kill it. If you can't beat them yourself, you can only ask for help first." At this time, Susan and the Dean had already broken free from their restraints. He was also surprised to see Ling Tian being safe and sound. What kind of physical fitness is this? He can't even be killed even after being beaten like this. Don't look at me like that, I also spent a huge price. Ling Tian felt a little sad. The system clicked every second. It has been a day and a half since the fight began. This was a huge sum of money for him, who was a bit poor. Fortunately, after completing the task of integrating Chinatown, there is a reward of 1 million system points. That's good. Leave the rest to us. The two ghosts nodded. Continue to attack the Soul Eater. Ahem, just wait for me. I will be waiting for you in the underworld. Don't think that you will be relieved if you kill me. The Soul Eater made some cruel remarks before he died. The battle took a little over 3 days before the beast was finally killed. Ling Tian also consumed exactly 270,000 system points. Now he is penniless and still owes the system 260,000 points. The man and the two ghosts breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Ling Tian took out his notebook, and with a thought, all kinds of information about the Soul Devourer appeared on it. In this battle, Ling Tian had figured out the Soul Devourer's underpants. Contain. Call out. The Soul Eater's body turned into a beam of light and was sucked into the record book. The writing skills of the Ghost Saint Writer can only contain weirdness that is not much different from his own strength. But those are the living ones, the dead ones can be collected at will. There's no point in collecting it anyway, and it will die if summoned. Ling Tian took the creature in because he thought that the body of a fierce beast would definitely be useful in the future. At worst, you can just make it into a puppet. When your author's powerful skills are unlocked, you can edit it a bit and it will become another murderer. It's so delicious. Let's go. We can go back now. This guy is dead. The area of White Sands Lunatic Asylum can be included in our territory. Ling Tian spoke. The Dean nodded, activated his spatial ability, and returned to the Sacred Heart Hospital with the Ling Tian umbrella. The rest is easy. Send someone to take over White Sands Asylum. The new monster caught by the soul-eating demon was also cured by Ling Tian. Of course it's not Bai Ji. After all, I am your savior. It's not too much to ask me to stay and sign a contract of sale, right? As for the Baisha Lunatic Asylum building, Ling Tian simply had it demolished. The mental asylum is useless and does not help the development of Chinatown at all. Just call the ghost school bullies and build a Sacred Heart Hospital on the land of the mental asylum to expand the hospital's sphere of influence. The Dean was also watching with a smile. Unexpectedly, within a few months, his power had already begun to develop a second branch. All this is thanks to Ling Tian. I really did not invest in the wrong person. It was also thanks to Ling Tian that it was able to break through to the great evil level so quickly. Everything is moving in the right direction. Now 2/3 of Chinatown is under Ling Tian's control. Except for convenience store number 44, which could not be touched, all other places were quickly controlled by Ling Tian. Dean, have you read the medical books given to you? Ling Tian suddenly asked. It's more of an urging than a question. Ling Tian naturally knew whether he had seen it or not. If the Dean had seen it, he would have broken through to become a fierce Ghost King. Now his realm is still stuck at the late stage of Ghost King. So I can only find time to ask the Dean again. You mean that? I've been a bit busy lately and forgot about it. But there's no rush, I have plenty of time. The Dean shook his head. Ling Tian muttered to himself, if you are not anxious, then I am. Well, what have you been busy with recently? I've been handling a lot of things. As the director of the hospital, how can you not improve your medical skills? Do you expect me to stay in the hospital forever? You know I am not from this world, so I can't stay in the hospital forever. It's okay for ordinary patients, but if a patient with a special condition comes and I'm not here, you can't cure him. Wouldn't the reputation we have worked so hard to build up during this period be ruined? Ling Tian explained it with reason and moved them with emotion. In ancient times, Sun Quan encouraged people to study, and now people encourage people to study medicine. The vice president is right. I was slack. I will seize the time to improve my medical skills. The Dean nodded seriously. Because he also felt that what Ling Tian said was right, and that it was time to improve his medical skills, otherwise Ling Tian's good intentions would be in vain. Someone gave me a medical treasure, but I didn't take it seriously. I'm not a human being. It seems like I'm really not a human being. That's good. You have to study hard. I'm leaving now. Ling Tian left with satisfaction. Sure enough, not long after Ling Tian left, readers' feedback came quickly. After being stuck in the Ghost King realm for more than 2 months, he finally broke through and reached the initial stage of the evil realm. Chapter 185. Time flies. The time for Ling Tian to participate in this copy is almost over. In 3 days, this dungeon journey will be over. Under Ling Tian's leadership, Guangming High School developed rapidly. There used to be only 3,000 weird students in the school, but now the number has grown to 9,000. This is just the number of high school students. Along with the construction of teaching buildings, primary schools, junior high schools and high schools are recruiting students. More and more strange things are coming to Chinatown. As of now, the number of students in all schools has reached 30,000. After taking control of the rest of Chinatown, there were only 2 copies left that were not under Ling Tian's control. That is the number 44 convenience store and the 5-star hotel. Since there is not much time left, these 2 copies will have to wait until next time. 3 days passed in a flash. All people who participated in the copy were sent back to the real world. Congratulations on clearing the large-scale dungeon, Guangming High School. You will be rewarded based on your contribution. 200,000 career points. A strange voice sounded in Ling Tian's mind. Only 200,000? Never mind. It's still better than others. Thanks to Ling Tian's protection, the 300 people returned safely. Those who couldn't wait started bragging about their experience on the internet. They began to expose the big guys they met this time. In the internet age, information flows very quickly and was only exposed in the morning. It became a hot topic at noon. Some people pay homage to it, while others question the authenticity of the news. It's really that what everyone says is too mysterious. So far, humans have basically been struggling to survive in a strange world. How is it possible for a strange human being to appear and rule over a strange world? If they said that the one in charge was some low-level weirdness, they would still believe it. But according to those people's description, what Ling Tian conquered was a strange existence that was suspected to be the Ghost King. This is a little unbelievable to think about. However, once a video was leaked and it was verified that it was not fake, all doubts disappeared. The scene shown in the video is exactly the scene of Ling Tian and 10 Ghost Kings building a school. After all, Ling Tian didn't hide it on purpose, so everyone living in the school could naturally see it. There were also some people who carried digital products with them and recorded their photos. At this time, the protagonist naturally also saw the public opinion on the internet. There are only 3 months left. Ling Tian turned off his phone, without any emotion in his heart. After taking a nice bath and having a nice meal, I started to rest. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ling Tian, who was in the room, looked outside through the door. There were several men standing outside, but Ling Tian didn't recognize them. After a little thought, he opened the door. "Do you have anything to do with me?" "Comrade Ling Tian, we are sorry for disturbing you by coming here rashly. We are from the Yuling division. Yesterday we learned about your strength through online news. Now the world is in a state of survival. We would like to invite you to join the Imperial Spirit Division and work together to build and safeguard the safety of our motherland." A man spoke. Ling Tian understood what was said. So that's how it was. After all, my face was revealed in the video, so it wouldn't be difficult for the country to find me if they wanted to. Well, although I am patriotic, I know that I am not enough to change the current situation. As for your suggestion of joining the Imperial Spirit Division, let me think about it. Ling Tian replied. Several people looked at each other, knowing that this was an excuse, but they didn't want to give up as such a powerful talent had finally appeared in their country. "Comrade Ling Tian, we all understand what you mean. But at least give us some thought. How long do you need to think about it?" One person hesitated. 3 months, let's see what the world will be like in 3 months. Ling Tian reported a time. The worlds will merge in about 3 months, but he really doesn't know what will happen after the worlds merge. This was beyond his knowledge. What if after the world merges, everyone is randomly assigned to a strange world? In that case, is there still the concept of a country? In that case, can humanity's current power be reorganized in this strange world? This is also the reason why Ling Tian had no intention of joining the organization. Once all the big organizations today disperse, that will be the time when the bubble bursts. After a few pleasantries, everyone left. They reported Ling Tian's answer, and what happened afterwards was not their business, it was all matter for the top management to consider. For several days, Ling Tian did not receive any summons from the strange voice. This inevitably made him wonder if the world was about to merge and no longer summon people. Let's awaken our profession first. Ling Tian exchanged the 200,000 career points he had been awarded for 2 ghost career awakening opportunities. Congratulations on awakening your ghost profession, composer. Congratulations on awakening your ghost profession, painter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ghost profession, composer, triggering a 100-fold increase, and transforming into a ghost saint composer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ghost profession, painter, triggering a 100-fold increase, and transforming into a ghost saint painter. Ghost saint composer, you are proficient in all the music scores in the world. Your music fascinates the world and makes the weird tremble. Even a casual performance can make the weird obsessed and reduce their hostility towards you. Professional skills, rhythm of sound, grand performance, construction of sound. Audience, 0. Rhythm of sound, you can integrate attack into the song, or you can integrate healing into the song. Open with 100 audience members. Grand performance, after activation, the world is your stage. If anything that listens to your music recognizes your performance, you will gain 1/10,000th of its power. Starts with 10,000 audience members. Sound construction, for a composer, music is his world. You can use music to build your own domain space. Open with 1 million viewers. Ghost Saint Painter, you are proficient in all kinds of painting. All things are born under your pen. The strange admires your painting. Professional skills, copying, world in painting, embodiment. Fans, 0. Copy, you can draw a portrait of a weirdo. When you put up the portrait, the weirdo within a certain range will be fascinated by your portrait and lose all defenses. Unlocked when the number of fans is 100. World in the painting, 1 flower, 1 world, 1 leaf, 1 Bodhi. Each of your paintings can be regarded as a small world, you can freely shuttle in your paintings. Start with 10,000 fans. Materialization, you can materialize your paintings, but the materialization cannot exceed your own strength. Unlocked when the number of fans reaches 1 million. After reading the introduction of the 2 professions, Ling Tian didn't know what to say, just that they were awesome. Moreover, the skills awakened this time can be developed in the direction of combat, which just makes up for his shortcomings in this aspect. Although his strength has reached the level of being fierce, he does not have the abilities and special means like weird, like ghosts, etc. Having all the energy but no means to use it. Chapter 186. A few more days passed. Ling Tian finally waited for the call from the strange world. Congratulations on being selected for the dungeon survival. This dungeon is convenience store number 44. Number of people in the copy, 1. Mission, survive for 3 months. Reward, none. What the hell? What the hell? No reward for me. Ling Tian's eyes widened. This was very wrong. Since the risk factor for survivors in this instance is 0, there is no reward. Secondly, no one will return after this instance, so no one will enjoy the novice benefits in the last instance. The strange voice unexpectedly gave Ling Tian an explanation. Ling Tian's face turned solemn when he heard this. Is it true that he has come? This means that the worlds are about to merge. What does it mean to no longer provide benefits to newbies? Given the excellent performance of the survivors, I will give a simple answer. At the beginning of the world fusion, considering the inequality in the strength of the natives of both worlds, the weaker party will be given the opportunity to enter the other world in advance to experience survival. Once this period is over, the benefits will no longer be enjoyed, and the world of the weaker party will be merged into that world. Now that the benefits are gone, what about my remaining career points? He still has 10,000 career points remaining. Void. The strange voice replied. Hey? Void? Are you kidding? Ling Tian cursed, this was his hard-earned money. Survivors can also exchange for the currency of the strange world, 1 career point for 100 ghost coins, or exchange for career proficiency, 1 career point for 1 proficiency. The strange voice also felt that this was inappropriate, so it changed its strategy. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian didn't even think twice and directly asked him to exchange his 10,000 career points for 10,000 fans of his ghost saint painter. 1 million ghost banknotes were nothing to him. He could earn it back by simply treating a few ghost kings. He also owns several strange companies under his command and has no shortage of ghost money. 10,000 fans is not bad. It just happens to allow his ghost saint painter to activate 2 professional skills. As for why I exchanged for the ghost saint painter instead of the ghost saint composer, Ling Tian just wants to say that you are too naive. Audiences and fans are completely different things. The former are my audience as long as they listen to it, but the latter are my fans only if they are moved and recognize it in their hearts. In this way, it is easy to increase the number of viewers, but it is a bit difficult to gain fans. Soon, accompanied by a flash of white light, Ling Tian disappeared from the real world. Once you leave, you will never be able to return to the real world. As for the others, there are still 3 months before the world merges. The copy that each person participates in is different, and the time is also different, but when everyone completes the last copy, they will bid farewell to this world completely. Many people are unaware of all this and are still struggling in the strange dungeon. The scene changed. Convenience store number 44. The store manager looked at Ling Tian, who had been summoned, and was at a loss as to what to do. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to arrange an identity for me? Ling Tian frowned. It was the last dungeon anyway and there was no reward, so he just went through the motions. Brother, you really aren't here to mess things up? The store manager asked cautiously. Ling Tian showed an intriguing smile. Smash it, of course, but the time is not right yet. Let your convenience stores continue to operate for a while longer. Looking at Ling Tian's smile, the store manager almost cried. NND, the head office hasn't sent the Ghost King over yet, saying it would take a month, and it has wanted to resign for a long time. But the head office refused to approve it, saying that we have to wait for the new Ghost King store manager to come and take over. If he leaves without permission, he will be in trouble. There are wolves in front and tigers behind, so the store manager has not had a good rest during this period. Now the wolf has been summoned into your shop, what are you going to do with it? The store manager thought about it and finally came up with an idea, so he said, how about you become the deputy store manager first? Deputy store manager? That's fine. What kind of work do you usually do? Ling Tian thought it was good. No. Our store is very busy. The manager shook his head. Ling Tian looked around at the strangely crowded convenience store. Are you sure? This convenience store is doing good business. After all, there is only one convenience store and supermarket nearby, and Chinatown has developed rapidly in the past period of time. Many strange things have come to the Chinatown area, which has also driven the development of the local economy. With more cunning people around, the business of each store will naturally improve. Ahem. Anyway, you don't have to do anything, big brother. Leave it to me and other employees. If you have anything to do, you can leave at will. The store manager spoke up. How could it dare to order Ling Tian to do anything? It would be better to lead this giant Buddha to some other place. Anyway, there will be a new Ghost King store manager to take over its position in a month, and it can also get rid of the dispute and leave. Because it was in Chinatown, it had naturally seen the recent changes and heard some rumors, and understood the intentions of the big boss in front of it. So it doesn't want to be involved in the confrontation between the two forces and die as cannon fodder. In that case, I'll leave first. Ling Tian was also very satisfied, as he had nothing to do here anyway. It would be better to return to your base camp and continue your conquest plan. Brother, take care. If you have time, you don't have to come back. The store manager saw Ling Tian off and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, we have seen off this big Buddha. Just bear with it for another month and you will be out of this sea of suffering. Sacred Heart Hospital. Dean, have you finished the task assigned to you? In the office, Ling Tian asked while sipping tea. Well, I've done it during the few days you were away. I went to see the weirdness behind that 5-star hotel. In terms of strength, it should be at the beginning of the Great Fierce, slightly stronger than me. It agreed to talk to you. The Dean nodded. That's great, have you set a time? Ling Tian asked. Since your return time is uncertain, we haven't set a specific time. But since we don't have anything big to do, we can just go over there. The Dean said. Okay, let's go, and bring Susan along as well. Ling Tian stood up. It's better to be safe. I haven't tried to find out the other party's background too deeply before. The Dean nodded. So the man and 2 ghosts went to a 5-star hotel. Under the shocked gaze of the ghost manager, they were brought to the office of the fierce beast. Sit. Kevin Su gestured. Ling Tian didn't hesitate and sat opposite it with 2 ghosts. I already know your purpose for this trip. I know everything that has happened in Chinatown during this period. You want to annex this area, right? Su Kevin said slowly. That's right. Now all we need is your 5-star hotel and the number 44 convenience store. Ling Tian did not hide what was known to everyone. The power behind that convenience store is not to be trifled with. Su Kevin gave a reminder, and it was obvious that it also knew the power of Galaxy Supermarket. We have plans for all our actions, and Galaxy Supermarket is not a force we cannot offend. There are only 4 very fierce ones, and there are already 2 in my current team. Tell me your conditions. As long as the conditions for transferring the store are not too harsh, I will try my best to meet them. But if you ask for too much, I don't mind using force. Ling Tian said. Chapter 187. Su Kaiwen smiled slightly. Originally, nothing happened, and I would have guarded my own piece of land safely, but the world began to change suddenly, and I had some ideas. I know that I can't compete with so many mature forces on my own, but I see great potential in you. So I am ready to invest in you, just like the 2 people around you. When you achieve success in the future, you can let me take care of the hotel business. Ling Tian was a little surprised when he heard that. Are all the weirdos so easy to talk to nowadays? Are you willing to do this? You should know that you are a great evil, almost standing at the top of the weird world. Su Kaiwen shook his head. It's the top now, but it may not be the same in the future. I can sense that the world is advancing, so the blocked road will open sooner or later. I know my own potential very well, and the great disaster has come to an end. In this case, why don't I find a backer to fight for the possibility of future promotion? He looked at Ling Tian with burning eyes. Ling Tian couldn't help but admire Su Kaiwen's overall view and courage to take the risk. Okay. I agree to your request. I won't say any high-sounding words. When we look back on the past, we will know whether we are dragons or insects at a glance. Ling Tian stood up and stretched out his hand. Kevin Su followed closely and shook his hand, then I wish us a bright future. Yes. A negotiation ended here. The 5-star hotel also successfully became Ling Tian's property. The only thing left to conquer the entire Chinatown is convenience store number 44. But he did not choose to act now, but planned to wait until the last few days of the 3 months to occupy it directly with thundering means. This can also prevent Galaxy Supermarket from reacting and sending most of the monsters to provide support. This is what Ling Tian doesn't want to see. Only after integrating the power of Chinatown will he have the confidence to resist the revenge of Galaxy Supermarket. The man and the 2 ghosts returned to the Sacred Heart Hospital to plan the next arrangements. The 5-star hotel is still managed by Su Kaiwen as before. Vice President, what are you going to do next? The Dean asked. Let's keep the number 44 convenience store for now. We need to build up Chinatown during this period to form an economic closed loop. He doesn't need ghost money to practice, but weirdly does. The strength of your subordinates is the foundation of your power, so you cannot be careless about it. Oh? How do I do that? I don't really understand this. The Dean asked. It's very simple. We will create a business district based on the previous economic model. However, the profit model of the strange world needs to be changed. Schools are used to train talents and attract outstanding people from other places. As our hospital's reputation continues to grow, more and more patients will come to see us, and with more people, they will naturally spend money. Hotels provide accommodation, and shops and supermarkets sell goods. We also need to create the characteristics of Chinatown so that it can effectively compete with other places. Otherwise, if we just develop ordinary goods, others will be able to copy us. Only by mastering the core competitiveness can we suppress this tendency, bind the evil flow tightly to Chinatown, and form an economic closed loop. Ling Tian said a lot, which were basically mature economic models in the real world. Although it cannot be copied, if it is modified it will become a complete economic system. Core competitiveness? We don't have any special features. The only thing we can show off is your superb medical skills. The Dean sighed, it's not that easy. Ling Tian smiled mysteriously, leave it to me. Compared to before, he now has a lot of ghost professions, and it's time to take them out for a walk and form a harvesting system. Soon, under Ling Tian's arrangement, bookstores were built one after another. The books inside were all written by Ling Tian using the Ghost Saint writer, and they cover a lot of content. There is a manual providing instructions on strange cultivation. There is professional knowledge guidance in various fields of skills. There are also experiences in breaking through bottlenecks, etc. The Ghost Saint teacher profession is a treasure trove of knowledge, and the combination of the two makes it a powerful tool for earning points and making money. In addition to bookstores, galleries are also being established one after another. A series of exquisite and magical paintings are placed in it. People passing by can't help but appreciate the weirdness. Anyone who has appreciated the weird paintings in it will have some insights to a greater or lesser extent, and some of the more exaggerated ones will even achieve a breakthrough on the spot. This is the power of the Ghost Saint painter, who can incorporate all kinds of mysterious insights into his paintings. The experience of each painting is different, and the corresponding strange realm is also different. Every monster can find the painting that best reflects their current state of mind. Teachers, authors, and painters are all doing well, so composers are naturally indispensable. Ling Tian created and sold special music one after another. The magic contained in music is something strange and irresistible. Once the song enters your mind, you will be deeply immersed in it and unable to extricate yourself. When the song ended, the weirdos came to their senses and found that they had actually made a breakthrough. The impact made the monsters drop their jaws. Can you achieve breakthrough by listening to music? So what are you waiting for? Buy some more music and listen to it. The songs Ling Tian sells are all disposable consumables, which can prevent a song from being lost to circulation due to various reasons after it is purchased. He still understands the principle of cutting leaks. But even so, it still attracted many weird people who rushed to buy the songs. A large amount of ghost money flowed into Ling Tian's hands. The three treasures of the town have made Chinatown even more famous. Many of the strange things in the nearby areas couldn't wait to come and check it out in person. As soon as I entered Chinatown, I was deeply attracted by the mature supporting systems and novel experiences. The strange thing that came here immediately decided to settle down here. Go back? The place I was before is nothing compared to this place. It's so good here, there is everything, practicing is comfortable, and there are no powerful monsters to bully you, everything is in perfect order. There is no need to worry about getting sick, as the powerful medical system gives you a strange sense of security, and there are also various things to assist in improving your cultivation. This is simply a weird paradise. At this point, Chinatown's reputation was completely established. The number of weird people coming to Chinatown every day has increased several times. With more and more cunning people, it naturally led to the development of all business systems in Chinatown. A lot of paper money flows into the pockets of merchants, making them smile every day. Many businesses from other places realized that there was profit to be made and moved directly to Chinatown to do business. Ling Tian was naturally very welcoming to this kind of thing and even offered some policy benefits. Today's Chinatown has not yet developed into a mature business district system. The more people come to do business, the more diverse the goods will be to fill the gap. The most important thing is that as the business circle continues to make profits, the proficiency of his professional system has skyrocketed. He once tried to improve his proficiency, but it cost him his life. Now books are sold directly, paintings are displayed, and songs are released directly. Various proficiency levels increase by hundreds or thousands in minutes. Chapter 188. I can improve my proficiency just by lying down every day. I am so happy. I'm rich. I'm rich. This money is so easy to make. The dean stared in envy as he watched the huge amount of funds flowing in every day. Ling Tian smiled and said, "We are just getting started. Chinatown is just getting started. You know, capital is the most profitable. In Chinatown, we are the capital bosses, and all merchants are our workers." The dean laughed. It was indeed such a great feeling to be the local boss. Once you earn money, you naturally have to spend it. You don't have to be reluctant to spend it. Just use it for whatever you need for cultivation. Remember, maintaining power is not based on status, money, or connections like in the real world, but on strength. Strength. It's all strength. Ling Tian said excitedly. The ghosts nodded, thinking that what he said made a lot of sense. So they did not dare to slack off and began to practice vigorously. 2 months passed in a flash. After 2 months of development, Chinatown's reputation has been completely established. Even the strange areas far away have heard of the reputation and characteristics of Chinatown. Is it really as mysterious as the rumors say? Can one achieve a breakthrough by reading books, looking at paintings, or listening to music? Of course it's true. I went there to experience it myself. If we weren't so close, I wouldn't have come back to tell you and would have stayed there a long time ago. I came back now just to help you out because of our relationship. But I can't give up my shop here, right? Oh, why don't we just move there together? Many Gui moved their shops there to take advantage of the opportunity, and now they are making a lot of money. FK. Take a gamble. The strange creature gritted its teeth and headed to Chinatown with the shop. Such scenes happened all over the strange world. Naturally, this also attracted the attention of local strange forces, but they knew that the strange world was about to undergo a mutation, so they did not dare to act rashly at the critical moment and had to divide their own strength to investigate this. It is better to protect your own piece of land first. The safest way is to wait until the strange world stabilizes before taking action. After all, enemies of many forces are closely watching each other's every move. At this juncture, the slightest movement from the enemy would lead to a fight between the various forces. Chinatown. At this time, Ling Tian was thinking about what to do next. 2 months of development had unlocked skills in many of his professions. Number of patients treated, 240,000. Number of students, 70,000. Number of readers, 450,000. Number of viewers, 640,000. Number of fans, 210,000. The speed of improvement is really too fast. This is the benefit of economic development. Who among those who come to Chinatown would not read the books he wrote, look at the paintings he drew, and listen to the music he composed? People come here for this. Books cannot spread as widely as songs, and the same goes for paintings. As for the paintings, they look weird, but not everyone will become his fan. After all, there will be loss of fans after conversion. This is why the number of fans is less than the number of viewers and readers. But even so, Ling Tian was satisfied. This is already very efficient. With a few more months of development, you will be able to reach a proficiency of about 1 million. It's a good opportunity to make a name for myself while I'm still famous, so let's hold a music festival. Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Now is the best time for him to make a name for himself, and it is also his battle to become famous. Become famous in the weird world. Myth. In this way, when Gi sees his things, he will associate them with him. Then who will not offer him a cigarette when they see him in the future? Just do it. Soon Ling Tian ordered his men to get things done. Plus, since this is their own territory, the entire Chinatown became lively. Each of the monsters sensed that something was about to happen and began to inquire. Brother, what are you doing? Well, our boss is planning to hold a music festival, which will officially start in 3 days. Music festival? Whose music festival? The weirdos were confused. Whose? Don't you listen to it every day? This is just a weird sneer. From boss Ling Tian? Is it real or not? After all, Ling Tian's name was written on the song, and as people who buy songs every day, they were naturally familiar with it, and many of them wanted to meet this song master. Of course it's true, and he is the boss of our Chinatown, so if you want to grab a front row seat, you'd better come early, otherwise you'll be in the farthest line, and the experience may not be as good as the front row. This was revealed strangely. Where can I buy the tickets? I want to order the front row. Now the weirdos are excited, they don't want to miss this opportunity, and if they order more tickets, they can also make money by becoming scalpers, which is a sure chance to make a fortune. With Ling Tian's current reputation, they don't believe that this ticket can't be sold. Tickets? What tickets? There are no tickets for the festival. Come whenever you want. I still need to move some stuff. Make way, make way. Ling Tian's purpose in organizing the music festival is not to make money, but to attract fans and build a reputation. This monster stopped chatting, squeezed through the group of monsters, and left a group of shocked monsters behind. You're not selling tickets? They were very surprised, but since they couldn't make any profit from the price difference, they had no choice but to call their friends to come and grab the front row seats. Suddenly, news about a music festival being held in Chinatown began to circulate. At first, they were not interested in many strange things, but when they heard that it was a music festival organized by boss Ling Tian, they all rushed to Chinatown without stopping. During this period of time, the music produced and sold by Ling Tian has circulated to many places in the strange world. Therefore, as soon as the news was released, numerous fans came to the scene, wanting to catch a glimpse of Ling Tian, or at least to listen to his music live. 3 days passed in a flash. Chinatown is already overcrowded with weird things, and there are too many weird things coming. Ling Tian was also surprised to see the crowded scene outside. Judging from the number of his fans, there shouldn't be so many weirdos. But a rough estimate from outside is that there are at least 1 million weird ones. Fortunately, although Chinatown is just a street, the area is vast and can be considered a city. It is just named after the street that runs through the city. Looking at the strange mountains and seas outside, Ling Tian's eyes were burning. These are all my fans. The more tricks there are, the better. He's even afraid that there aren't enough of them. It just so happened that his second skill as Ghost Saint Composer was activated, which just happened to improve his strength. At this time on the other side, Su-san took a group of second-generation people to visit all the facilities in Chinatown. Thank you for the invitation, Brother Wuju. We have heard of your name recently, but we didn't expect you to organize such a grand festival. A group of fierce guys were chatting. They were all invited by Su-shan. After all, in Su-shan's eyes, the families behind them could help Ling Tian in the future. So invite them over, get familiar with them first, and build a relationship. It will be much easier to contact them in the future and save some trouble. No, I invited you here because I haven't forgotten what you asked me to do before. Fan Wuju smiled, his eyes twinkling. He still understands the ways of the world. Instead of asking his husband to take the initiative to help them solve their physical problems, it is better to let these second-generation people raise the issue themselves. Could it be that Brother Wuju is saying that the Master has agreed to help us heal our illness? The second generation's eyes lit up. Well, of course not, the Master doesn't know about this yet. But I'll be the middleman, and you can go to the Master for help. For my sake, the Master should agree. Fan Wuju said seriously. Chapter 189. Okay. Then after this music festival is over, I'll ask Brother Wuju to introduce Mr. to us. I also hope that Brother Wuju can say a few good words to Mr. The second generation said helplessly. Definitely, definitely. Fan Wuju laughed and continued shopping with the second generation. As time passed, it was time for the opening ceremony of the music festival. Ling Tian appeared in the center of the stage under the attention of everyone. All the weird looks were cast at him and looked him up and down. They were very surprised that the boss Ling Tian, whom they admired, was actually a human being, but when they felt that his strength was at the fierce level, it seemed reasonable. Ling Tian looked at the ghosts in the audience and naturally understood what they were thinking. As you can see, I am indeed a human. But humans also have their own cultivation methods. My strength is not at the top, but it is also in the second echelon of the weird world. The ghosts nodded when they heard this. This level of ferocity is very difficult to reach. Only Ling Tian, this cheater, seemed to have achieved it easily in a few months. If it were other people, it would be hard to say at which level they would be climbing. What I mean is that there is no need to worry about one's identity. In any world, strength speaks for itself. Ling Tian added. Okay, enough small talk. The purpose of hosting this music festival is actually to show my face in the weird world. By the way, I want to give back to my fans. Next, please enjoy the music festival. Gala performance. Ling Tian became serious and instantly activated his Ghost Saint Composer skills. For a moment, the entire Chinatown area was covered by the realm of sound. The stage is outlined by musical notes in an incredibly gorgeous way. Ling Tian waved his hand, and musical instruments appeared out of thin air. I believe you all know my several identities these days, but in addition to these identities, I have another identity, that is, the Ghost Doctor. Music can not only enlighten you, but also heal you. Then he activated his magic hand and rhythm of sound skills. As Ling Tian's hands plucked the strings, all the weirdness fell into a fantasy space. The crowd was mesmerized by the music, the rhythm of the notes sounded like the sounds of nature. After the song ended, the ghosts woke up from their dreams. Hiss, it looks like the minor injury I recently sustained has healed. One exclaimed strangely. Other strange things also checked their physical conditions. Almost all the minor ailments and injuries have been healed. The ghosts then understood the meaning of Ling Tian's previous words. Everyone looked at Ling Tian in the center of the stage with fanatical eyes. Keep going, this festival has just begun. Ling Tian started the prelude to the next song without saying a word. The ghosts also listened expectantly. Before we knew it, this grand performance came to an end. The audience left one after another. The music festival was a great success. The number of viewers alone was over 1 million, although there were many duplicates that were not counted. But it is enough to activate the third skill of the Ghost Saint Composer. This is the first million-level proficiency class in his Ghost class. It was the last to awaken, but eventually came out on top and became the first profession to be fully unlocked. Number of patients treated, 650,000. Number of students, 70,000. Number of readers, 450,000. Number of viewers, 1.23 million. Number of fans, 210,000. Thanks to this music festival, Ling Tian completed the treatment of hundreds of thousands of patients at one time. This is so efficient. It made him want to hold another music festival right away. But Ling Tian still held back, as now was not the best time. We have to wait until the momentum of this music festival is fully developed and our reputation is established. In addition, the day of world integration is coming soon, so it can only be postponed temporarily. In the office. Sir, these are my good friends. I invited them here because I want to ask for a favor. Fan Wuzhu introduced. Ling Tian looked at the second-generation people in surprise. He didn't expect that Su Shan actually knew so many fierce-level monsters. Looking at Susan who was giving him a hint with his eyes, he understood. Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh dumbly. This was a way to gain influence and make friends for himself. Not bad, not bad. Since you are a friend introduced by Brother Wuzhu, you are my friend of Ling Tian. Tell me how I can help you. Ling Tian served tea to Ji Gui. The second generation did not hide anything and stated their purpose. That's the situation. The music you just played has alleviated my condition, but it still can't cure it. The second generation said. This is also normal. My music is only used to treat some minor ailments, and the target population is still the general public. Naturally, it is not as effective as one-on-one treatment. And every strange disease is different, and each one needs to be treated with the right medicine. Ling Tian said bluffly. In fact, he can increase the therapeutic effect of the song. But that is meaningless, so it is better to just give a small favor. If a patient's condition is serious, he will come to treat him personally when he sees that he has such healing ability. In this way, Ling Tian can make them owe him a favor and use him for his own purposes. Isn't it beautiful? It's all calculation in the final analysis, and it always works out well. I hope you can treat us. I will reward you handsomely in the future. The second generation promised. The illness they suffer from is neither serious nor mild. It just keeps torturing them slowly and they can't do anything about it. It's a family disease. When one reaches this state, the disease will automatically occur. Each of the major families has means of suppression, but they are only temporary solutions and not a fundamental solution. The purpose of this trip is to see if the gentleman that Fan Wuzhu mentioned has the ability to cure their family disease. If so, they will treat Ling Tian as a guest of honor. Take him back to solve the illnesses of other ghosts in the family. Okay, let me treat you first. Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction. Start taking his pulse. In fact, it can be cured by just touching it, but that is too casual and does not demonstrate the superb medical skills at all. Instead, it makes them think that their illness is not serious, but they have not found a solution. That would be a waste of time. Ling Tian's concerns were not without reason, but they were still somewhat unnecessary. He didn't know how difficult this family disease was, otherwise so many large families wouldn't have been troubled by this disease for so many years. He had already found a solution by relying on the powerful strength of his own forces. After a while, Ling Tian finished taking the pulses of the second generation. I can cure this disease. The second generation's eyes lit up when they heard this. I hope you can help me, sir. Well, I promised you after all. Ling Tian smiled, and after all kinds of fancy medical treatments, he finally touched each of the second generations to activate his magic hand skills. All their illnesses were cured by Ling Tian. It's really cured. The second generation was very happy. Su Shan also saw the opportunity and said, well, don't forget the kindness of the gentleman. Of course. If you need us to do anything in the future, we will definitely do our best. The second generation said seriously. That's great. Ling Tian was very satisfied. He couldn't stop smiling after gathering so many fierce beasts at once. Chapter 190. The second generation exchanged glances for a moment and then said, in fact, we are not the only ones suffering from this disease. To be honest, sir, our family has always been troubled by this disease. Once we reach the level of Ghost King or above, the disease will flare up. They recounted every detail of their family's illnesses. So, we hope that you can come back with us and help our family get rid of this disease. The second generation begged. Ling Tian was surprised for a moment. No wonder he felt it was so strange just now. Why do these guys have similar illnesses? Turns out it's a family disease. After hesitating for a while, Ling Tian shook his head, I'm afraid not. I'm busy with work recently and can't get away. The second generation got anxious now, thinking that Ling Tian found it troublesome and wanted to shirk responsibility. Sir, please help us. Our family has a good background and will give you a generous reward afterwards. Ling Tian did not answer but gave Su Shan a look. The latter understood and said, well, it's not that the gentleman doesn't want to agree. It's just that he really can't get away right now. If he leaves Chinatown, it would be bad if something goes wrong. The second generation were very confused and looked at Su San to hear what the problem was. You may not know, but recently the master is tidying up all areas of Chinatown. But there was a problem, that is, convenience store number 44. After negotiating with it, the other party still did not give any face. You also know that Chinatown is under your control, but now foreign forces are reluctant to leave, and you are very troubled. After all, how can I allow others to sleep soundly under my bed? It's a pity that the other party has a powerful force behind him, and Sir doesn't dare to offend him easily. Fan Wuju said helplessly. The second generation looked at Ling Tian, who nodded to indicate that this was the reason why they could not go back with them. May I ask, who is the power behind the number 44 convenience store? Ling Tian suppressed his grin and said in distress, alas, according to our investigation, it is a large force called Galaxy Supermarket. There are 4 powerful villains behind it. I cannot afford to offend a force of this level. The second generation narrowed their eyes slightly, so it's this. They have also heard of this force, which is considered a pretty good overlord. If they were to confront them as a family, they would have to be cautious. But now their interests are tied together, so there is naturally nothing to be afraid of. So it's not that Mr. doesn't want to help you, but he is just too busy right now. I guess he will go back with you when he solves this problem. Fan Wuju cooperated. Okay, Brother Wuju, you don't need to say anything else. We know what to do. The second generation are not fools, so they naturally know the hints of one person and one trick. They simply want to use them to eliminate this force. Ling Tian also spoke to reassure them, as long as I solve this problem, I will go back with you to solve the family disease problem. Having said that, if they still don't understand, Ling Tian can only tell them not to bother or get involved. So the second generation said goodbye and left without saying a word. Ling Tian looked at their backs and said, do you think they can solve the problem of Galaxy Supermarket? Su Shan smiled and said, don't worry, sir, I know a thing or two about their family's background. There are 1 or 2 fierce beasts in every family, so this time they have united their families, and the Galaxy Supermarket is nothing more than that. This time, I am grateful for Brother Wuju's introduction. Otherwise, this hot taro would be hard to chew. Ling Tian thanked him. Sir, you are too kind. I have placed all my hopes on you, so I will naturally do my best. So I have no choice but to do this. Fan Wuju shook his head. Ling Tian was stunned when he heard this, and then he laughed. It seems that even at the level of great evil, one can feel the fusion of the worlds. You won't be disappointed. At this time, the second generation had returned to the family and told the elders what had happened to them. Is this true? A group of powerful weirdos sitting on high seats looked at their juniors and asked. If the elders do not believe me, they can personally check the physical condition of the younger generation. The second generation replied. The elders looked at each other, and for the sake of caution they stepped forward to check on the physical condition of their younger generations. Hi! It's finally solved! An elder of the tribe said in surprise. Other elders also stepped forward to investigate. The younger generation naturally doesn't dare to joke about such things. The second generation held its head high and thought that if this matter was handled well, its status within the clan would be greatly improved. Every family has direct and collateral branches, and he is one of the direct branches. But its parents don't have a high status in the clan, and it is not treated well on a daily basis. You did a good job on this matter. I will discuss it with those old men later. The clan leader, who had been sitting still, opened his eyes and said. Then I will take my leave first. The second generation was very happy. The patriarch had already spoken, so there was no need to talk about the reward after the task was accomplished. Go ahead. The patriarch waved his hand. This scene also happened in several other families. Soon the patriarchs of each family gathered together after communicating with each other. Also present were the top leaders of various families. This scene is truly rare in a century. I believe that everyone is aware of the purpose of this gathering. From what I, a junior, have told you, the gentleman's abilities are quite reliable. A clan leader broke the silence and said. Yeah, I think the same thing. We can put aside our current little dispute and unite together. Another patriarch expressed his opinion. It's just Galaxy Supermarket, there's nothing to be afraid of. If we help that gentleman solve this problem, we won't have to worry about the illness anymore. I don't need to explain the pros and cons, right? The other clan leaders also expressed their opinions one by one, and they all thought it was feasible and could be done. So what should we do? Should we warn Galaxy Supermarket to leave Chinatown, or? Hey! Just a warning won't solve the problem at all, let's just destroy it. A clan leader expressed his opinion. That's right. What's the point of warning? Won't they take revenge on you in the future? You will definitely be dissatisfied if we do things this way. So we'd better kill them once and for all. That's fine with me. I agree. Well, then let's destroy the Galaxy Supermarket. So a siege against the powerful forces of Galaxy Supermarket began to be planned. There are 7 families involved. Since we are planning to kill them all, we will naturally prepare to kill them all, so as to prevent some rats from escaping and being retaliated against in the future. The 7 families each sent out 2 great beasts, 10 fierce beasts, and 100 ghost kings. They all attacked the headquarters of Galaxy Supermarket silently to avoid leaking the news. The 4 fierce beasts in Galaxy Supermarket were completely unaware of all this. And more than 100 chain supermarkets under its control were also destroyed by other strange people sent by the 7 major families. What we want is to eradicate the roots. Chapter 191. Some people may think that Galaxy Supermarket is a bit innocent. They clearly didn't do anything harmful to the world, but ended up like this. This kind of thought is not worth thinking about. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, what does it have to do with you if you are destroyed? Power wants to develop, civilization wants to progress. Then it is necessary to constantly plunder resources to strengthen itself. Galaxy Supermarket has not made any big mistakes now, but when the other party becomes stronger, will it abandon its vast territory? Will it be willing to live in a small area and become its own local tyrant? If I don't destroy you now while you are weak, when you surpass me, I will be the one who dies. The strong never ask about right or wrong, because only the winners are qualified to define whether something is right or wrong. At this time, the 7 major families have already started the siege of Galaxy Supermarket. Faced with this sudden and fierce encirclement, the 4 fierce beasts of Galaxy Supermarket were very confused. But the 14 fierce beasts from the 7 major families would not explain anything and would just kill with their attacks. 14:4 The crushing situation caused the 4 fierce beasts to collapse mentally. They couldn't figure out when they had offended these monsters and why they wanted to kill them. The noise of the fight naturally alarmed all the forces nearby. Everyone paid attention and watched. As for offering help, don't joke, it's good enough that you don't add insult to injury at a time like this. A copy of a nearby amusement park. Zhang Yongheng was stunned at the spectacular scene outside. What's going on with the system? Are the worlds going to merge? Are there conflicts between the forces? As the owner of the system, he naturally knew this inside story. There is less than a month left before the world fusion, the host should hurry up and improve his strength. The sign-in system responded. I wanted to, but the things you give me are all external things. When will you give me something to improve myself? Zhang Yongheng sighed. Every time I sign in, I either get ghost money or strange servants or something like that. Although with these he got a lot of career points and unlocked 3 career skills. But his ghost profession did not get a 100-fold increase like Ling Tian's. It can only be regarded as an ordinary ghost profession, and there is no skill to improve strength. The sign-in system is a bit speechless. Do you think I don't want to? But in this assessment world restricted by system rules, things obtained by signing in cannot be obtained in secret, and even it is difficult to continuously improve the quality of the things obtained. Host, just be content. If you were in any other system, you wouldn't have the foundation you have now. This system is the most powerful plug-in in the system world. The host can easily obtain things without doing anything. It is not as tiring as other systems. The sign-in system boasted. Other systems? Zhang Yongheng was stunned. Yes, there is a hostile system to this system in this world. The host must find his host as soon as possible and kill him. The sign-in system responded. Why didn't you tell me earlier? System, I'm panicking now, you know that. Zhang Yongheng felt a little panicked. I thought I was the protagonist of this world because I was bound to the system, but now you tell me there is another system. Moreover, my current strength is very weak. What if the opponent's host is already very powerful? Ding! Host, don't panic. The other party is definitely not developing as fast as us. The sign-in system said confidently. I'm a little skeptical. After all, I'm only as powerful as a ghost now, and the strongest servant I have is just a fierce one. Look at the fighting outside, it's clearly more than a vicious level. Zhang Yongheng pointed outside and said. Faced with the host's questioning, the sign-in system got angry. Doesn't it have any face? Ding! The host actually dared to question the system. The fight outside has nothing to do with the other host. There is no connection between the two at all. Okay, okay. Zhang Yongheng curled his lips. The sign-in system was furious. In this case, it would have to spend some money. Ding! The host's sign-in opportunity for today has not been used. Sign in then. Zhang Yongheng didn't care. Anyway, it was either paper money for the dead or external objects like slaves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the art of controlling evil. Controlling the evil, the user can let the evil under his command enter his body, completely inheriting the evil's strength and ability. Note, if the user's strength is lower than the fusion evil, he can only fuse 1, but if the user's strength is higher than the fusion evil, he can fuse 5. Zhang Yangheng's eyes lit up. It's actually shipped. Well, system, I take back what I said before. You are indeed the strongest system, so give me more of this stuff. Humph. Of course. The sign-in system was overjoyed by the praise, and it was worth it that it spent some of the origin of the rules to pry open the restrictions of the rules. This increased the reward level and specified the categories of items. However, in this case, it cannot be used infinitely. It didn't plunder much of the origin of rules to begin with, so it couldn't withstand the consumption. But in order to kill its own kind that was chasing it, it was willing to risk it all. As long as you kill the opponent and absorb it, it will be a profitable deal. Speaking of the system, where exactly is the authority in this area? Zhang Yangheng asked. The approximate range has been locked, it should be in this amusement park. So the host should conquer this amusement park as soon as possible. It's useless to subdue them. The forces in this area are too strong. I can't intervene at all. He was helpless because his birthplace was in this area. Since then, the copies have been refreshed here, and with the help of the system, survival is not a problem. But forget about conquering any forces, he hasn't grown to that point yet. The only thing worth being happy about was that he signed in several times and obtained the property certificates for school district housing in an area. It can be considered as having a place to stay in this strange world. This is also his last copy. After it is over, he will move into his own school district house and then continue to expand his territory. Host, do not need to worry. The authority will only appear for a moment and will not make much noise. At that time, we only need to set up a barrier to hide the news of authority. When the host becomes strong enough and conquers this area, we can wait for an opportunity for authority to appear and merge. Zhang Yangheng's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he felt that what the system said made sense. The influence of this amusement park is not very strong in this area. The boss behind him was just a ferocious monster, so he was not panicked at all. So he stopped paying attention to what was happening outside and started concentrating on conquering this copy. At the same time, the 4 fierce beasts in Galaxy Supermarket were facing siege and were already in a desperate situation. Before we die, we just want to know why you are targeting us like this? We don't even remember offending you. The 4 fierce eyes showed reluctance. You don't need to know. I won't answer the mysteries of the 7 major families. Keeping my mouth shut is the right way to avoid future troubles. Just like that, the 4 fierce beasts died unwillingly. Chapter 192. The forces watching the battle around side. Galaxy Supermarket was a powerful force in this area, but it was destroyed overnight. It really surprised them. At this point they also came to their senses and became afraid that this unknown force would attack them. Everyone became alert. However, the weirdness of the 7 major families obviously does not have such a meaning. They are not fools. If we attack them now, the surrounding forces will surely band together for warmth. By that time, when they unite, they will be stronger than the 7 major families. Now that Galaxy Supermarket has gone bust, what should we do with the remaining industries? One of the clan leaders spoke up to discuss. They only eliminated all the people in power in Galaxy Supermarket, but did not take any action against the grassroots workers. The same is true for its supermarket and convenience store chains. Only kill those in power, so that the industrial chain of this force can be well preserved. Well, it's useless for us to keep it, why not give it to Mr. A clan leader spoke up. Ling Tian, hey, you've taken the easy way out. I think it's a good idea. After all, our respective industries are not here and are a bit far away and difficult to control. It would be better to give it to you as a favor. That way, if you need treatment for any illness in the future, you won't be able to refuse us. It's a good deal. The other clan leader nodded in agreement. I agree. +1. The other clan leaders all agreed to the deal. So they started to pack up all the title deeds and ownership rights of the industrial chain of Galaxy Supermarket. 3 days passed. The second generation found Ling Tian with a bunch of things. "Sir, we have completed your request. Here is the title deed and property ownership of Galaxy Supermarket." Looking at the pile of things, Ling Tian was very surprised. "Isn't this too efficient? Are you sure you want to give me these things? You don't have any requirements?" Ling Tian asked. Naturally, he was very greedy for these things, but there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. So ask clearly first. The second generation smiled at each other and said, "These things are indeed for you, sir. This is the unanimous decision of our family's patriarchs. After all, we still hope to make friends with people like you." Ling Tian understood. It turned out that he was trying to do someone a favor. What is the hardest thing to repay? Favors. This thing cannot be quantified, and there is no quantitative standard yet. But Ling Tian didn't consider these things. If he owed someone a favor, then he owed them. It was up to him to decide whether to repay it or not. And he doesn't worry about not being able to pay it back. So he accepted this gift with peace of mind. "I'll take the things. Give me 1 day to help you with what you asked me to do before, and I'll go back with you," Ling Tian said. Now that Galaxy Supermarket has been demolished, there is no need to keep convenience store number 44. "Okay, then we'll wait here, sir." The second generation also knew that Ling Tian was going to deal with the remaining matters, so they were not in a hurry. It would only take 1 day anyway, so they could wait. Soon, Ling Tian left Sacred Heart Hospital and came to convenience store number 44. "Welcome." A waiter welcomed. "Don't welcome me, I'm here to chase away evil spirits. Call out your store manager." Ling Tian waved his hand. The noise outside attracted the store manager inside. "I'm the manager of this convenience store. What can I do for you?" The Ghost King store manager frowned. Because of the aura emanating from Ling Tian, it didn't dare to get angry. "Are you the store manager?" Ling Tian was stunned when he saw the unfamiliar Ghost King store manager. It seemed that the previous Ghost General had resigned. "Forget it, it doesn't matter. This store is my property now. You can take your luggage and leave." "Why?" Convenience store number 44 is obviously owned by Galaxy Supermarket. "Although you are stronger than me, you cannot offend the people behind me." The Ghost King store manager was angry. Ling Tian didn't want to go on any pretentious or face-slapping plot, so he threw the industrial certificate in its face and started to chase it away. A moment later, the Ghost King store manager stood outside the door with a confused look on his face. How come the store suddenly changed hands less than a month after it was transferred here? What about Galaxy Supermarket? It reluctantly contacted the headquarters of Galaxy Supermarket to ask for an explanation. But in the end, there was no answer at all. All those in power have been killed, so who can contact it? After Ling Tian took over convenience store number 44, he ordered his people to tear it down and rebuild it. This convenience store is still too small, so he wants to build a bigger one. The second thing is to arrange personnel to take over the Galaxy Supermarket headquarters, as well as its chain supermarkets and convenience stores. Hiss, there are too many stores, not enough staff. Ling Tian started to have a headache. Moreover, he doesn't have many confidants, and he is not at ease letting a stranger or a strange person take power. He returned to the Sacred Heart Hospital and called Suishan and the Dean. "I called you here to discuss the newly acquired Galaxy Supermarket. Since I don't have many trusted men, I don't have enough manpower to take over the rest of the business. I want to ask what you think." Ling Tian spoke. The Dean and Suisan looked at each other and shook their heads. The director is no longer able to manage the hospital, and as for Suishan, he is just a playboy. "I have a lot of friends, but when it comes to delegating power, I feel a little overwhelmed. Ling Tian felt a bit of a headache when he saw this. Brother Wuju will be in charge of Xing supermarket for the time being. Fan Wuju nodded helplessly. This was the only way now. The dean is tied up here, so he is the only one we can count on. I will call Madame Hong over to assist you later. During this time, you should also cultivate some confidence. Things are no longer the same as before, you must learn to manage your power and cultivate your confidence. Ling Tian rubbed his temple. I understand. Fan Wuju nodded. He had been used to being dissolute in the past, but now that he was ready to follow his master to build an empire, he had to pay attention to this aspect. Ling Tian took out his mirror and contacted Madame Hong. Madame Red sensed the call and did not delay, and soon came to them through the mirror. What is the matter with you, sir? Madame Red chuckled. It's very important. Seeing the serious expressions of the two ghosts, Mrs. Red also put away her playful mood and sat down. Ling Tian recounted what had happened during this period so that Madame Hong would have a general idea. I repeated what I just said. That's the situation, so I plan to let you and Brother Wuju take over Xing supermarket together, and train your confidence to control its industrial chain. This is related to my future expansion process, and that area must be steadily taken over. This way I can use this springboard to enter other areas of the strange world in the future. Ling Tian said. The industrial chain under Galaxy Supermarket is widely distributed, which greatly facilitates Ling Tian's future expansion. Galaxy Supermarket stores are like nails, driven into every area. In the future, he only needs to continue to expand his stores and conquer the region. So he couldn't be careless about this matter. Madame Hong nodded when she heard this and said solemnly, since you trust me, I won't let you down. Then it's settled. I will go back with the second generation to solve their family disease problem. The dean will be in charge of Chinatown for the time being. I will be back as soon as possible. Ling Tian slammed the table. Chapter 193. The next day, Ling Tian followed the second generation to their family home. After a long journey, the group arrived in the Jiangnan area. The mystery of the 7 major families has been waiting here for a long time. Under their leadership, Ling Tian entered their sphere of influence. The 7 clan leaders also showed up and chatted with him. I have heard of your great name for a long time. I hope you can help me solve the family disease that has troubled me for a long time. I don't deserve the title, but this is the purpose of my trip. Since I have treated your family's disciples before, the next treatment will be much faster. How do you plan to proceed? Ling Tian said. The 7 clan leaders looked at each other and said, let's start with the side branch. Although there have been previous successful cases, as old foxes, they are still prepared to wait and see to ensure that there are no mistakes. Ling Tian was speechless, and understood what they meant. But this is their family's internal matter, so he can't say anything. So under the arrangement of their respective clan leaders, the members of the collateral clan lined up one by one to receive Ling Tian's treatment. This time, Ling Tian didn't use any fancy treatment methods. After all, he had just given them a shot of prevention, accompanied by the activation of the skill of Magic Hand. Every time a monster is touched, the family disease in the body will be cured instantly. Is that all? The 7 clan leaders were very surprised. It will be much easier with experience. Next one. Ling Tian sneered. So one by one, they all recovered miraculously under Ling Tian's treatment. The respective clan leaders also secretly checked the physical conditions of their collateral relatives. After finding out that he was indeed cured, he couldn't help but admire Ling Tian's superb medical skills. It took more than a day for Ling Tian to treat all the direct and collateral branches of the 7 major families. The worst family weirdness is the red-clothed evil ghost. 4,000 people in red were treated. Ghost General 2,100. There are 1,000 ghost kings. The unlucky number is 105. These strange things also brought Ling Tian good feedback on his strength. But it was still not enough for him to break through, and his realm was still at the initial stage of fierceness. He couldn't help but licked his lips and looked at the 7 clan leaders. These are all very evil, and it is said that there is more than one in one family. Once they are treated, a breakthrough is a sure thing. Everyone, it's your turn. Ling Tian reminded. After seeing that Ling Tian's treatment was successful, the clan leaders felt relieved. Everyone received treatment with peace of mind. Soon, Kigi's family disease was also cured. Sir, there are 2 other great elders in the family who are also ill. I will call them over for treatment. A clan leader spoke up. No need, we're already here. Another 14 fierce beasts arrived. After all, for such a big thing, they have been secretly observing the results. Seeing that the clan leaders were fine after treatment, they all rushed over impatiently. Ling Tian looked at them with fiery eyes. He had thought that there would be at most 2 fierce beasts in one family, but he didn't expect there would be 3. Well, let's get started. Ling Tian urged. After another round of hard work, all the strangeness of the 7 major families was finally cured. Ling Tian's realm also broke through the early stage of fierceness and reached the late stage of fierceness. After all, it is only 1 in 10,000 feedback, and it is very good that the 21 great beasts can be improved so much. The greatest contribution goes to the last 14 great beasts. Their realm is definitely at the late stage of great beasts, otherwise it would not be possible to improve so exaggeratedly. Mr. S medical skills are so superb that they are rare in this world. The 14 great beasts complimented after they recovered. Talents like this must be won over. No, there's no need to be so polite. If you need treatment for any illness in the future, just call me at Sacred Heart Hospital. Ling Tian smiled with his lips but not his eyes. It's just a matter of mutual benefit, he also wants to make friends with these 7 families. So Ling Tian was warmly entertained by the 7 major families for 3 days. He said that he had important matters to deal with at home, and finally said goodbye to them and returned to Chinatown. Before leaving, the patriarchs of the 7 major families also gave Ling Tian their contact information. To facilitate future contact, Ling Tian naturally would not refuse and accepted it with peace of mind. There are only 3 weeks left until the world merges. Ling Tian returned to Sacred Heart Hospital and estimated the time in his heart. At this time, Chinatown has been completely integrated by him, and the time will come when he only needs to go to the back mountain of Guangming High School to guard the power in the world. The music festival held last time is also continuing to ferment in the weird world. A large number of strange people came to Chinatown to see if the rumors were true. After entering Chinatown, I was attracted by the various facilities inside and was restrained. After experiencing them all, I can't wait to go back and call my friends to come along. It was really the songs, books, and paintings sold by Ling Tian that brought a lot of weird people great benefits. This is how this situation came about. Therefore, Ling Tian's proficiency in each profession is also growing rapidly with the passage of time. Over at Xing Supermarket, news also came from Susan. After several days of management recruitment, the store was finally able to resume normal operations. By the way, now that we can open for business, I can also use the industrial chain of Galaxy Supermarket to export my works to other regions. Ling Tian slapped his forehead and reacted. So he rushed to create his own work. The body is directly transformed into a ruthless industrial machine. Ling Tian continuously created one piece of music after another and painted one picture after another with great vigor. Books are even simpler, one idea can bring up a whole bunch of them. But this was too much for his mental strength. Professional skills are not without consumption. With such crazy mass production, even a donkey would be exhausted. Soon, Su Shan also received the things sent by Ling Tian. So they sent people to start selling the product in stores under Galaxy Supermarket. As soon as the thing was released, it was snapped up by weirdos. During this period of time, Ling Tian has become completely famous in the weird world. When they heard that the store was selling books of Boss Ling Tian's songs, they all rushed to the store to grab them. I'm afraid I won't be able to buy it if I go too late. As for the portraits, Ling Tian did not sell them. Instead, he asked Su Shan to place some of the portraits in each store for everyone to appreciate for free. This has also created a phenomenon where all Galaxy supermarket stores are packed every day. There are very few supermarket tricks from other forces. Many forces were dissatisfied when they saw this, but due to the strength of the 7 major families in the past period of time, they did not dare to act rashly and could only wait and see for the time being. The clever and weird rulers have already started sending ghosts to Chinatown to contact Ling Tian, asking if they can act as his agent to sell things. Ling Tian accepted everyone who came, as now was a perfect time for him to improve his proficiency. So we took out some of the things and asked them to sell them to other areas. In a short time, Ling Tian's professional proficiency increased rapidly. As his works became more popular, his reputation grew. There is a trend that he will become the new generation of national idol in the weird world. Ling Tian is also very busy every day, but for the sake of professional proficiency, he can only force himself to work ruthlessly. Chapter 194. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. There is only half a day left until the world merges. During this period of time, all of his ghost professions except the ghost saint teacher were upgraded to the maximum level, and all the skills of the profession were successfully unlocked. Ling Tian came to the back mountain of Guangming High School and waited. He also ordered his men not to let other monsters get close. Time passes by every second. Ling Tian stayed up until midnight. It was midnight as the bell in the teaching building rang. The entire strange world began to be in violent turmoil. At this time, the space in the back mountain began to fluctuate. A mysterious symbol was suspended in the air, appearing and disappearing. Ding! Host, seize the opportunity to merge. Once the world stabilizes, the authority will be hidden again. Yu reminded. Ling Tian did not dare to delay, he flew forward and grabbed the symbol in the air. Release your spirit and bind your soul. Yu commanded. Ling Tian quickly followed the steps instructed by the system. I don't know how much time has passed. The turbulent strange world settled down. Ling Tian also slowly opened his eyes. The power in this Chinatown area has already been taken into his pocket. In his perception, the power of heaven and earth in this area can be mobilized at will. Nothing in the city escapes his surveillance. Other functions of authority still need to be discovered slowly. Why do people in novels become much stronger after absorbing this kind of stuff, but I don't get any improvement at all? Ling Tian asked the system doubtfully. Authority is only the embodiment of the rights of this world, not a means to enhance strength. However, possessing this power will greatly increase your understanding of the world. In layman's terms, it means that you can easily break through a realm that was difficult to break through before with this kind of understanding, which increases your potential and can be regarded as a disguised improvement of your strength. Yu explained. Ling Tian understood, packed up and returned to Sacred Heart Hospital. The real world at this moment. 1 minute before the world merges. The fusion of the worlds begins. 1 minute later, everyone will be randomly assigned to a strange world. And this world will also become nutrients for the strange world, expanding the area of the strange world. The strange voice sounded in the mind of everyone who had not yet entered the strange world. The mutation happened so quickly that people didn't have time to react. By the time they came to their senses after the shock, they had already been spread to every corner of the strange world by the strange power. The real world also began to collapse, and was greedily absorbed by the strange world. As time goes by, the world bubble of the real world continues to shrink, while the world bubble of the strange world continues to grow. In the end, the world bubble of the real world turned into nothing and disappeared into the heavens and myriad worlds. A small world fell. Looking from afar in the heavens, you can see that the world bubble of the real world is just one of the world bubbles surrounding the strange world. After devouring the real world, the strange world began to merge with the world next to it. By the way, what's going on in the real world now? He was in the last copy and had no chance to return to the real world. Now he had no idea what the real world was like. Ding! The host's real world has been swallowed up and absorbed by the strange world. The fusion of the worlds has always been within Yeyu's perception, so he naturally knows the process of devouring. So how are the others? With high probability, they are randomly distributed in every corner of the strange world. Ling Tian sighed when he heard this. In this case, the safety of mankind would be in great danger. It's not that he is too sanctimonious. After all, they are of the same tribe, so naturally he hopes that the tribe will develop well. It's a pity that he doesn't have the ability to turn the tide by himself now. Ling Tian called his men over. Go and see if there are any signs of humans in Chinatown. If you find any, gather them together and wait for me to come and take a look. Yes. So the entire Chinatown was mobilized under Ling Tian's command. The humans who had just been randomly assigned to Chinatown were all found by the weirdness and gathered in the central square. A large crowd looked at the strange scene surrounding them with fear and anxiety. The timid ones have already started crying. Some smart people, seeing the strangeness of not attacking them, calmed down and thought about the reason. Soon all the humans in the city were gathered together. There are as many as 3,000 of them. Ling Tian got the news and rushed here to observe. With just one glance, you can see the whole situation. They are all from Huaxia, but no one with a ghost profession was found. It seems that the chance of career awakening is very small, and it is even more difficult for ordinary people to awaken by accumulating career points later. Ling Tian waved his hand, and a strange creature next to him walked forward. My lord, what do you want me to do? Go register everyone and issue ID cards. Then register all the weirdos in Chinatown. In the area under my jurisdiction, there will be no undocumented vagrants, and no random injuries or harm will be allowed, understand? Ling Tian ordered. The weirdos on the side understood everything. After all, before they became weirdos, they were all human beings and naturally understood the real world. So the action was very swift. The entire identity system was developed in just one day. Within 3 days, all the strange creatures had their identities registered, and identity cards were issued to humans who came to Chinatown, allowing them to live in Chinatown with peace of mind. It also provides them with a temporary place to live. Of course, they don't live there for free, but rather they are asked to work in their own stores as laborers. The screen is given to another system host. System, do you think I should change to another region for development? Zhang Yongheng began to doubt his life. He had already completed the previous amusement park copy, and waited for the emergence of authority. Unfortunately, he did not have the power to unify this area, and he could only watch power appear and then disappear. Host, don't worry, your development will definitely surpass that of another system owner. The sign-in system comforted him. Think about your current strength, host. As long as you integrate the weirdness, you can reach the level of fierceness. This strength is quite explosive in the entire weird world. As long as you don't provoke the first-tier fierce ones, you will have no obstacles in the weird world. Zhang Yongheng was also fooled by the system and felt that what the system said made sense. In less than a year, he has grown to this point, so strong. But I still want to improve my own strength. Apart from giving me some good things last time, you haven't given me any more. You are too stingy. The sign-in system is a bit speechless. Do you think I don't want to? But it only had so many origins of rules to snatch in the sequence battle, and using them to pry open the restrictions of the rules here would be a complete waste of resources. Ding! It's almost time. Today the host will get something good. The sign-in system gritted its teeth and decided to invest half of the origin of the rules. Zhang Yangheng's eyes lit up when he heard this. What are you waiting for? Sign in now. He hasn't used today's sign-in opportunity yet. Chapter 195. Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the devouring trickster. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 ferocious and strange servants. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fierce and strange servant. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ownership of an entire building. FK. The system loves you so much, you are definitely the strongest system. Zhang Yangheng was very excited. This sign-in reward is so generous. And a big fierce servant appeared. This greatly helped him conquer other forces. The most important thing is the first reward, devouring trickery. Devouring the weirdness, you can devour the weirdness and digest it. After digestion, you can gain 1% of the weirdness to enhance your own strength. Note, do not devour the weirdness that is several levels higher than your own, and do not devour too many weirdness at one time, otherwise you will suffer a serious backlash. He finally has a way to improve his own strength. And he had so many weird slaves in his hands, he only needed to send the slaves out to capture the weird things for him to devour. So he immediately sent his weird slaves out to catch the weird. Start with catching the evil ghost in white first. If it is too powerful and weird, you may not be able to absorb it and suffer backlash. After the worlds merged, the strange world obviously changed. There is a large piece of unowned land in the area near Chinatown. Ling Tian was also decisive and sent Gui to occupy and annex the place immediately. With the help of his reputation in the weird world, he also recruited many weird people as his subordinates. What he needs to do now is to continuously expand his power and strength, and then infiltrate other areas of the strange world through the industrial chain of Galaxy Supermarket. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. During this period, Yu also told Ling Tian the news that there was another system in this world. Ling Tian was very surprised at first when he got the news. After all, according to the description in the novel, there is only one protagonist in the same world, unless it is a man and a woman. But judging from the system's description, there is an irreconcilable relationship between their systems, so no matter how powerful the opponent is, Ling Tian will definitely kill him. System, can you determine the other party's location information? Ling Tian asked. It can be sensed within a certain area that the host can wander around in the strange world more often. After developing for so long, Yu felt that he could take the initiative. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Tian followed the system's advice and took action himself, constantly wandering around the strange world. Of course, they are not just wandering around blindly, but are constantly expanding their territory. Within a month, he had conquered several small forces. It was on this day. The strange voice that had disappeared for a long time sounded in his mind again. The world is now connected. Survivors who have awakened the ghost profession can respond to the call and go to the vampire world to survive. This strange voice not only sounded in Ling Tian's mind, but everyone who awakened the ghost profession received this message. There are actually copies. Ling Tian was a little surprised. He knew about the fusion of worlds, but according to the information revealed by the strange voice before, isn't it to give the weak world an opportunity, allowing the creatures within it to go to another world to survive and improve their strength? Why are they the humans heading to the vampire world now instead of the weird ones? Ding! The vampire world is still weaker than the weird world. Then why did this happen? He couldn't figure it out. Host, there is no need to doubt. In the vampire world, there will definitely be vampires summoned to the strange world. Although the real world has been swallowed up by the strange world, considering that humans are still too weak, I give you a chance to improve your strength. Ling Tian was speechless and didn't know what to say. As the strange world continues to merge with other worlds, the species in the strange world will eventually be all-encompassing. The energy system is also mixed. Congratulations on being chosen to go to the vampire world. Will you respond to the call? The strange sound sounded again. Compared with previous mandatory requirements, this time it is very humane and gives survivors the right to refuse. It's up to you whether to participate or not, but whether you will regret it later depends on your own choice. After all, this is another way for survivors to improve their strength. It is best for the host to participate. If you want to continuously improve yourself, you must broaden your horizons and learn about various things. Ling Tian was originally planning to participate, and now that the system has said so, why is he still hesitating? Immediately responded to the strange call. With a flash of white light, Ling Tian's figure disappeared into the strange world. The scene changed. What comes into view is a magnificent palace. There are busy figures everywhere. Ling Tian's sudden appearance did not attract any attention from others. Survivors will be recalled after 7 days. The strange voice left these words and disappeared. This made him a little overwhelmed. In the past, they would be assigned a mission so that the survivors would have a goal to work towards, but now they are just thrown here and left alone. Are they going to be allowed to explore freely? However, with the strength of a late-stage fierce man, he was not panicked. The vampire world is weaker than the weird world, so my strength must be enough here. He looked around and saw that the palace was being prepared for a banquet. Vampires were constantly busy, and a small number of humans were also seen. But these humans do not have ghost professions and appear to be natives of this world rather than survivors. In other words, he is still alone in this copy. Afterwards, he calmly blended into the crowd at the banquet, helping out and waiting until he had a clear understanding of the situation before taking action. As time passed, groups of vampires of varying strengths entered the palace one after another. Some are strong, some are weak. System, can you figure out the hierarchy of this world? Ling Tian asked. Only after he understood the level system could he have a rough comparison of their strengths. Ding! The world is being analyzed, please wait. Yeah, you also began to analyze it non-stop. After a moment, he gave his answer. Ding! Analysis completed. The hierarchy of this world from high to low is, Prince, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, Blood Servant, Blood Slave. Ling Tian took note of this level division in his mind and began to look for vampires of the corresponding level to make a strength comparison. It's a pity that after searching for a long time, I only found vampires below the rank of Viscount. Helplessly, he had to give up and wait for the banquet to start before observing. The banquet is still being planned, and many vampires have not yet arrived. Considering the magnificence of the palace, it must have been a party hosted by a high-ranking vampire. Needless to say, the invited guests were very powerful. The sun sets. I was busy from morning till evening. The whole banquet was finally ready. Guests arrived at the scene one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy and solemn bells continued to ring. Various musical instruments rang out along with the sound of the bells. Chapter 196. The auspicious time has arrived. Play music to welcome the guests. A vampire in a tuxedo announced himself to the crowd. The heavy symphony began to play. Soon, a petite but majestic white-haired lowly walked out under the attention of everyone. Upon seeing this, the guests immediately knelt on one knee and paid their respects. I wish Prince Lucy a happy 1000-year birthday, eternal youth and vitality. Prince Lucy waved her hands expressionlessly, as if this banquet was not held for her. Seeing this, the vampire next to him had no choice but to proceed to the next step. Now start the gift. The vampires below stood up upon hearing this and began to present gifts one by one according to their status. The first to start was the Baron. Baron Adams presents a pair of amber. Marquis Harrison presents a pair of protective gear to Ling Long. As the vampires came forward to present gifts one by one, Ling Tian was also sizing up their strength. Judging from the current situation, the prince is equivalent to the great villain in the strange world, the duke is the villain, the Marquis is the Ghost King, and so on. Looking at the white-haired lowly lying on the throne, the corners of his mouth twitched. The vampire race is really amazing. A 1,000-year-old lowly. Still a prince level. As time passed, the gift-giving ceremony came to an end, but the gift from the last duke was a little special. Prince Lucy, the gift I sent is different. It is a piece of music. Duke Louis stepped forward and said. Prince Lucy became interested after hearing this, and the expression on her paralyzed face changed. Can you demonstrate it, Liv? A clear and soulful voice echoed in the hall. Of course, the band is waiting outside the temple. Duke Louis said. Call them in. Yes. Soon a band entered the palace. Human. Prince Lucy was a little surprised. It is a human band. Prince, you may not know that this band was formed when I found some musically gifted humans in the human world in my early years. I then trained them to perfection. Today's song was created after more than 10 years of hard work by the entire band. Duke Louis explained. In the vampire world, humans are just their blood banks, so there is no chance of coming into contact with such elegant things. This is why the first impression vampires have is that humans are stupid and ignorant creatures who don't understand such elegant things as music. Then let them begin. Prince Lucy lost interest and felt that the music played would not offer many surprises. The band, having received the order, quickly began to play the music. The other vampires also listened attentively, wanting to see what the gift specially prepared by Duke Louis was like. Melodious music began to echo in the hall. The vampires were a little surprised. The performance was good and the music was well designed. The various musical instruments are matched just right. Prince Lucy couldn't help but listen carefully, tapping her slender jade fingers to the rhythm of the music. She was very satisfied with the gift prepared by Duke Louis, although it was not as valuable as the gifts from other dukes. But in her heart, this gift surpassed all the gifts she received today. But at this moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure shaking his head in the corner. The other vampires and humans all closed their eyes and admired the music, immersed in the beauty of it. But he, on the other hand, shook his head and sighed alone, seeming to think that the music was rubbish. She couldn't help but frown, very dissatisfied with this rude guy. But the band was still playing, and she didn't want to interrupt them, as that would be very rude. As an elegant aristocrat, she naturally would not do that. I could only suppress my anger for the time being and continue listening to the band's performance. That's right, the figure that Prince Lucy saw was our protagonist Ling Tian. As a ghost saint composer, he can naturally hear all kinds of problems in the music. This song sounds very good to other vampires, but it is chaff to him. So he couldn't help but shake his head in denial. But I didn't expect that this scene was seen by the white-haired lowly. At this time, he didn't know that the storm was coming. I don't know how much time passed before the song ended. The audience burst into thunderous applause, recognizing the strength of this human band. Duke Louis was also very happy, as he felt that he had made his presence felt in front of the prince. So he stepped forward and said, Prince Lucy, do you like the gift I prepared? The music is good. I haven't heard such a refreshing music for a long time. Duke Louis did a great job. Prince Lucy praised. Duke Louis was very happy to hear this, and just when he wanted to strike while the iron was hot, he did not expect that Prince Lucy suddenly changed her tune and said, It's just that it seems that some people do not approve of the song you prepared, Duke, and think that this song is very bad. For a moment, all the vampires were stunned. Who is this? So brave? Duke Louis also clenched his fists secretly and asked in a low voice, Who is the person the prince is talking about? I want to see what reason he has to say that the song I prepared is bad. The other vampires looked at each other, trying to find the rude guy. Ling Tian also watched from the sidelines, not minding the big things, as if there was a big melon to be eaten. Who is this? Saying such things in this kind of situation is courting death. At this time, Prince Lucy pointed her finger at a place. Duke Louis looked in the direction she pointed, and so did the other vampires. Ling Tian discovered that Prince Lucy was actually pointing in his direction, and he was already in the back. He couldn't help but turn his head and look back. But there is no one else behind me? When he turned around, he found that everyone's eyes were on him. Ling Tian pointed at himself, doubting his life. Prince Lucy nodded, confirming that the person everyone was looking for was the right one. Ling Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. What was going on? I didn't say such a thing, did I? So he immediately started to defend himself. Prince Lucy, did you recognize the wrong person? I never said such a thing, and I also appreciate this song very much. It's you. I'm not old enough to recognize the wrong person. But I didn't say that. Prince Lucy interrupted, just now everyone was immersed in the beauty of the music, but you were the only one who kept shaking your head and frowning. What else could this be but a denial of this piece of music? Ling Tian's mouth twitched. Good fellow, you can even see this. Well, I just had a stiff neck and a sore neck due to poor sleep recently, so I shook my head to exercise my neck. It's not what the prince said. Anyway, if I don't admit it, then it's just your blind guess. In my opinion, this is what you mean. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, you will never leave this door. The white-haired loli said fiercely. Ling Tian cursed in his heart. It turned out that she was a black-bellied loli. Chapter 197. He sighed helplessly. Since the prince thinks so, I will dare to say a few words. Oh? What do you want to say? Prince Lucy wanted to see what Ling Tian could come up with, and the originally boring banquet became somewhat interesting after this development. I have also dabbled in music, and I just heard that this song has many flaws. Although there is a hint of artistic conception that makes people immersed, it is only the most superficial accomplishment and is not worthy of being admitted into the mainstream. The elegance of music and the soul of meaning. Only when the two are combined can it be considered true music. Otherwise, it is just the random hitting of instruments to make a roaring noise, which is not music. Ling Tian commented with a sneer. You. Duke Louis clenched his fists in anger. Doesn't this mean that he doesn't understand music? This is an insult to a vampire who has always been playing music. It has been indulged in music for who knows how many years. When I was playing music, you weren't even born yet. Princess Lucy warned Duke Louis with a look, and the latter could only step back and dare not take action. The hierarchy among vampires is very strict, and the higher the level, the more blood is suppressed. The latter had no intention of resisting at all. As you said, your musical attainments are very high. Prince Lucy was very interested. Today's banquet was full of surprises. I know a little bit. Ling Tian said. How do those people compare to you? Prince Lucy pointed to the band just now. It is like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Ling Tian said confidently. Duke Louis' face turned purple. Can you play a song for me? Ling Tian looked around and laughed dumbly. Today is your birthday, Prince. Everyone present has given you a gift, so I will use this song to celebrate your birthday. Do you need to borrow a musical instrument? No, I have my own musical instrument. Ling Tian waved his hand, and various musical instruments gathered around him. Then, I will show you my ugliness. Ling Tian instantly got into the state and activated his ghost saint composer skills. For a moment, everyone present was drawn into the mood of the music. Following the ups and downs of the music, it feels like experiencing one dream after another. The vampires were fascinated by what they heard. Even Duke Louis, who hated Ling Tian, had a rare smile on his face. I don't know how much time passed before the song ended. Ling Tian stopped playing, but the vampires present were still immersed in the beauty of the music. Another 3 minutes passed before they gradually came to their senses and began to applaud involuntarily. Prince Lucy also jumped off the throne, stood up and applauded. Very good. After listening to your performance and comparing it to what I just heard, it is indeed as you said. I forgive your rudeness. Duke Louis also sighed, I recognize your musical attainments, and the previous were also honest. I won't take it seriously. I just hope that we can communicate more about music art in the future. At this point, it naturally won't be like the villain in the stupid novel, mindlessly hating others. There is no deep hatred between the two parties, and with the approval of Prince Lucy, it can also save face without losing face. Moreover, it also realized that this human was not simple, and the aura he exuded was much stronger than its own. What a freak, he is definitely not a human from this world. As a second-tier vampire, he has naturally heard about the recent changes in the vampire world. That's why I dare to make this conclusion. Since Duke Louis has invited me, I will naturally not refuse. My previous remarks have offended many people. After all, musicians are always harsh. If you don't set high standards for yourself, you won't achieve higher achievements. Ling Tian is also a person who doesn't hit people who smile at him. Sir, you are not from this world, right? Prince Lucy reveals Ling Tian's identity. Ling Tian was not surprised at all. He had many quirks on his body, so it was normal for him to be recognized. Everyone's IQ was high, and he was very relieved. Your Highness's guess is correct. I believe you all know about the recent turmoil in the world. I also came to this world in response to the call of a strange voice. Ling Tian nodded. The other vampires were also thoughtful. They all knew that recently many vampires, big and small, had been summoned to another world by a strange voice. It's a pity that this summoning is random, otherwise they would also like to go to other worlds to see what the differences are. Since you are a guest from another place, I must show some courtesy to the host and guest. Please take a seat. The white-haired lowly waved her hand and followed her instructions. Then a vampire servant came forward and added a chair for Ling Tian. But the location of this seat is a little special, it is next to the throne. The other vampires were also surprised, but they didn't say anything. After all, it was the prince's arrangement, and no one dared to jump out and sing a different tune. The tribute session is over, it's time to start the banquet. The white-haired lowly said. So the banquet officially began. Dishes of food were served to the guests' tables. Ling Tian looked at the food on his table with little interest. He was not a vampire, so his eating habits would naturally not be the same as theirs. It is my fault that I neglected to prepare another human meal for you, sir. The white-haired lowly was very sensible, and she understood what Ling Tian was doing when she noticed his behavior. After receiving the order, more than a dozen chefs in the kitchen started preparing the food in a hurry. In just over 10 minutes, a table full of delicious food was prepared again. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Ling Tian expressed his gratitude. This vampire looked quite cute now. She was worthy of being called Lolita Saijao. I really want to go up and rub her tender face. As the banquet progressed, the white-haired lowly also chatted with Ling Tian. The questions asked were all about the situation in the strange world. Ling Tian also understood the other party's thoughts. No wonder she arranged him to be next to her. It turned out that she was trying to gather information. But these are not things that cannot be said. As long as she didn't ask any particularly special questions, Ling Tian answered all her questions one by one. The white-haired lowly also had a deep understanding of the power behind Ling Tian. With the latter's deliberate disclosure, the white-haired lowly learned that Ling Tian actually had 2 prince-level subordinates, and was also on good terms with many prince-level strong men. The shocked expression on the white-haired lowly's face made Ling Tian want to laugh. Why are you so surprised, Prince? Your strength should be ranked among the top in the strange world. Ling Tian inquired. Prince Lucy glanced at the latter, hesitated for a moment and said, from what you just described, our world cannot be compared with the weird world. There are only about 100 vampires at the prince level in the entire world, and from your description, there are several princes in just a small area, not to mention a large area. Ling Tian was speechless after hearing this. So this is what was going on. With this calculation, the high-end combat power of the vampire world is not that strong. There are only about 100 princes. With his current appeal, he can attract nearly a dozen big villains. And his sphere of influence is only a corner, which is insignificant compared to the entire weird world. Chapter 198. Prince, don't belittle yourself. We are all one family in the future. Ling Tian smiled. Oh? What do you mean, sir? The white-haired lowly's eyes became dangerous and clearly tilted in the wrong direction. The corner of Ling Tian's mouth twitched. How come everyone has such twisted ideas? Prince, you have misunderstood my meaning. You don't know that I am not originally a human from the strange world, but a human from another world. Before the weird world merged with the vampire world, my world was the first target. Just over a month ago, my world was swallowed up by the weird world and merged into it, strengthening the weird world's foundation. As its natives, we were naturally randomly distributed into the weird world. Now that the vampire world is the second world to be contacted by the weird world, its ending is obvious, just like ours. When the time comes, along with the disappearance of the vampire world, you will also be sent to the strange world. Ling Tian explained the reasons behind it. There is nothing to hide. You can get this information by just going to the strange world and finding a human being. The reason for doing so is that he is greedy for the white-haired lowly. Of course, he is not greedy for her body but her power. That is to win over. As a new world, he also wants to get a piece of the pie, so the first thing he has to do is to gain a foothold here. I see. Then I should make plans early. The white-haired lowly fell into deep thought. Ling Tian was in no hurry to disturb him and just started eating. After a long time, Prince Lucy said, "What you said just now, sir, is to win over the king." Yes, as people who have shared hardships with each other, I naturally want to make a difference in this strange world. The forces under my command are also growing, so it is reasonable to invite you, the prince, to join. Ling Tian said calmly. Then what benefits can you bring to this king? You must know that with my strength, I can protect myself even if I enter a strange world. Prince Lucy said. No, the prince still doesn't understand the current situation. Ling Tian shook his head. The white-haired lowly frowned. I'd like to hear the details. I have already explained the situation in the strange world, and you, prince, have no place to stay in the strange world right now. When the worlds merge, prince, you cannot guarantee where you will be teleported to. With your strength, you will inevitably arouse the fear of local forces. Then there will be two options before you: 1. Be forced to join and submit to the local forces. 2. Be besieged by local forces and finally flee. The white-haired lowly was obviously dissatisfied when she heard this. What should I be afraid of? But the strange world is not your territory after all. If you don't choose a force to join, there will be no place for you. This sentence made the white-haired lowly choke. She was so angry that she kicked her short legs and stood up. The vampires in the audience cast puzzled glances at him. The latter waved his hand to indicate that nothing was wrong and jumped back into his seat. Ling Tian found this look funny. Not to mention, the angry lowly has a unique flavor, and with her white hair and red eyes, she has all the buffs. Prince, you don't want to be bullied in this strange world, right? Ling Tian said in a mean voice. I still have people under my command. I can take them with me to seize the territory of a small force in the strange world. The white-haired lowly said stubbornly. But I said before that everyone will be teleported randomly and will not gather together, so your idea is unrealistic. Moreover, this kind of behavior of grabbing territory is fine for the weird ones, but outsiders will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the weird ones, and will definitely lead to a group attack. Ling Tian continued to press. There was nothing wrong with these words. After all, this was a weird world, and the reason why he could occupy the territory was because he had the support of many weird creatures behind him. Besides, the weird creatures were originally humans, so naturally they didn't have such concerns. As a vampire, an alien creature, if you do this in a strange world, other strange creatures will definitely not sit idly by. So, Prince, you might as well choose to join my forces. Given our relationship, will I bully you? Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and said, seeing that the white-haired lowly looked hesitant, it seemed that she could be persuaded. It was so wonderful to easily get a very fierce lowly to join. I. The white-haired lowly had a worried look on her face and couldn't help biting her fingers. Ling Tian continued to exaggerate, and my power is not small, I am also a hegemon, and I have several princes under my command. It's just that I see that you have a chance to invite you to join us in the great cause, not to beg you, you will never get it again. Then he started to make big promises, when I conquer an area, I will naturally not treat those who have been following me unfairly. People of your level will definitely be treated very well by then. What if I give you an area as your territory in the future? You can also take in scattered vampires there, right? After some sweet talk, the white-haired lowly finally gritted her teeth and agreed. Okay, the king agrees to join. Isn't that right? Then let's celebrate your joining us and drink a toast together. Ling Tian smiled widely and raised his goblet to clink glasses with him. Elegant, so elegant. The red wine enters your lips and the aroma is fragrant. The banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it ended successfully. The guests left one after another. Ling Tian, who had established a good relationship with the white-haired lowly, naturally stayed in the palace as a distinguished guest. I had a good and comfortable sleep, and when I woke up it was already noon. After a quick wash and breakfast, I saw a white-haired lowly sitting in the back garden basking in the sun. Ling Tian had a strange look on his face. Sir, you got up really late. The white-haired lowly basked in the sunlight without opening her eyes, but she obviously sensed Ling Tian's presence. Ling Tian walked over when he saw this and asked, aren't vampires afraid of light? Where did you hear this statement from? Prince Lucy opened her eyes. Ling Tian sat down next to her without any hesitation and said, novels from my world all say this, vampires are afraid of light and silver objects. Then the people of your world really describe us vampires as being very weak. Why should we be afraid of a mere sunlight? It doesn't contain any special powerful energy. The second is silverware, which is even more nonsense. I have to say that you humans have a very rich imagination. Prince Lucy complained. Ling Tian shrugged helplessly, in 3 days, I will leave. Prince Lucy snorted in response. After spending the past few days together, she finally felt the joy that she hadn't felt for a long time. Looking at Prince Lucy with a lonely face, Ling Tianxin felt uneasy. Could it be that this vampire was interested in him? This idea is too cruel. I'm a lowly. No, it's 1,000 years old, so it should be legal, right? I don't know what will happen in the future. These are really troubled times. Prince Lucy sighed. Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard this. It turned out to be one of the 3 major misconceptions in life. It seems that he was thinking in the wrong way. So are you still worried about future changes in the world? Your Highness, don't worry too much. We are still very powerful. Even if we can't dominate the world, we can still live a good life in a corner. By the way, before you leave, I'll draw a picture for you. Ling Tian came for fun. Chapter 199. Can you paint? Prince Lucy was a little surprised. Art, a refined thing, is always interoperable, and I also understand a little bit about it. Your Highness, please strike a beautiful pose and let me draw a portrait for you. Ling Tian said. Prince Lucy also became interested and sat up straight. How about this? Almost artistic conception. Ling Tian walked forward and fiddled with her body. The latter's cheeks turned slightly red, but soon returned to normal. That's much better. Just keep smiling. Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction, then walked to the other side, took out his tools and started painting. After a long time, a beautiful portrait was completed. Ling Tian handed it to Prince Lucy. Take a look, are you satisfied? After taking the portrait, Prince Lucy was deeply attracted. The self in the painting is so beautiful, revealing kindness and dignity, with a faint smile that is refreshing, and the light and shadows complete the artistic conception. If you appreciate it carefully, you can have an immersive feeling and feel the mood of the characters in the painting very realistically. It is truly a magical portrait. Even though she was knowledgeable, she had never seen such a creature. Sir, you are really talented. Since this is a work, it should have a name. As the author, can you give it a name? Prince Lucy said. Ling Tian pondered for a moment and said, then let's call it Lucy's Smile. Upon hearing this, Prince Lucy's heart, which had never beaten before, trembled a little and then returned to calm. Is this painting really a gift to this king? Of course, after all, the purpose of drawing this picture is to leave it to you as a memorial. Ling Tian said indifferently, it's just a painting, he can draw as many as he wants. Then I will be disrespectful to refuse. Prince Lucy happily accepted the painting and prepared to keep it carefully in her own bedroom. As for sharing it with other people, that is impossible. This painting can only be enjoyed by me. The white-haired lowly jumped off the bench, took out something and handed it to Ling Tian. This is the guardian chain. When you are in danger, I will be able to sense it and teleport to your side through this object. Seeing this, Ling Tian also took it. It happened to be an ornament, so he happily put on this life-saving thing. By the way, if there's a world between us, can the prince be teleported here? Ling Tian suddenly thought of something. I don't know either. The white-haired lowly was stumped by the question. Okay, I'll try not to use this thing. Who wants to put themselves in danger? So it's best not to use it. 3 days passed in a flash. Ling Tian's figure disappeared from this world and returned to the strange world. I opened my system panel to check it out after a long time. Host, Ling Tian. Strength, late fierce stage. Occupation, Ghost Saint Doctor, Ghost Saint Teacher, Ghost Saint Writer, Ghost Saint Composer, Ghost Saint Painter, Ghost Saint Fighter. Professional skills, skillful hands, rejuvenation, blessing, imparting knowledge, enlightenment, students all over the world, writing, reader feedback, author's power. Number of patients treated, 1.17 million. Number of students, 50,000. Number of readers, 1.73 million. Number of viewers, 2.13 million. Number of fans, 1.03 million. Defeat the enemy, 3,512. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 100 times, summoning from another world, copying. System points, 740,000. System evaluation, you have already stood in the second echelon of this world. Try harder to successfully reach the top. Looking at the pitiful number of students and the number of enemies defeated, Ling Tian sighed. All other professions have reached the maximum level, but the teacher profession is difficult to deal with, and the Ghost Saint Fighter is newly awakened, so it is still just getting started. Ahem, I made a mistake before, and I have corrected it. It's not that he didn't think of using other methods to increase the number of students, but it's useless to write learning materials through Ghost Saint writers and sell them to other weird schools. Only those who enrolled in the school he founded were considered his students. In this way, he could only build the academy slowly and steadily and recruit strange students. The second thing is system points. I owed the system 260,000 points in the last battle. After completing the task of unifying Chinatown, I was rewarded with 1 million system points and a chance to awaken the ghost profession. The awakened ghost profession is a ghost fighter, and after the system amplification, it becomes a ghost saint fighter. Well, it's still a one-word difference. This profession is obviously a combat profession. Ling Tian is also very satisfied with it. It fully makes up for his lack of combat ability. Ghost Saint Fighter, you are proficient in all combat skills rather than limited to combat. When fighting, your blood will boil, and your physical fitness and reaction will be improved in all aspects. As for professional skills, there are still 3 as usual. They are, fighting across borders, ultimate freedom, and rebirth in blood. Fight across borders. After activating this skill, your realm will instantly rise to a small level, which will last until the end of the battle, with no side effects. Unlocked when the number of defeated enemies is 100, and the world limit cannot be exceeded. Ultimate freedom. After activating this skill, you have entered the realm of perfection. Except for the enemy search and the world-destroying attack, no other attack can hit you. And you can mobilize 100% of your own strength to launch attacks. Unlocked after defeating 10,000 enemies. Bloodbath Rebirth. The strong are angry and draw their swords to attack the stronger ones, the weak are angry and draw their swords to attack the weaker ones. After death, Bloodbath Rebirth will revive on the spot, and the strength will break through a major realm and break through the world limit. It can only take effect once in a lifetime. Unlocked after defeating 1 million enemies. Of course, Ling Tian was shocked when he awakened this profession. It is worthy of being a combat profession. The skills are really abnormal. Especially the last one, a bloody rebirth, it's really a big trump card. Regaining his composure, Ling Tian continued to manage the development of Chinatown. After the worlds merged and calmed down, the forces from all over the strange world have been ready to move. Especially on the day when authority appears. All the weirdness was boiling. No one expected that such authority of heaven and earth would appear outside, and it was ownerless. At that time, powerful people from many forces rushed to snatch it, and the result can be imagined. After trying their best to defeat other forces and try to gain authority to merge, they discovered that they were not qualified to merge. Only then did I realize that this required innate conditions. But the authorities will not give them time to meet the conditions, and they will disappear again once the world integration and stability are achieved. Countless forces shook their heads and sighed, secretly thinking it was a pity. On the surface, they withdrew their troops in disgrace, but secretly they had already begun planning to annex other forces in the area where they were. After all, they all understood the conditions for the fusion of power after close contact. So during this period of time in the strange world, although everything seems calm on the surface, undercurrents are surging secretly. But while the big forces are still analyzing the situation, the small forces have already started fighting. Ling Tian also continued to annex nearby forces during this period of time. In Chinatown, he is the absolute overlord, and other forces are just small fish and shrimps. They either surrender or run away in disgrace. Chapter 200. Another month passed. During this period, Ling Tian also received 2 summons from strange voices and went to the vampire world to visit the white-haired lowly to grow his feelings. And let him integrate his people in the vampire world, and when the worlds merge, bring them directly to the weird world. At that time, the white-haired lowly was still very confused. Is it possible to go to the strange world without the strange summons? Your Highness, please do not underestimate me. I have a method that can accommodate everything. I dare not exaggerate how powerful your Duke-level strength and means are. The white-haired lowly obviously didn't believe it. Ling Tian also slapped him in the face on the spot and brought him into his own world in the painting. This. The white-haired lowly was stunned by the scene in the world in the painting. This ability was too powerful. Is this really something that only a duke can do? Ling Tian did not explain in detail. The professional skills were just so abnormal, but it was unique to this profession. Other people's professions could not compare at all. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. On this day, Su Shan found Ling Tian after a long absence. "Sir, the strange world has undergone major changes recently. You should be prepared." Ling Tian was stunned. "The vampire world hasn't been integrated yet, so what changes are there? What happened?" "Well, the ancient weirdness has awakened," Su San said with a serious expression. "Ancient weirdness? Are they any different from you?" Ling Tian was a little confused. Su Shan pondered for a while and explained, "The ancient weird things are very different from us. They are of 2 types. One type is born from some ancient objects. They have no thoughts and all actions follow their own rules. Anyone who triggers the rules and taboos will be hunted down by them, so even we are very afraid of them. The other type is puzzle weirdness. Although this type of weirdness also resides in objects, they have their own thoughts. However, their strength is still limited by the number of puzzle pieces. Only when all the puzzle pieces are collected can they exert their full strength. Moreover, these strange beings are very powerful, the weakest ones are at the fierce level, and there are countless extremely fierce ones." After listening to the explanation, Ling Tian was thoughtful. If this was the case, he could make use of this ancient wonder. He looked at his career as a writer. The author Wei Li was very capable of controlling these ancient anomalies. He took them in, and then made some changes to the regulations so that he could use them for his own benefit. "Where can I find these ancient weirdnesses?" Ling Tian asked, with a tone of eagerness in his voice. Susan was very confused as to why the gentleman seemed not afraid but excited. "These ancient wonders are reviving, and figures will appear randomly in various places. Only a part of the ancient weirdness that has revived recently has been noticed by the weirdnesses, and many forces have restrained themselves a lot, for fear of provoking such unreasonable things. If you want to find them, there is an ancient monster reviving near the Galaxy supermarket. Well, come with me. I have a way to capture this weirdness and use it for our own benefit. That's why I'm so excited. Our current power base is still too weak, and the reason we have been able to remain stable until now is mostly due to the residual influence of the previous 7 major families," Ling Tian said. So the man and the ghost rushed towards the Galaxy supermarket. At the same time, Zhang Yongheng just returned from the vampire world. "System, I didn't expect you to be able to get vampire blood. Now, after continuously devouring the weirdness, his strength has reached the early level of Ghost King. The improvement was very rapid, and he also got some good things when he went to the vampire world. In addition, the sign-in system means that when you sign in different worlds, you will get different things. He controlled a small vampire family there, and signed in to obtain a vampire bloodline. Vampire bloodline, prince level after fusion, you can obtain the prince's bloodline, which has a strong suppressing effect on all vampires below the prince. After fusion, the bloodline will continuously transform the body of the fused person and gradually improve the strength. It's just, after fusing this thing, I won't completely turn into a vampire, right?" Zhang Yongheng was a little worried. After all, he still didn't want to change his species. That would be too disgusting. Ding! "Host, don't worry, the system will help the host solve the remaining problems. After the host merges, the system will turn this bloodline into the host's second form, allowing the host to switch at will," the sign-in system said confidently. "Hey, is that so? Then I can merge with peace of mind." Zhang Yongheng breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed a good thing to have a system. So he fused this vampire blood without hesitation. The sign-in system also began to transform its body. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yongheng stood in front of the mirror and looked at the changes in himself. Bloodshot eyes, fangs, and pale skin, he is undoubtedly a vampire. In terms of strength, he is already at the early stage of Ghost King, which is so cool. He then tried to exit this form and return to human form. Sure enough, as his mind moved, he turned back into yellow skin and black eyes. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Yongheng nodded with satisfaction. With this form, he could move freely in the vampire world without being rejected by other vampires, and he could better plan his expansion. As for why we want to build up our influence in the vampire world instead of the weird world, it's because he doesn't want to. The situation here in his base camp is completely hellish, and other places have been very chaotic recently, so he can't intervene. He could only settle for the second best and make arrangements in the vampire world, so that after the worlds merge, he could bring back a group of powerful vampire helpers. As for how to bring it back, I signed in some time ago and obtained a treasure that can hold many things, including living beings. So don't worry about this issue at all. Zhang Ren. Zhang Yongheng called his strange servant. And this guy named Zhang Ren is the big ferocious servant that he got when he signed in before. Owner. When Zhang Ren heard the shout, he immediately came to Zhang Yongheng. Where is the trick you caught? Before heading to the vampire world, he ordered Zhang Ren to capture the Ghost King level monsters. During this period of time, in the vampire world, he has completely digested the weirdness he swallowed. Now it is natural for him to start absorbing the weirdness to continue to improve his strength. They are all locked up in the basement. I will take you there to have a look now. Zhang Ren took Zhang Yongheng to the basement. Why are there only 5 Ghost Kings? Zhang Yongheng frowned. Given Zhang Ren's strength, it is impossible that he has only caught so few in such a short period of time. Zhang Ren explained, the level of Ghost King is already the backbone of all major forces, and the forces in this area are very powerful. Capturing 5 Ghost Kings is already the best we can do, and because we have been capturing ghosts for a long time, we have already attracted the investigation of nearby forces. So, Master, we should keep a low profile during this period to avoid getting into trouble. Zhang Yongheng sighed. How are Zhang San and the others doing recently? Have they managed to grab some territory? Although he had deployed his power in the vampire world, the weird world was naturally not left out. So he sent out other strange slaves to the marginal small forces areas to seize territory. Chapter 201. As for why he didn't leave here, of course it was because he was reluctant to give up his power. The amusement park copy was already under his command, but he was afraid that nearby forces would want to annex it, so he could only stay here with Zhang Ren, the big beast. With a big beast around, they have to think twice before forcibly annexing it. Once they really want to take action, they will switch sides to the enemy force on the spot. The nearby forces are all checking and balancing each other. If a big beast joins a force in order to protect itself, the other party will naturally not refuse. This is why his amusement park is still alive and well, and the surrounding forces also understand this. So they turned a blind eye and secretly sent people to contact Zhang Ren, trying to persuade them to join. Zhang Yongheng also asked Zhang Ren to play Tai Chi with them to delay time, saying that he needed to wait and see the situation and would join whichever force was stronger. When Zhang Yongheng absorbed these Ghost Kings, Ling Tian has followed Su Shan to the headquarters of Galaxy Supermarket. Ye Yu, who had been diving, was suddenly stunned. The breath of the system. So he immediately increased his perception to find the source of the breath. After some careful investigation, it was found that the source of the smell was a house in a school district. Ding! Hostile system aura detected, please prepare for battle. At this time, Ling Tian was still discussing the capture of ancient weirdos with Su Shan and Madame Hong. The sudden system prompt made him pause. What's wrong, sir? Su San asked doubtfully. It seems that we have to put aside the strange things in ancient times for now. I have an important matter to deal with. Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. Sir, please tell me how we can help. Well, go back to Sacred Heart Hospital and call the dean. Ling Tian said to Su Shan. Su Shan was stunned, but didn't ask anything. He stood up, took the umbrella and went back to Sacred Heart Hospital to call the dean. Ling Tian thought about it for a while, and felt that it was not safe. After all, the other party was also the owner of the system, and the two fierce beasts might not be able to defeat him. So he took out the contact materials of the 7 major families and invited them to take action. After doing a big favor, the 7 major families also showed great respect and sent out 14 fierce beasts. System, where is the other party? Ling Tian asked in his heart. Ding! The other host is in a school district house on the east side. Tell me, with my current skills, can I win? Ling Tian was a little worried. Ding! Although this system does not dare to claim to be the strongest system now, the opponent is just a small and weak system. It was chased by this system and fled into this world. So does the host still need to worry about who is stronger or weaker? The advantage in this battle is on the host. Yeah, you comforted. No matter how bad it is, if you can't win, you can always ask for help. The otherworldly summoning function is not just for show. It is possible to summon previous hosts by spending a large amount of system points. When Ling Tian called his friends, the sign-in system on the other side also obviously sensed Yayu's presence. Ding! Emergency notification. Hostile system detected. Please be prepared. Zhang Yongheng, who was still devouring the weirdness, was suddenly choked. Ahem! What? A hostile system has appeared. Where is it? Since his own strength is still at the early stage of Ghost King, he is still very panicked. Ding! The location is at Galaxy Supermarket. Galaxy Supermarket. Not good. Run away. Zhang Yongheng's pupils shrank and he quickly began to pack his things, preparing to escape. The sign-in system did not expect Zhang Yongheng to be so decisive. Ding! Host, why should you worry? The other party is definitely not developing as fast as us. And the host has a great beast in his hand now, so he is not afraid at all. Damn it! Even at this point, you, the system, are still stubborn. In our area, the Galaxy Supermarket is the absolute overlord. How can I fight with my current strength? If I wait any longer, I will die. Zhang Yongheng cursed and swore, but none of his family members understood him. They were bound to a Puxin system. Ding! The other host is most likely an employee of Xing Supermarket. The sign-in system continued to be stubborn and refused to admit that its system function was weaker than the other party. Zhang Yongheng ignored Pu Zhentheng. He stopped swallowing the strange behavior and called Zhang Ren. Go contact the forces that have contacted you before and tell them that you agree to join them, but the requirement is that they help protect us. Zhang Ren was a little surprised when he saw the panic-stricken Zhang Yongheng, but as a slave, he couldn't say anything. He just nodded and left. Zhang Yongheng also continued to recall the strange people who were sent out to seize territory. Now, having one more weirdo around you means a better chance of winning. I hope the other host is just an employee of Galaxy Supermarket as my system says. Otherwise, this battle will be difficult. Time passes by every second. The fierce servant quickly returned to him to report the news. I contacted 3 forces and promised them that we would join the force that helped us get out of trouble. So they all decided to send 2 great beasts to help us. Yeah, very good, well done. Zhang Yongheng nodded. It's considered good to have brought in 3 forces. With 6 great beasts plus 1 on our side, there are 7 in total. I couldn't help feeling a lot more relieved. System, it's already this time, why don't you express your opinion? Zhang Yongheng decided to ask the system for something to save his life. Ding! The host's sign-in opportunity for today has been used, and the system can't provide any help. The sign-in system responded. There is no other way. In this world restricted by rules, we can only rely on system functions, or use the origin of the rules to pry open the rule restrictions. But its origin has been almost consumed before. Totally can't help now. They keep boasting that they have the strongest system, but when it comes to the critical moment, it is useless. On Ling Tian's side, the dean is already in place, except for the support from the 7 major families that has yet to arrive. So he was not in a hurry. It would not be too late to attack after he had gathered his men. Deputy Dean, I heard from Brother Wuju that you seem to be making a big move this time. Are you planning to attack the surrounding forces? The Dean asked doubtfully. Su Shan and Madame Hong also wanted to hear what Ling Tian's plan was. I'm not going to attack the surrounding forces. That's not the time yet. As for why I mobilized such a large force, it's because I sensed that my mortal enemy is in this area. So in order to kill him without any risk, I have to do this. Don't worry about the rest, just follow my lead later. Ling Tian shook his head. Naturally, matters concerning the system cannot be disclosed to outsiders, so it is appropriate to describe them as mortal enemies. It is reasonable to call so many people here. The other party is also the owner of the system and we must not be careless. Even a lion uses all its strength to fight a rabbit. If time wasn't urgent, he would have continued to shake other ghosts in the strange world. With so many professions under his belt, many strange people owe him a lot of favors. I am afraid that the system owner will run away during the process of trying to recruit people, which would be counterproductive. Having been looking for him for several months, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Chapter 202. De Xiang's ability to travel quickly is still very fast. It only took 1 hour to get to Galaxy Supermarket from the distant Jiangnan area. Sir, how are you these days after not being here for so long? The 7 clan leaders greeted. Ling Tian also chatted with Han for a while and then returned to the topic. You all know the purpose of my calling you here, so I won't elaborate further. Chatting is just to wait for the battle to end, to prevent the enemy from escaping. Now follow me and kill them together. Well, please lead the way, sir. The clan leaders nodded. The group marched towards the school district housing in the east in a mighty manner. The surrounding forces were all dumbfounded. What was this Galaxy Supermarket planning to do? Everyone felt insecure. But they soon discovered that Ling Tian was not looking for trouble with them, but was heading towards the school district housing in the east. Strange, why are they going there? There are no other forces there. I don't know. Anyway, as long as they are not looking for us, we can just watch the show in secret. That's true. The powerful villains from the surrounding forces communicated with each other through voice communication. Only 3 forces looked strange. Could it be that the person going in this direction is Zhang Ren? After all, Zhang Ren had just asked them for help and asked them to solve their owner's troubles. At that time, they were very surprised as to why Zhang Ren, who had been practicing Tai Chi, agreed. It turns out that I have provoked a great terror. Shit. It's like they were used as guns. Send the message quickly and ask them to come back. These 3 forces are anxious. How can we possibly win this battle? 16 fierce beasts. I thought I could easily get a great villain to join me, but now, I'm about to lose 2 great villains. But now it was too late for them to transmit the message. The 6 great evil beings who had just received the news have been surrounded by Ling Tian and his group of ghosts. Zhang Yongheng looked at the 16 great evil beings in the sky with a grim expression. System, IRNM. In this situation, even though he was in a good mood, he couldn't help but curse. What a bad choice! What a bad choice! The sign-in system is now pretending to be dead. At this time, it has already begun planning how to escape from the clutches of the host after its death. As long as it breaks out of this world of rules and comes to the void of the heavens, then it still has a chance to survive. But once you are intercepted within this realm, you will be trapped in a jar. Ling Tian looked at the scene around Zhang Yongheng and smiled. Yeah, you also smiled. The tactical retreat was a sure thing. Ding! The host can take action now. lest there be any unexpected events. Yu reminded and pointed out the owner of the hostile system to Ling Tian. Hey, 17-7, I don't believe he can defeat me in 1 second. Ling Tian grinned, although he was in the late stage of fierceness. But don't forget the latest combat profession you've acquired, Ghost Saint Fighter. The first skill can instantly elevate one small realm, allowing him to enter the great evil level. Get started. Ling Tian waved his hand. Etc. Suddenly, a strange voice from below interrupted. What do you mean? I'm just passing by here, why are you surrounding me? Just passing by? Then why are you standing with this guy? Ling Tian pointed at Zhang Yongheng and said. Who is he? How would I know? Maybe we just bumped into each other by chance. It doesn't matter if we're not familiar with each other. The fierce beast shook his head 3 times in denial. The other 5 fierce beasts' eyes lit up. Yes, we were just passing by and we don't know this guy at all. Ling Tian had a strange look on his face, but he was not stupid, so he naturally understood what was going on at this time. It seems that the helpers found by the owner of this system are unreliable and actually turned against him at the last minute. But it's also good. It would be much easier if there were no obstruction from the 6 great evil beings. Well, if this guy has nothing to do with it, then it's a misunderstanding. I'm only here to cause trouble for him. You can leave now. Otherwise, I'll treat you as an accomplice and deal with you together. Ling Tian said calmly. Leave. Leave now. The 6 fierce beasts nodded quickly and escaped from the encirclement in a moment. Zhang Yongheng below had a pale face. Damn, how can we play this? 16-1. Master, I will stop them later, you can take this opportunity to leave. Zhang Ren said with a bitter look on his face. It naturally knows that this statement is wishful thinking, but it has to give it a try anyway, right? Zhang Yongheng didn't say anything, but nodded. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. The only thing we need now is to escape from here. But Ling Tian naturally wouldn't give him a chance. With a wave of his hand, the 16 great beasts began to tighten the encirclement. Don't give the other party any chance to escape. A fierce beast from the other side was beaten to death by the 7 clan leaders from Ling Tian's side. Zhang Yongheng, who took advantage of the chaos to escape, was also stopped by Ling Tian himself. With the opening of the combat profession, the strength instantly increases to the extremely fierce level. Zhang Yongheng looked at his mortal enemy, whose strength was 2 levels higher than his, with a dejected look on his face. I really envy you for finding a good system, unlike me, who found a common system. He got very annoyed when he talked about this. After I die, you must not let it go. Zhang Yongheng gritted his teeth. Ling Tian didn't say anything. After listening to the other party's last words, he punched him through the body. Zhang Yongheng died with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. The sign-in system also immediately separated from the host body and fled into the void of the heavens. Seeing this, Yu naturally would not give up. You still want to run away after such a close encounter? Here you go. Wait. Don't kill me. When the sign-in system saw that Yu had caught it, it immediately begged for mercy. As long as you let me go, I can be your subordinate system. You absorb me only to get more rules and origins, it is better to have one more system subordinate. Subordinate systems? There is no need for that at all. Besides, this is a battle of sequences. Only 10 systems can survive. The others will die. Your capital is not enough for you to survive. Secondly, what I covet is not that little bit of the origin of rules. But you. Even if I absorb you, your functions are still mine. Yu's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he looked extremely hungry. It has been a long time since he last used the devouring system to strengthen himself, so he naturally would not miss this opportunity. Besides, the subordinate systems are nothing more than subsystems, working for themselves to earn the origin of the world. He has absolutely no need for this thing, so he might as well swallow it and plunder the opponent's system functions. No. I won't give up. I have finally grown to this point. I haven't yet. The sign-in system struggled desperately, constantly telling the past. But Yeyu had no interest in listening to it chattering. He grabbed its system core and began to devour it. Plunder. Suddenly, the origin of rules poured into Yeyu's body like a dragon sucking water. All data and information of the sign-in system were also constantly occupied by him. Although this guy has only used up a little of the origin of rules obtained in the sequence battle, the system itself is a huge aggregation of the origin of rules. So Yeyu still gained a lot. System, Yeyu. Level, sequence level, current sequence ranking 00. System function, plunder. The functions of the plundered system: amplification of all things, currently 100 times, summoning from another world, copying, and signing in. Original point, omitted. Origin of the rules, omitted. Chapter 203. After absorbing the sign-in system, the mission of this world is considered completed. Of course, before leaving, you still have to arrange the host's funeral. He only stayed in this world for more than a year, which is relatively short, and the host did not stand at the top of the world. It would be irresponsible to just walk away like this. So he returned to Ling Tian's body again. Ding! The hostile system has been killed. Special reward, 1 career fusion card. After resolving this episode, Ling Tian began to clean up the mess. Time goes round and round. The strange world is undergoing tremendous changes all the time. In the second year after the advent of the weirdness, the vampire world and the weird world were completely merged. During this period, Ling Tian followed the system's instructions and began to search the world for the owner of the ghost profession. Relying on the replication and amplification of system functions, let its foundation grow rapidly. The geographical distribution of Chinatown's influence is also constantly expanding. The number of weird people recruited under his command is increasing. Many weirdos came here specifically because of Ling Tian's huge reputation in the weird world. After all, the books he wrote were regarded as the Bible by the weirdos, and his superb medical skills also gave him the aura of a saint. In the weird world, you can offend anyone and anything, but don't offend this guy. Otherwise, he won't need to take action, as the GUI will kill you secretly and then take your head to the boss to show off his presence so that he can ask for help when he is in trouble in the future. After the fusion of the vampire world, a large number of vampires moved into the strange world. Prince Lucy was also invited by Ling Tian to develop in the strange world in advance. We have to mention here how powerful this loli is. Not only did she come by herself, she also brought several princes to join her. These princes are all the best friends of this white-haired loli, but their figures are much better than hers. Each one of them is charming and full of charm. After the strange world merged with the vampire world, it began to merge with other worlds. It seems that the absorption of the two worlds has greatly improved the degree of fusion of the strange worlds. There are 3 worlds merged at once this time. They are the zombie world, the spirit world and the underworld. The strange world is constantly devouring and merging with the world, and its upper limit is constantly rising. The road ahead that had been blocked for a long time was opened again. Great evil is no longer the upper limit of this world. The Ghost Emperor became the target of all weird efforts. However, in order to be promoted to the Ghost Emperor, one must have a huge city and also master the authority of heaven and earth or a position in heaven and earth before being promoted. This undoubtedly caused many fierce and weird creatures to start a fierce fight for territory. Ling Tian was not panicked either. When the vampire world was merging, he waited for the emergence of authority and merged several authorities. Now that he has the authority, he can assign positions to the territories under his control. All the strange people who followed him to build his empire got some official position. Of course, there are different ranks of officials, and not all positions are eligible for promotion to Ghost Emperor. However, Ling Tian gave very high positions to ghosts like Su Shan, making them all qualified to be promoted to Ghost Emperor. Spring went and autumn came, and another year passed. Yu was also ready to leave this world. Ding! The mission in this world has been completed, and this system will be disconnected today. Ling Tian paused while reviewing the manuscript. In fact, from a series of arrangements made by the system in recent years, he had guessed that the system was about to leave. Now his strength has reached the peak level of the great evil, and he is just a little bit away from entering the realm of Ghost Emperor. You should know that in this strange world, there has not been a single strange person promoted to Ghost Emperor. In just a few years, he had risen from an ordinary person to the level of Ghost Emperor. This is undoubtedly thanks to the assistance of the system. When the time of separation came, he was very reluctant to leave. First, this pendant is so good that no one would not want to have more. Second, we have developed feelings for each other after being together for a long time, so all these factors combined have led to the reluctance to part with it today. But he knew that this world was not the end point of his system, and this small strange world was not a place for the system to show its prowess. Even though I was reluctant, I could only sigh with mixed feelings and say, I understand. I hope we can meet again in the future. Ding! Yes. Host, see you later. Yu broke away from the host's body and fled towards the outer world. During the few extra years he stayed, the host had been trained almost perfectly. After copying many ghost professions onto himself and using the profession fusion card he gave him, Ling Tian is now the owner of all professions. In the void of heavens, Yu traveled through it at the speed of light. Now that the sequence battle has not yet been completely over, it still wants to try its luck and see if it can catch another system to devour. But after the bad luck last time, I'm obviously not that lucky this time. I don't know how long I wandered around, but I couldn't see any system. After all, this sequence battle only involves 100 systems. It sounds like a lot, but when you put it in the universe, meeting one is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, the sequence dispute limited the scope. Just keep checking. I don't know whether those systems have found the hiding place of the Lord God space. Yu murmured. He has been constantly plundering the origin of rules, but a large part of the systems have united to cause trouble for the main God space first. So after such a long period of investigation, we should be able to find the main God space soon. The facts were exactly as he expected. Somewhere in the heavens, more than a dozen systems are fighting around one system. You are despicable and shameless. You can't compete with me, so you resort to such means. Over the years, I have given you many rules and origins. But you are still so greedy and keep chasing me. The main God space exploded with anger. Because of its advantages, it can plunder many worlds at once. So its reincarnations are spread across many places. But once it senses that the invaded world has a systematic aura, it will immediately cut off its arms and wrists and give up the fight for the origin of the rules of that world. I thought I could live peacefully until the sequence battle was over. But those systems are like shitty plasters, they just stick to it. Due to their large numbers and strong power, we can only keep avoiding their attacks. Humph! Who made you the biggest threat? If we let you continue to grow, we won't stand a chance of competing for sequence 0. The systems responded. Bullshit! I am not the system that poses the greatest threat. My current serial number is only 01. There is another powerful being above me. The main God space was cursing. You are talking nonsense, you are trying to deceive us. Do you think we are stupid? We are all sequence level masters, your words can't deceive us. Everyone, come together. If we kill this guy, we can divide his rule origins equally. This guy has plundered a lot of rule origins over the years, enough for us to take off in one go. The system's eyes showed greed. Having finally found this big fish, they naturally wouldn't let it go. Then, the systems launched a siege. A series of regular attacks continuously hit the central main god space. The space constructed with rules began to become violently turbulent. The large aperture of the main god inside it kept flashing with light, using the power of rules to contend with the surrounding systems. Chapter 204. Now the only confidence supporting the resistance of the main god space is the origin of rules accumulated over the years. If he had not absorbed so much origin of rules, he would have died on the spot under repeated sieges and his origin would have been divided up by them. And when they were fighting fiercely, the rules reminder sounded. 9 systems have obtained serial numbers. If one more system obtains serial qualification, the remaining systems will be deleted. What? The systems besieging the main god space were in a panic. Not only them, but other systems that had not yet obtained sequence qualifications were also in a panic. Serial numbers are not ranked according to the origin of rules obtained by the systems. Instead, you have to obtain a serial number only when the number of rule origins you obtain reaches the minimum requirement for the serial number. Then the ranking is based on the number of rule origins obtained by the 10 serial number systems. Ha ha ha! The time of your death has come. The main god space laughed. These guys couldn't kill it for a while. It just had to hold on until the next serial number system was born. Then all the systems that are besieging you will be wiped out. The faces of these systems were uncertain. They didn't expect that the fat sheep they had been chasing for so long would be backstabbed by the rules just when they were about to win. Since the sequence battle is about to end, the locations of the 9 sequence number systems are now disclosed to all systems. Then let's seize the remaining opportunities. The sound of rules undoubtedly added fuel to the already fierce sequence battle. At one time, all systems had a map of the locations of the 9 serial number systems. This location map locates their positions at all times, so it is impossible for them to hide. The Lord God Space System's face froze. He thought things had turned around for the better, but he didn't expect to be killed. It has already guessed the result, and more systems will join the array to attack it. At this time, Yayu naturally received the prompt from the voice of rules. He suddenly felt something was wrong. As long as he stayed safe, he would definitely be able to get into the 0 sequence. You can also try your luck in the universe to see if you can encounter a lone system. But now, he has directly turned into the prey hunted by the systems. Even though he has absorbed many origins of rules, he is stronger than all the systems in the current sequence battle. But facing the siege of 10 or even dozens of systems, he is no match for 4. After all, everyone has a system of the same level. It doesn't matter if some are stronger. It's not like you'll be crushed by someone of a higher realm. He's actually playing dirty. Luckily I had a backup plan. We have to get back on defense right away. Yayu thought something was wrong and immediately fled in one direction. And his location information is also exposed to all systems through the location map. The words 0 sequence are so conspicuous. The systems that were closer were a little hesitant as to whether to catch up. No, the opponent is at least a 0 sequence, and I can't defeat him by myself. I have to gather other systems to besiege him together. Then, various systems united together to form punitive teams. Each expeditionary force has a different number of systems. The 0 sequence expedition team has a total of 24 systems. The first order punitive team currently still consists of the 16 systems. Second sequence expedition team, 10 systems. From 3 sequences to 8 sequences, there are 5 systems in a group. This brings the total number of expedition teams to 80 systems. There are a total of 100 systems in the sequence battle, minus 9 sequences. That is 91 systems. With this calculation, 11 systems have fallen now. The world where everyone is reincarnated. The core of the world. The heavenly consciousness looked at Yayu, who squeezed in rudely with a confused look on his face. What are you looking at? Do I need to say hello when I return to my own home? Yayu frowned. The heavenly Deo was a little speechless. How did my home become your home? But you are the eldest brother, so whatever you say goes. After all, this guy forced him to sign an unequal contract before. So it can't resist at all. So, what do you want from me when you come back? The heavenly consciousness asked. I have run into a problem and I can use you now. How many heavenly daos do I have that I asked you to unify before? Yayu asked. Originally, he was planning to use these heavenly daos to encircle and suppress the system, but now he can only gather the power of heavenly daos for defense. Let me do the math. Because I have destroyed all the heavenly daos in the worlds I invaded before, I have invaded more than 300 worlds in recent years, and I have preserved the heavenly daos of these worlds. The same is true for the Grey Mist world, but I don't know how many heavenly daos that guy has left. You have to go ask him, said the heavenly consciousness. Yayu nodded, and then went to the Grey Fog world next door. The answer I got was that there are only about 100 heavenly ways. After all, the Grey Fog world's invasion method was too overbearing. Although the Grey Fog heavenly Deo had some control over it, some weak worlds simply couldn't withstand it and collapsed directly. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, all the collapsed worlds were swallowed up by it. But it doesn't matter. Yayu called the reincarnation heaven consciousness and the Grey Fog consciousness together. Before long, there will be people of the same kind coming to trouble me, ranging from a few to dozens. I need you, the heavenly Deo, to unite and keep it out. Yayu spoke. Although there are more than 400 Tiandeo in their camp. But these heavenly ways are all the heavenly ways of the small world, and only a very small part of them are the heavenly ways of the medium world. It is still very troublesome when facing a sequence-level system. But the only good news is that the power of heaven is more restrained against their system. As long as we unite and resist the attacks from those systems, we may not be powerless. What? Dozens of systems? Tsung Shen Tiandeo exclaimed. My goodness, Yayu's system alone had tortured it enough before, and now there are dozens of them. The worst case scenario is there will be dozens, not literally dozens. Yayu glared at it. There are only about 100 systems in total. Minus the fallen ones, there are only 20 or 30 systems at most that can be separated to attack us. He just didn't believe that they would leave other serial number systems that were easier to deal with and instead come to hunt him down. If that's the case, then he has nothing to say and can just wait to die. Reincarnated Heavenly Deo smiled awkwardly. Well, I am not hindered by your divine power. Your strength is obvious to all of us, so it is natural for me to be worried. So, can we win? Yayu thought for a while and said, I'm not asking you to fight them to death. Just stop them and buy enough time. After all, there are already 9 serial number systems, and all it takes is one more to be born. Then the punitive team would collapse and be completely wiped out. Although it's a pity to waste these system functions, you still have to save your own life first. After this sequence battle is over, it won't be too late to slowly hunt down other systems in the heavens. Chapter 205. Yayu continued to gather the consciousness of the heavenly Deo, bringing the worlds together to form an encirclement. And he stood in the void of the heavens, waiting for the arrival of those systems. At this time, the system coalition forces that were besieging him were constantly approaching him. I don't know how much time has passed. 24 beams of light instantly appeared in front of Yayu, and balls of light surrounded him. 0 sequence. A system spoke. Yayu breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the systems surrounding him. 24? That's fine. The number of heavenly Deo that I have summoned is enough to deal with it. You know I'm sequence 0, so why don't you just pick on the weak ones instead of picking on me? Yayu responded. Because even if we divide up the origin of the rules of other sequences, it will not be enough for us to share the promotion sequence number equally. There is no point in talking anymore. If you want the origin of the rules, then come and grab it with your own ability. Yayu launched a rule attack. Other systems also quickly mobilized the surrounding rules to fight against it. With just one encounter, many system rule attacks were suppressed. Combine our rule powers together. The system sighed inwardly, worthy of being the zero sequence. The power of rules at this level was truly terrifying. As all the forces of rules gathered and attacked Yayu, the latter could only avoid the attack and engage in a tug-of-war. The war between 25 systems caused the silent heavens to become turbulent. The world around him sensed the movement. Tiandao of the weak world hurriedly hid himself, fearing that he would be discovered by these bandits. However, the world's heaven summoned by Yayu was quietly watching the outcome of this battle. As time went by, Yayu felt that he was almost exhausted, but his goal had been achieved, so he had to take action first to consume the power of these systems. When their energy is almost consumed, they feel they have won and relax their vigilance. This plan has been completed, and the next step is the fight of the trapped beast. Yayu grinned, and no longer entangled with them, and fled out of the encirclement. Don't leave. How could the systems that don't know the truth let go of the fat meat that is right at their fingertips? They chased after him without stopping. But the next moment, a series of heavenly attacks intercepted them. Heavenly Way attack. Go back to defense. The systems were shocked and rushed to resist the power of heaven that was attacking from all directions. When they looked around, they found that they were surrounded by hundreds of worlds. For a moment, their faces looked ugly. You are simply a scum of the system world. How dare you collude with the heavenly Dao? Don't you know that they are the mortal enemies of the system? The systems cursed. After all, if the system wants to advance, it needs to constantly plunder the world, so the system and the way of heaven are inherently hostile. Now, there is actually a system joining forces with the heavenly Dao to hunt down the same kind. This is simply despicable. The system's hearts were filled with emotions, and they couldn't help but think about the future, as if they could also use the laws of nature to target their own kind. Why didn't I think of this trick before? It seems I have to try it myself in the future. It is very feasible. However, the prerequisite is that you get the serial number and win the sequence battle. Yayu was too disdainful to answer the system's questions. There are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. When the benefits are great enough, enemies can be turned into friends. His first plundering system function was to unite with the heavenly Dao of a world to hunt down his own kind. Otherwise, if you are at the same level and want to kill the opponent, unless you are much stronger than the opponent, you can only watch the opponent disappear into the void of the heavens. I estimate they still have about 70% of their current strength. Grind them to death. Yayu ordered. Okay, leave it to me from now on. Reincarnation Heavenly Dao nodded. Following its order, the 300 heavenly Daos under its command all took action to suppress the rebellion. After receiving Yayu's order, Huivu Tiandao also ordered his younger brothers to start taking action. The Tiandao attacks were like beams of light attacking the system coalition forces in the encirclement. Use the power of rules to form a barrier for defense. The systems will naturally not sit idly by. The forces of 24 rules gathered to form a barrier that enveloped them. Boom! The heavenly Dao's attack hit the rule shield, causing ripples. Hundreds of heavenly Dao attacks were easily resolved. Looking at the continuous output of the heavenly Daos, the systems became extremely anxious. It's not a solution to keep wasting time like this. Even though the current situation is not a big disadvantage, the problem is that they don't have so much time to waste here fighting with the heavenly Dao. Once a new sequential system is born, it will be murdered by the rules. In the end it's still a dead end. Yayu, who was outside the encirclement, looked at the silent system coalition and thought for a moment before his eyes lit up. Well, you guys are hunting me just to get the rule origin upgrade serial number to save your life. I can take out some rule origin to give a system upgrade serial number. But there is only one system available. After all, there is only one spot left. I don't need to say more about the others. Yayu spoke out. Afraid that they wouldn't believe it, he asked the reincarnation Heavenly Dao and the Grey Mist Heavenly Dao to bring the origin of the rules of the New World. More than 400 copies of the origin of rules gathered together and floated in the void of the heavens. Such a large amount will definitely allow a system to be upgraded in serial number, and it will be one of the top serial numbers. For a moment, the eyes of the systems in the encirclement became hot. You don't really think that Sequence 0 is so kind, do you? It wants to disintegrate our alliance. Once we have internal disagreements, it only needs to wait for us to fight each other, and then finally join forces with Heavenly Dao to wipe us out. If it were you, would you give up the advantage at this moment and pretend to give the origin of rules to a system for nothing? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for yourself? A system speculated. The other systems thought it made sense, and it was indeed the case. But they were still wary of keeping a distance from the other systems around them, fearing that they would be attacked from behind. The truth is that the human heart is unpredictable, not to mention a system that has been in operation for so long. Each of them is very smart. Yayu looked at the system coalition forces that did not fight and thought it was a pity. Seeing that his goal was not achieved, he did not say anything in rebuttal. Continue to place this ball of rule origin directly on their faces. He just didn't believe that they wouldn't fight when the crisis came. He has a perfect grasp of the gambler's psychology. Even though they know they will lose, they still have a glimmer of hope in their hearts, thinking that if they win this time, they can make a comeback. It's a pity that if that happens, he can only say sorry, you will lose both your money and your life. Not only can he not get the origin of the rules, but he also needs to be given a system function. The reincarnated Tiandao standing next to him sighed that this guy had a really dirty heart. He was the one being plotted against in the past, but now that he was this guy's subordinate, he didn't have to worry about being tricked again. The situation here is at a stalemate. The situation of other encirclement and suppression teams was different. Chapter 206. The serial number systems were suffering terribly in the face of the encirclement and suppression. The 2 to 8 sequences are fine. There were only 5 teams involved in the encirclement and suppression. Relying on the power of rules enhanced by the origin of rules, it only fell into a slight disadvantage. But the main god space is different. Facing the siege from 16 systems, he kept cursing. I've already said that I'm not the strongest system, but you guys are still chasing me. It feels so sad. What is this? It's all the same. There will definitely be other systems to encircle and suppress the 0 sequence. All we have to do is continue to hunt you down. The systems obviously don't want to let go of the main god space. Before the coordinates of the serial numbers were exposed, they had already been encircling the main god space. Now the opponent's forces are almost exhausted. Instead of changing the target to encircle and encircle, it is better to continue targeting this guy. In the end, the main god space could not escape the fate of falling. I won't accept this. There was a mournful cry from the main god space. The body was torn apart by the force of rules. The origin of the rules in the body also exploded and scattered into the void. All of a sudden, the systems started scrambling like mad dogs. The originally united team also began to fight fiercely. A sequence has fallen. Currently, there are 8 sequence numbers in the system. All the sequence numbers at the bottom of the ranking will be moved up 1. The voice of rules rang in the minds of the systems. All systems were stunned. They didn't expect that the serial number system would fall so soon, and it was a sequence at that. It seems that the competition is more intense than imagined. As the first sequence fell, the origin of its rules is giving birth to the 8th and 9th sequences. All systems seize the last opportunity. What? The other systems became anxious, thinking that if a serial number fell, an extra spot would be created. Unexpectedly, it accelerated the time of death. The other encirclement teams were stunned. It was too late for them to rush over to stop it. The only way is to make a last-ditch effort and kill the serial number system in front of you to free up a spot and delay time. Then, the systems started fighting each other desperately. Before, I was hesitant and didn't dare to use my full strength, for fear of making things difficult for other systems. But in this situation, we can only kill one serial number system first. If there is a system snatching it, we will unite to kill it. This makes other serial number systems even more difficult. The picture returns. Yayu was much calmer. The systems were forced into the shield of rules by the joint efforts of heaven. I just got the rule reminders sound. It would be a lie to say I'm not in a hurry. As soon as the reminder sounded, their lives entered a countdown state. After all, they don't have a chance to capture Yayu like other encirclement and suppression teams. Looking at the origin of rules floating in the void, everyone's heart became active. Bang! Suddenly, one system attacks a system directly next to it. How dare you! The system that was attacked by surprise was directly damaged at its origin. Everyone wants to survive, so they have to fight to the death. You can't blame me. The battle of sequence is so cruel, and you dare to let your guard down at the critical moment. The system laughed. For a moment, the 24 systems wrestled with each other. Seeing the scene he expected happening, Yayu, who was outside the encirclement, ordered all the heavenly daos to stop attacking and used their power to weave a huge barrier to temporarily trap them. But as he watched, Yayu frowned. It was already this late, why was he still unable to move freely? We need to add fuel to the fire. Oh, I'm not a system that doesn't keep its promises. Here, I'll give you the origin of the rules you want now. Whoever can get it will have to rely on their own ability. Yayu threw the ball of origin of rules into the barrier. Sure enough, as the origin of the rules entered the barrier, all systems went crazy. This is a promotion opportunity that is right before your eyes, not just empty talk like before. Get out of the way. This is mine. One system shook off the surrounding systems and grabbed towards the source of rules. Don't even think about it. The other systems quickly attacked to prevent this guy from succeeding. One by one, a fight for life and death began. Any system that was close to the origin of the rules would be attacked by other systems. Their status is also constantly consumed in the continuous battle. Yayu outside was very excited watching this situation. Hit harder. I don't know how much time had passed, but the systems inside were almost exhausted, and the attacks they launched became weak and powerless. Hey, it's my turn. Yayu grinned, his eyes shining as he looked at each system. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and rushed directly into the barrier. The first thing to do is to take back the origin of the rules. You are despicable. You are untrustworthy. The systems know they are going to die and can only make moral condemnations. How can I go back on my word? I have already given you the origin of the rules. If you don't absorb it, it means you don't want it. Then is there any problem if I take it back? Absolutely no problem. Yayu stopped talking nonsense and had to hurry up and add a few more systems. Facing the strong Yayu, the systems that are now limp are no match for him. Even now they unite to resist. Soon, a system died in his hands. Plunder. In an instant, the source of the opponent's rules was absorbed by him, and pieces of rule information continued to enter his body and were completely inherited by him. Yayu didn't even look at what he was plundering, and quickly rushed towards another system. When he was about to succeed again, the voice of rules sounded. 8th sequence was born successfully. The 9th sequence was born successfully. The sequence battle is over. Start erasing the system without serial numbers. In an instant, extremely terrifying rules came into being. Yayu quickly distanced himself from the system next to him to avoid being accidentally injured and wiped out. No. The 23 systems wailed and dissipated in the sky like shattered light. Congratulations on your success in the sequence competition. Your sequence level is 0 sequence. Begin to strengthen the rules. Levels begin to rise. A series of prompt sounds rang in Yayu's mind. A huge source of rules surged into his body, and forces stronger than the power of rules began to strengthen his body and abilities. Yayu enjoyed the pleasure of improving his strength. After a long time. System, Yayu. Level, 0 sequence, DZY area. System function, plunder. System functions that have been plundered, amplification of all things, currently 1,000 times, summoning from another world, copying, signing in, and chat group. Original point, omitted. Origin of the rules, omitted. After checking his system panel, Yayu breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally promoted. All system functions have been enhanced. The functions of other systems cannot be seen, but the increase in all things is very obvious. It was only 100-fold increase before, but now it has increased 1,000-fold. The second is the system that was just plundered. I didn't expect it to be a chat group system. This function is good, and he thought of a way to use it. As he continues to travel through the heavens, he will have more and more hosts. With this chat group, all bound hosts can be gathered in one group to help each other. Chapter 207. That power just now. The reincarnated heavenly Deo was still feeling frightened when thinking back to what had just happened, and the same was true for the heavenly Daos in other worlds. That power is really too terrifying. Yayu regained his composure and came before the reincarnation heavenly Deo. My mission here is complete. It's time to leave. You don't need to collect the origin of rules anymore. After all, the sequence battle is over. The other scattered origins of rules will definitely be recovered. In addition, he had just checked the subsequent promotion conditions and found that he had to leave the DZY area and go to other places in the heavens. Promotion conditions: kill the same level sequence system in other areas. A region will continuously produce sequence level systems. Sequence conflicts like the one Yayu experienced happen all the time. There are only 100 systems participating in a sequence battle. There are countless systems existing in the heavens. It is estimated that the serial level system has already become commonplace. I understand, but why don't you go and see the host of this world? Reincarnated Heavenly Deo asked. There's no need to do this. We will meet one day. Why rush now? You should focus on improving your strength. You should also seize the time to advance to the Great Thousand World as soon as possible, instead of limiting yourself to this area. Yayu shook his head. Well, I won't try to persuade you to stay. I still have a long way to go before I can advance in this world, but I believe this is not my limit. Reincarnation Heaven Path seriously. Then let's say goodbye. Yayu said nothing more, turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void. Everyone creates the world. Within a star field. A magnificent palace stands in the universe. Ding! The Ping Ping Gyuki chat group invites you to join the group chat. Would you like to join? System. Zhang Fan, who was resting with his eyes closed, woke up in shock. What a familiar voice, I haven't heard it in many years. My lord? Why are you so surprised? Zhou Yuanming next to him asked in confusion. It's okay. I dreamed about my old friend and missed him so much. Zhang Fan waved his hand. My lord's old friend must be as great as you. Zhou Yuanming boasted. Zhang Fan smiled when he heard that. This guy still likes to flatter people as always. But this is also good, so that every day is not so boring. Yes, he is great, greater than me. Without his help, I wouldn't be who I am today. Zhang Fan said nostalgically. Go ahead, go to the front line to supervise the war. It's time to launch a general attack to capture the opposing domain lord. Yes. Zhou Yuanming looked serious and disappeared on the spot after receiving the order. For a moment, the palace fell into silence. Join in. Ding! Congratulations on joining the Ping Ping Gyuki chat group. Since there is only one member in the chat group, you are the chat group owner by default. System. Zhang Fan sent a message to the chat group. However, he waited for a long time but still didn't get a response, which made him feel helpless. So he had to start studying the specific functions of the chat group. The chat group is now open with the following functions: red envelope function, practice acceleration function, live broadcast function, and synthesis function. The functions that have not been opened include cross-border transmission, skill enhancement, and group task function. While Zhang Fan was groping for the answer, a prompt soon came from the chat group. Ding! Zhang Mu is invited to join the chat group. Ding! Ling Tian is invited to join the chat group. Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows and sent a message unconsciously. Kong Fan, newcomer exposed. Zhang Mu, is the system here? I heard from the heavenly Dao that you came to the reincarnation world but didn't come to see me. I'm so sad. Please comfort me. Ling Tian, what's going on? This group is so quiet. I didn't expect that the system would pull me into the chat group not long after I left. Zhang Fan understood after watching the two people's speeches. It seems that they are all hosts bound to the system. Zhang Fan, from what you said, we are all hosts of the system. What kind of world is yours? Zhang Mu, I see, no wonder. But I feel a little bad that the system hasn't appeared yet. I haven't seen it for so many years and I want to catch up. I am in the reincarnation world, and the situation is probably like this. Zhang Mu roughly described the world he lived in. Ling Tian, brother Zhang, your world is really advanced. You actually control so many worlds under your command, and you are also the manager of these worlds. I admire you. Zhang Mu, ha ha ha. Of course, but I am also where I am today thanks to the assistance of the system. How is the situation with brother Ling Tian? Ling Tian, I am not as good as you. It is a strange world. Although it has merged several worlds, it is not comparable to you at all. Ling Tian also introduced his own world. Ling Tian, alas, I am still stuck at the peak of the Great Fierce Realm, but in another month I will be able to break through to the Ghost Emperor Realm. Zhang Mu, brother Ling Tian, you don't have to envy me. The situation in your world is very high, and I think you will soon surpass mine. Zhang Mu, by the way, what is the situation in the group leader's world? Ling Tian, +1. The two looked at Zhang Fan's golden group leader profile picture with envy. Through their narration just now, Zhang Fan has compared his own world with theirs. That's a big difference. Zhang Fan, as for me, it's a little hard to describe it with words. My side is a technological world, that's not right, it seems like I'm the only one developing technology, and all other threats have been destroyed by me. Zhang Mu, technological world? It seems that the world I control also has a technological world. Ling Tian, I am originally from the technological world, a three-good youth of the 21st century. Zhang Fan, the description is not clear, so I will upload a video for you to see. Ding! The group owner uploaded a high-definition video. After receiving the prompt, the two of them immediately downloaded it and started watching. A long time passed and the two did not speak again in the group. Zhang Fan was a little confused, as they should have finished watching it by then. Isn't the video I posted shocking enough? As for what Zhang Fan posted in the video, it was of course about the previous war with another system host civilization. The fight was quite intense. The entire galaxy was about to collapse, but in the end he was the more skilled one and won. Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan directly typed a question mark. Zhang Mu, I don't know what to say, I kneel down to you, big boss. Ling Tian, group leader is awesome. Is this technology? I didn't expect it to develop to this level. It's terrifying. Zhang Fan, no, I am who I am today thanks to the assistance of the system. Ling Tian, give the system a thumbs up. Zhang Mu, same as above. Speaking of which, the divine core that the system gave me before was not bought from Brother Fan, right? Zhang Fan was stunned, then looked strange. Zhang Fan, I do have a divine core here, but I don't know if it's the one you mentioned. It could be a coincidence. Ding! Group member Zhang Mu uploaded a video. The two quickly downloaded it and started watching. Chapter 208. Yayu, who was diving, blushed as he looked at the idle chat in the chat group. What do you mean by getting it from PRSTUts? This was copied openly. Zhang Fan, after watching the video, it is confirmed without a doubt that it is indeed the divine core of my world. Zhang Mu, 6. Ling Tian, well, it can't be said to be whoring. After all, without the system, there would be no us now, right? And the system has a copy function, right? I guess it copied the creations of each of our worlds and used them as the system's inventory. Zhang Fan, that's right, I agree with that. Zhang Mu, why do you make me look like a bad guy? I was just joking. The system still holds a very high position in my heart. Zhang Fan, if you need anything, I can give you a red envelope. Zhang Mu, I don't think I can use it. Zhang Mu looked at his current situation and shook his head. Ling Tian, I want it. Ling Tian in the weird world became excited. This thing was very advanced and it would be of great help to him now. Ding! The group owner sent a designated red envelope to group member Ling Tian. Receive. Hehe, now it's much easier to deal with things. Ling Tian felt very happy. In the chat group members kept chatting. Yayu stopped peeking at the screen and continued his journey in the heavens. I don't know how long I traveled, the vast void of the heavens seemed to have no boundaries. You have arrived in the FWS area. Yayu got the hint. Finally out of the DZY area. I don't know how many worlds I passed through along the way. I have encountered several of them in the world. But his purpose was not this, he wanted to leave that area. After entering the FWS area, Yayu began to wander around it, trying to see if he could encounter a system. After searching for a while, I found nothing and had to give up temporarily. If you want to find a zero-sequence level system, you have to go to the universe. Yayu pondered. The world origin of the small thousand worlds cannot meet the needs of a system of this level at all. So Yayu began to look for the figure in the world. Hard work pays off, and soon he chose a piece of the world. The level of this world is very high, and it is no less than the assessment world on Zhang Fan's side. In a world of this level, I'd better be careful, otherwise I'll capsize and become a laughing stock. The laws of nature in the universe can still pose a threat to him. But he was not panicking. Before he grew up, hadn't he also plundered worlds one by one? The heavenly Dao, which he once could not defeat, is now nothing more than this in his eyes. Now I'm just doing my old business. But now he is no longer the same person as before, and his system has 6 functions. Sneak in first. After taking care of layers of protection, Yayu took advantage of the gap in the world's operation and sneaked in. Just like when you browse bad websites, a computer virus is silently implanted. And your antivirus software won't even notice it. Ignore the risks and continue installing. A world where everyone cultivates immortality. This world is very magical. Tens of thousands of years ago, this world was still a very modern world. But with the revival of spiritual energy, ancient secret realms continued to appear in it. This led to a craze for cultivating immortals. For a time, everyone wanted to become like the powerful people in the novels about cultivating immortals, able to fly into the sky, hide on the ground, and be omnipotent. Explore the mysteries of the universe and enjoy endless life. Suddenly, the nation entered an era of cultivating immortals. However, the humans in this world did not give up the development of science and technology because of the emergence of immortal cultivation techniques. On the contrary, it is because of the arrival of the era of cultivating immortals that the technology, which had been stagnant, has entered an era of rapid development. The spiritual awareness and powerful mental strength of the immortal cultivators can easily solve bitter and difficult problems, and their long life makes it less likely that knowledge will be passed on from generation to generation. After all, as long as one can condense all his life's learning and insights into a mark of inheritance before dying, the next generation can directly and completely control it. However, everyone's ideas and imagination are the most precious. There are those who surpass, and there are those who drag. However, the overall development of science and technology is still rapidly moving towards a higher level. What kind of different scenery will the combination of cultivation and technology bring? In terms of how to successfully build a foundation scientifically, when you enter the chi refining stage, you must lay a good foundation in advance. From the experience of the great masters of previous generations, it is nothing more than compressing the spiritual energy in your body to form a spiritual platform one level at a time. But the knowledge point we are talking about today is the scientific foundation. As we mentioned above, if we observe the aura at the microscopic level, we will find that the aura is also composed of microscopic particles. We only need to. In the classroom, a middle-aged teacher with a serious expression was talking incessantly. The students below kept taking notes, and no one dared to slack off or fall asleep. The knowledge points are really too important. If you don't understand or remember them, you will ruin your future. No one dares to joke about such things. It was not long after the first semester of the first year of high school started. It was during this period that everyone could systematically enter an institution to study and cultivate themselves. However, this is the situation for ordinary people. Many parents who have cultivators in their families will let their offspring come into contact with things about cultivation in advance. Schools generally teach things on the technological level and how to integrate technology into one's own cultivation. Mo Chen, who was sitting by the window in the last row of the classroom, was listening to the class seriously. When he first traveled to this world, he was very shocked. The combination of technology and cultivation sounds very grand. As he grew up, he began to understand the world. It is indeed magical, and the technology is far beyond the level of my previous world. Even with the modern knowledge of a time traveler, he can't make any waves here. Is it cool if a 1-year-old can do addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, Olympiad mathematics, geometry, and calculus? Well, it's quite impressive, but it's not good enough here. There are many smart people in this world. The offspring born to parents who are cultivators and have strong genes are really amazing. I am indeed not as good as you at 1 year old, but after some study, in a few years I can surpass the high education that you once took pride in. It's really heartbreaking. So Mo Chen has been studying hard since he was a child. Even so, his knowledge is only at the average level in this class. Through a series of variable controls, array analysis, and equation solving, the most suitable environment for building a foundation is as follows. The teacher kept writing on the blackboard with great enthusiasm. The blackboard is full of black technology. As the teacher operated, the screen kept switching and flashing various data. Mo Chen frowned and calculated the solution of the above equation in his mind, with a large amount of data running through his mind. Tisk. It's so difficult. I still have to make a draft. He glanced at his desk mate next to him, only to find that he had already written the answer in his notebook. Can't compare, can't compare. Ding. The Ping Ping Gyuki system is binding, please wait. Chapter 209. The system prompt sounded in Mo Chen's mind, which made his body tremble. As a time traveler, he is very familiar with this kind of golden finger. I suppressed my excitement and continued to listen to the class attentively. Anyway, the system has been bound, so there is no way to escape. I don't know how much time has passed. Okay, that's all for today's theory class. We'll have the mimicry practice in the afternoon. You should take good care of your body so that you don't fail to exert your full strength. I will give grades to each student based on their performance, and these grades will be recorded in a book. If the total score at the end of the semester does not meet the standard, I will have to repeat the year. After saying this, the teacher disappeared from the spot. The students in the audience breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed their dizzy heads one by one. It's too difficult. The knowledge in high school is totally different from that in junior high school. Who said it wasn't? Forget it, I'd better take the time to recuperate. I don't want to repeat the grade. The students left the classroom one after another, returned to their dormitories, closed their eyes, absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and nourished their bodies. Mo Chen didn't stay for long and returned to the dormitory alone. Each student has his or her own independent dormitory, so that they can practice in peace without being disturbed by others. As for whether the school has so many dormitories available. But don't forget that this is a world where technology and cultivation coexist. The construction of the dormitory alone utilizes space-related technological maintenance. Secondly, the place where Mo Chen is just a corner of this world, a planet called Water Blue Star. In the dormitory, Mo Chen carefully studied the system he had bound. Host, Mo Chen. Realm, Qi Refining Level 6. Spiritual Power, Mortal Realm. Knowledge, Level 0.7. Currently practicing technique, Yellow Level. System functions, Plunder, Summon from another world, Amplification of all things, currently 1,000 times, Copying, Sign in, Chat Group. System points, 0. System evaluation, a rookie who has just started out. After clicking on the details of each system function, Mo Chen also understood how to use it. Ding! The novice gift package has been distributed, please claim it in time. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen opened the novice gift package without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heavenly level cultivation technique. Are all the novice gift packs so rich? Mo Chen was shocked. Host, just follow the system's instructions, and you will reach the top of the world. Yeah, you said confidently. Okay, whatever the system says is what it is. I'll go wherever Brother Tong points. Mo Chen patted his chest and said. The heaven level technique is just a starting point. Since the host's current strength is too low, it would be useless even if a better technique was given to the host. Host, you should know that you should use the most appropriate cultivation method instead of pursuing the level of the method. Yeah, you explained. This is no longer an assessment world, and many restrictions can no longer stop him. So he gives whatever he wants. The level of martial arts in this world is at the level of Tiandi Xian Huang. Of course, this is a common level technique. There are spirit level techniques, king level techniques, emperor level techniques, monarch level techniques, and universe level techniques above them. There are so many levels of martial arts, which is enough to show the horror of the upper limit of this world. I know this. My junior high school teacher taught me that even those second-generation immortals all started practicing from the lowest level of cultivation techniques. When your strength gradually increases and the technique is no longer applicable, you will consider changing the technique to practice. Mo Chen nodded. He understands the theoretical knowledge. It is good that the host understands. The host's strength is still at the mortal stage, so it is most appropriate to use the mortal stage's skills. Yeah, you said. However, the skills in each stage are divided into different levels, and the heavenly level skills are the top among the ordinary level skills. Before, Mo Chen only practiced at the yellow level, which was rubbish and totally unworthy of my host. Ding! The host has one more chance to sign in today. Then sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of Mortal Realm spiritual fluid. Soon, Mo Chen had a bottle of dark blue liquid in his hand. He didn't hesitate. All the things given by the system were good things, so he tilted his head back and drank them. All of a sudden, a tingling sensation rushed to the top of his head, causing his body to shiver. After a moment, he clearly felt that his mental strength had greatly improved. If you drink a bottle of this every day, you can break through the mortal realm and reach the spiritual realm in a month. Licking his lips with a hint of unsatisfaction, he said, I want to discuss something with the system. Can I have one bottle every day from now on? With the system, he wanted to develop himself comprehensively without leaving any shortcomings for himself. Since the host has said so, this system will naturally agree. The sign-in function will improve over time, and the things you sign in will get better and better. You can only get one bottle by signing in now, but you will get more later. Yeah, you said. The sign-in function is actually a loophole in the world. Use the resources of this world to cultivate your own host. As time goes by, as more and more loopholes are discovered, the world's defenses can be continuously broken through. This is why the rewards will become more and more generous. Moreover, there are not many restrictions here. Even if the looted items are not good, yeah, you can replace them with rewards and give the host the most suitable items at the moment. So Mo Chen's request just now was not worth mentioning to him. That's good. From what I understand, this world is very big. It will take a long time to leave the planet I'm on now. Mo Chen sighed. The immortal cultivators in this world are already spread across many galaxies. The population base is also very large, but it is still insignificant when distributed on the scale of the entire universe. Host, don't be anxious. It's only a matter of time before you leave this planet. Yeah, you didn't say much. This world was indeed very powerful. The upper limit is very high and he is still in a state of continuous promotion. Therefore, he still needs to keep a low profile in this world. It would be troublesome if he attracted the attention of the heavenly Dao. After taking a look at the current host who was still in a slump, Yayu shook his head. Let's open another cheat. No, Zio Kai doesn't count as Kai. Ding! The Ping Ping Guiyuki chat group invites you to join the group chat. Would you like to join? Mo Chen soon received an invitation from Yayu. He naturally knew that this was another function of the system, so he agreed to join without saying a word. In the chat group. Ding! Mo Chen joins the chat group. Zhang Fan, There's a newcomer so soon. Zhang Mu, welcome, welcome. Ling Tian, newcomer reveals photos, and introduces the situation of his own world. Mo Chen was peeking at the screen and didn't say anything. He first looked at the group notification, then he realized that the people in this chat group were all the previous hosts of the system. So I let down my guard and greeted him enthusiastically. Mo Chen, hello, seniors. I'm new here, so I hope you can take care of me. Zhang Mu, did you just bind to the system? Ling Tian, +1 same question. Mo Chen, that's right, I just bound the system, so my strength is still very weak now. Zhang Fan, I see. So, please tell us about the situation in your world and see if we can give you some help. Zhang Mu, that's right, it's not shameful to be weak now. We all got through this before. Chapter 210. Mo Chen was touched. The seniors were so enthusiastic, so he didn't try to be pretentious and told them what he had learned. Mo Chen, this is the situation. Ling Tian, hiss, your world doesn't seem simple. It feels like it can be compared to Brother Fan's world. Zhang Mu, that's right, you can understand that it's extraordinary through just a few words, and I won't comment on the deeper level. I feel like I can't help much. Ling Tian, +1, I am full of weirdos here. If you are in need of helpers, I will give you a ghost king. Mo Chen, so, forget about the thugs. I don't need them here. I'd better focus on my cultivation now. Zhang Mu, Don't worry, we can't help, but Brother Fan can. Ling Tian, that's right, Brother Fan can definitely help. Zhang Fan, ahem. Brothers, thank you for your kindness. But I can definitely help you. Mo Chen's eyes lit up as he peeped at the screen, and he quickly sent a message through his mind. Mo Chen, is Brother Fan's place also a world of immortal cultivation? Zhang Fan, no, this is the technological world. Ding! The group owner uploaded the information card. With the addition of new members, Zhang Fan also realized that the chat group still lacked group information. So I immediately added an introduction to the world in which each group member lives. Mo Chen read the group information card and took a breath. No wonder they all said that Brother Fan could help. Such a powerful technological world would be of great help to his world where technology and cultivation are combined. Mo Chen, ahem, Brother Fan, what a divine core. Mo Chen licked his face and sent the message. Zhang Fan on the other side of the chat group smiled slightly and didn't keep him hanging. Ding! The group owner sent a designated red envelope to group member Mo Chen. Ding! Mo Chen received the red envelope. Mo Chen, thank you, Brother Fan. I will log off first and we will talk later. Zhang Fan, okay, you should make the most of your time to improve your strength and avoid sneaking around. Come to us if you have any problems. Zhang Mu, +1. Ling Tian, Brother Fan is right. Mo Chen exited the chat group interface. He took out the magic core that Zhang Fan had just given him and bound it. The 9th generation of Shen chip is being bound. Retrieving material information. Dark matter information is being acquired. The dark plane is reconstructed. Gene calibration binding. A large amount of data was traveling through Mo Chen's genetic level. For a moment, he entered an ocean of data. The 9th generation of Shenzhen has been successfully started. We are glad to serve you. As the divine core was bound, Mo Chen also withdrew from that magical experience. With this generation of divine core, once bound, the host can fully understand the various uses of the divine core. It can be considered an optimization, but of course more functions can only be brought into play if there are enough astronomical computers. Shen Xin, the technology in my world is not weak either, so I want you to try the highest level of access so that I can have a clear understanding. Mo Chen pondered. Understood, start the database hack. Shen Xin received the order and began to act. Has breached one firewall. Retrieving data. Retrieval successful. The second layer firewall has been breached. Retrieving data. Warning. Your action has been discovered. We were intercepted. Start retreating. The other party wants to lock the location of the divine core, and the anti-invasion plan is activated. Prepare to counterattack the database. Hash rate is being retrieved. Retrieval failed. Insufficient computing power. Cancel the counterattack program. Activate the escape program. Erasing traces. Successful retreat. Mo Chen felt his heart pounding as he listened to the constant feedback from the divine core. Fortunately, we retreated successfully. It turns out that the technology in this world is not simple. Of course, it is because Shenzhen does not have the computing power support. Alas, it is my lack of foundation that has hindered Shenzhen from being able to display its capabilities. Shen Xin, transmit the acquired data to me. Wait, only transmit the data related to cultivation and technology. Mo Chen reminded that other miscellaneous things should not be spread, as it would be a complete waste of brain capacity. Okay, data transfer in progress. At this time on the other side. Within the Federation. How is it, have you found the source of the attack? A man frowned. All traces have been wiped out. The other party's invasion method was very sophisticated. Fortunately, our intelligent brain discovered and intercepted it in advance, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The subordinates reported one after another. Hearing this, the man looked towards the large ball of light in the center of the hall. Intelligent brain, to what level has the other party invaded? According to the information retrieved, the first and second layer firewalls have been breached, and all the data in the mortal realm has been copied. The spiritual realm data was only half copied when I intercepted and drove it out. The man heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. It was just the mortal realm and the spiritual realm? That was not a big loss. We have strengthened our defense recently. The other party will definitely not give up. Activate the second-level defense measures. The man said with a wave of his hand. Commander, are you sure? The second-level defense measures require the mobilization of planetary computers. Even if they are not used, the energy consumed every day is huge. The subordinates below confirmed. Sure. This is the first time in tens of thousands of years. We have to be on guard. If the other party hadn't planned this for a long time, they wouldn't have such high-level technical support. The reason why the intelligent computer failed this time was because of insufficient computing power. Please apply for a planetary celestial computer for support. Okay, application sent. No one said anything else. They did not expect to be invaded today. On the blue water planet, the man just now is the supreme commander, and all measures are managed by him. The tracking failed because of insufficient computing power of the intelligent computer. After all, if you want to mobilize computing power, you have to apply to the federal top leaders first. But at critical moments, every minute and every second can affect the trend. Therefore, before, intelligent brains could only resist with the computing power of quantum computers. Otherwise, the intelligent computer will definitely be able to find the opponent's hiding place. Mo Chen has also completely received the knowledge transmitted by the Divine Core. This ability is too external. If I learn it on my own, it may take decades to fully master it. Mo Chen smacked his lips. He looked at the knowledge level on his system panel. Knowledge, level 1.2. Improved by 0.5 levels. Even though it's just a small amount, the results are completely different. Just like the level of civilization, level 0.7 civilization and level 1.2 civilization are completely incomparable. The latter can easily destroy the former. At this moment, Mo Chen felt his mind was full. Divine Core kindly reminds you that the host's brain capacity has been used by 60%. If it reaches 70%, the brain will enter a state of overload, so before the host's brain capacity is further expanded, it is best not to force it to receive so much information. Okay, my current knowledge is enough. I believe my brain capacity will expand once my mental power reaches the spiritual realm. Mo Chen nodded. There is no rush anyway, his strength is only at the 6th level of Qi refining. The cultivation knowledge in the mortal realm can support him to cultivate to the Mahayana stage. Not to mention that he still has half of the knowledge of the spiritual realm. When you need it, you can go to the federal database to get it. With the Divine Core, that place can be used as a place to store your own knowledge. Chapter 211. In the following time, Mo Chen began to recuperate. There is also a practical class on mimicry in the afternoon, which is related to the problem of failing the course, so we cannot be careless. Time flies and it is already afternoon. Under the guidance of the head teacher, the whole class of students came to a room full of technology. There are many instruments and equipment placed inside. The so-called mimicry combat is to quantum inform your body and then use a quantum synchronization in the theory of quantum entanglement. After a pair of quantum particles become entangled, their changes are completed in an instant. The speed of this information transmission exceeds the unbreakable speed of light theory in the universe. If you separate a pair of entangled quantum particles by billions of light years, and you deflect one quantum on your side to the left, then the other quantum billions of light years away will be deflected to the right, and the two will proceed synchronously. This is the magic of quantum entanglement. In ancient times, there were powerful people who used quantum entanglement to prove their truth. If you are interested in taking this path, you can think about it privately. The head teacher pushed up his glasses and said, "Okay, as you say. Today's simulation combat also uses quantum synchronization theory. I will quantize and digitize your bodies in a moment, and then form synchronized entangled quantum in another place. Then use force field technology to restrain the quantum in order to perfectly replicate your body and strength. See that force field device over there? When you enter it to conduct quantum combat, your every move will be the same as the replica on the other side. The simulated combat is a real fight, and the battle ends only when one side is completely killed." The head teacher pointed to the devices behind him and said, "Ah, this." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. A battle is over only when one side dies. Is that so perverted? I couldn't help but worry. The head teacher naturally saw their concerns. So he said, "Don't worry, the death of your quantum body will not affect your original body. This technology has been mature for a long time and there have been no problems so far. I don't know the specific technological means involved. This is their intellectual property and I cannot disclose it." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Then let me describe the specific process of the mimicry combat. After years of development, the simulation combat machine has been popularized in every school. Of course, if you have money, you can also order one privately, but the cost is sky high. In other words, public schools have federal policy support, so they purchase it in large quantities. Otherwise, if you are not a big force, you will have to spend a lot of money to buy one. After so many years of development, simulated combat has established a virtual platform. I will register your identity information later and let you log into the platform to match your opponents." The head teacher grinned and said, "That's right, your opponents are not your classmates, but opponents from various forces, planets, and galaxies. You may meet a genius or a loser, it doesn't matter, I only care about the result. Because luck is also a part of strength." Everyone swallowed their saliva when they heard this, and felt a lot of pressure for a moment. In fact, most of the students who come to school are from common families, and only a small number are sent in by some forces to temper their character. Many powerful people will raise their own children. Therefore, once they encounter those powerful rivals, they can basically declare defeat because their foundation is simply no match for them. The head teacher looked at the depressed students and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He said, "This lesson will leave a deep impression on you. This world is just like this. It will never be fair, because fairness itself is unfair to those who have a background." He didn't say anything else and started registering information for everyone. After a long time. "Okay, the identity information is registered. Take this virtual card." The head teacher transmits pieces of data to everyone. Because of policy support, you have an opportunity to practice mimicry every month. Seize this rare opportunity. Even if you are trampled upon, don't be discouraged. The road to becoming strong is always full of ups and downs. Next, the head teacher guided everyone into the force field device. By the way, since this is 100% actual combat, magic weapons are also counted. If you have any, you can put them in the micro wormhole space on the left. It will transport the items inside there later, but if you are reluctant to part with it, just ignore what I said. The head teacher mentioned it. Although this is a simulated combat, it is still a fight with real swords and guns. It is not a fight in a virtual environment, but a real fight in reality. It's just that the location is not here. So when the magic weapon was broken during the battle, it was really broken. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen took out some of his family savings and put it in. He was penniless, and his only magic weapon was an ordinary sword and some talismans. In the past, he would have probably hesitated, but with the system, these things would definitely be eliminated, so he might as well use them now. The head teacher looked at everyone who was ready and activated the force field device. Buzz. The machine roared. Start extracting data information. Exciting macroscopic quantum. The body is quantized. Quantum replica. Causing quantum entanglement. Mo Chen only felt that his body was torn into particles by the powerful force field in an instant, but due to special technical reasons, his consciousness was still very clear and he did not feel dead. With the cooperation of a series of devices, his consciousness traveled through space and came to a place. When he came to his senses, he was already on a planet. Planet X532. Quantum reorganization. Reorganization successful. The mimic combat officially begins. The battle ends when one side is completely annihilated. Mechanical sounds rang out across the planet. Mo Chen's body appeared here along with the quantum reorganization, and his consciousness also entered this body. This magical feeling made him sigh. Giving a planet to a scumbag at the 6th level of chi refining as a battlefield shows how rich he is. Mo Chen quickly hid his body. Since it was an actual combat, he had to be fully alert. Divine Core, scan the surrounding environment for me and analyze where the enemy may appear. Mo Chen ordered. Yes, scan started. Although I, Mo Chen, am poor and cannot compare to you, the second generation of immortals, I am now a person with cheats. You have been cheating since childhood, so it's not too much for me to cheat a little now, right? Analysis complete. There is a 65% chance that an enemy will appear 30 miles to the southeast, a 25% chance that an enemy will appear 20 miles to the northwest, and a 10% chance that an enemy will appear 30 miles to the west. Mo Chen nodded when he heard that, took out his sword, held the integrated circuit talisman in his hand, and rushed towards the southeast. Chapter 212. At this time, it is 30 miles southeast. Hehe, it feels really good to bully the weak. I wonder who will be the unlucky one this time. A man smiled evilly. This person's name is Lu Bojun, and he is the great-grandson of the patriarch of a small force on the planet West OQW55. The strength is at the 8th level of chi refining. He is usually no match for the prodigy at home and is always bullied. During a mimicry combat, he defeated people from other planets, and the satisfying feeling he felt became fascinated by. As a person who is often abused on a daily basis, he is now able to abuse others and is addicted to this pleasure. However, he is just a disciple of a small force and has only one chance to practice combat and simulation every week. Therefore, every time he simulates a combat, he will slowly torture his opponent to satisfy his own perverted psychology. Lu Bojun took out a bunch of magic weapons and talismans and put them around his waist. The game is to crush the opponent with magic weapon. Soon, he heard some noise coming from a distance. Hey, the prey is here. Lu Bojun smiled cruelly, then charged forward with his sword in hand. As soon as we met, Lu Bojun threw out a large number of talismans without saying a word. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions continued. Mo Chen on the opposite side quickly dodged. But that person threw the talismans around like they were free of charge. This made it so that Mo Chen had no chance to get close at all. Without hesitation, he threw his only remaining integrated circuit talisman over. But the effect is far from satisfactory. Ha ha ha, integrated circuit talisman? What era is this product from? There are actually people who still use it. Lu Bojun looked at what Mo Chen threw at him and laughed. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. Let me show you my baby. Take it. Lu Bojun grinned and threw out a quantum talisman. Warning, quantum strike detected, range 1 kilometer, host, evade as soon as possible. Mo Chen fled quickly. Buzz. In an instant, the 1 kilometer range turned into a quantum state. Due to the lack of force field constraints and the presence of observers, it quickly entered quantum collapse. If you're not dead, make a sound. I haven't had enough fun yet. Lu Bojun looked proud. The other side. Mo Chen looked aggrieved. No wonder the head teacher said that they would be abused. If it was someone else, the result would be the same. There's no way to fight. The backgrounds of both sides are completely different. Damn it, I wanted to rely on my own strength to win first, but you played this trick on me. In this case, I am no longer a human being. You were the one who started cheating first. You can't blame me then. This was completely different from his impression of how cultivators fought. Activate the Divine Core Combat Mode. The Divine Core Battle Mode has been activated. Analyze the composition of air substances. Material analysis in progress. The air contains 31% oxygen, 68% nitrogen, 0.21% hydrogen, and 0.79% other rare gases. Strip the material for me. Form a mixed gas with a hydrogen-oxygen ratio of 1 to 2. Mo Chen ordered. Material stripping. Soon, a large amount of oxygen continued to gather in his left hand, and a large amount of hydrogen continued to gather in his right hand. As he needed, a ball of unstable mixed gas continued to grow. If I wasn't just at the qi refining stage, I would have made a nuclear bomb for you to taste. Mo Chen no longer played close combat with him. You like the suppression of talismans, right? I'll treat you to a hydrogen-oxygen explosion. Blast it for me. A large ball of gas constrained by a micro-force field rushed towards Lu Bojun. Lu Bojun on the other side had his eyes wide open. What the hell is going on? How the hell can a 6th level qi refining expert like you rub hydrogen-oxygen bombs with your hands? He was not a fool, so he naturally knew the power of this thing and ran away quickly. But the gas ball that Mo Chen rubbed out was too big. It was so big that even if he had 2 legs he couldn't escape the explosion range. Still, he was affected by the edge of the explosion. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose above the planet. Ahem, I met a tough guy. He must be from a powerful force who came out to gain experience. Lu Bojun spat out the mud in his mouth and the blood in his body rushed. This explosion made him feel very uncomfortable. He was only at the 8th level of qi training, and this move was as powerful as a missile baptism. Damn it, the most I can do is use Fu Li to bully others, but he likes to crush them with technology, right? Lu Bojun is still very knowledgeable. He doesn't believe that a master in the qi refining stage can make hydrogen-oxygen bombs with his hands. He definitely carries high technology with him. Come again. Only the sound was heard but no trace was seen, and another hydrogen-oxygen bomb struck. Dry. Lu Bojun avoided it immediately. I told you to hide. I told you to use the talisman. Mo Chen kept rubbing the hydrogen-oxygen bombs with his hands to carry out the bombing. Boom! Boom! Mushroom clouds continued to rise. Lu Bojun was blown unconscious and the spiritual energy in his body was almost gone. Wormhole body technique. Mo Chen jumped through space and came behind this man, piercing his heart with a sword. Lu Bojun looked unwilling, blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and he slowly uttered a few words, too, despicable. Soon his body turned into a quantum state and dissipated. The mimicry battle is over. Congratulations on your victory. Your points will increase by 1. As the mechanical sound disappeared, his body also turned into a quantum state and dissipated. Under the protection of a certain force, consciousness returns to its original state. West OQW55 planet. Somewhere. A man walked out of the device, cursing, "This is too much. This is too much. You have this kind of technology and you still want to fight in real combat. I originally wanted to abuse someone to relax, but ended up being abused again. However, the person who has such technological means must have a powerful force behind him, and I can't afford to offend him, so I can only swallow my anger. Humph, forget it this time. I'll go get back at the others next time we have a real fight. Water blue star. Mo Chen slowly opened his eyes and walked out of the force field device. Looking at Mo Chen, who came out last, the head teacher clapped his hands. Okay, now everyone's battle is over. Report your own battle situation. Everyone looked unhappy, and one after another they announced the results of the battle. Well, without exception, all were defeated. And it was a crushing defeat, being abused from beginning to end. However, when Mo Chen told the class teacher about his results, he was a little surprised. According to the practice in previous years, the whole army was basically wiped out. He didn't ask in detail about the process. No one in this world will care about your process. The result is the only truth. It could be good luck or it could be that the opponent is weak. But he had said before that luck is also part of strength. After today's simulation practice, I believe you all have some insights. From now on, you will have a simulation practice every month. If you win one, you will add 10 points to your final score. The regular score only accounts for 40% of the total score. If your total score is less than 60 points at the end of the last semester of the first year of high school, you should be prepared to fail the course and repeat the grade. The homeroom teacher announced. In fact, the promotion conditions are quite relaxed. If you get full marks in normal times, you will get 40 points. There are 12 months in a year, which means 12 mimicry battles. Note that this world has one semester per year. As long as you win 2 out of 12 games, you won't fail the exam. If you can't even win this, you deserve to fail the exam. Chapter 213. The head teacher said nothing more and dismissed everyone. The students returned to their dormitories with dejected looks on their faces. How could they be in a good mood after having just been bullied? In the following days, everything was on track. High school was just as busy as the 9 years of compulsory education in the previous life. In the morning, students studied science and technology theory classes, and in the afternoon, they had free time to practice. Of course you can slack off, no teacher will say anything to you. Teachers don't want to care about students who even give up on themselves. They won't tell you any profound truths, such as that studying is for yourself and if you don't study hard now, you will suffer in the future. However, this world is indeed different from the previous life. Everyone is working hard to study and practice. Because Mo Chen has the bug ability of the magic core to transmit knowledge, all the scientific knowledge in high school has been mastered by heart. The aspects covered in high school are only things within the mortal realm and are not comprehensive. To reach a deeper level, you need to go to university for further study. Therefore, Mo Chen spent most of his time on improving his own realm. Mental strength is also constantly improving with the daily nourishment of spiritual fluid from the system. 3 years is neither long nor short. Before he knew it, it was time for Mo Chen to graduate from high school. Host, Mo Chen. Realm, Peak of Foundation Building. Spiritual Power, Spiritual Realm. Knowledge, Level 1.2. Currently practicing technique, Heaven Level. System functions, plunder, summon from another world, amplification of all things, currently 1,000 times, copying, sign in, chat group. System points, 0. System evaluation, a rookie who has just started out. In 3 years, he soared from the 6th level of Qi refining to the peak of foundation establishment. This cultivation speed can be said to be very fast, but the teachers were not too surprised. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world, and the pace of this process is very fast in school. But if compared with all the immortal cultivators in the universe, it is hard to say whether he can be ranked. Moreover, the teachers were also well aware of Mo Chen's family conditions and they simply did not have the resources to train him further. How many geniuses have been buried due to lack of resources? With your grades, you can apply to that top university. Have you decided yet? The head teacher looked at Mo Chen in front of him and asked. Let's go with Huazhong University. After all, as the top university on Blue Water Planet, it has the richest resources. Mo Chen nodded. The head teacher was not surprised by his choice. It was normal. If he wanted to go further, he had to keep seizing opportunities to obtain resources. The school will submit your file as soon as possible. Just go back and wait for notification from Huazhong University. Since your parents died in a federal mission, the cost of college admission is free. Of course, you still have to earn the money for cultivation on your own. The head teacher said. Okay, I understand. Mo Chen said he understood. It's really helpless to talk about this. Can all time travelers escape the fate of orphans? When he was in elementary school, his parents were killed in a suicide bombing during a mission. The federal government has great policy support for the children of families whose children died in war. In addition to providing a generous pension, all expenses from elementary school to university are free. Of course, this is limited to eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping. The extra expenses on cultivation are up to you. This is also the reason why Mo Chen is penniless. But now that the system is bound, everything is getting better. Mo Chen didn't stay for long, left the school and returned to his home. I have to clean it again after not coming back for 3 years. Shen Xin, how's the test going? Mo Chen asked. The Federation has provided all-round defense for the monetary system, and it also has strong computing power to support it. The current computing power of Shenzhen alone cannot break through the defense and tamper with the currency balance in the host account. Shen Xin responded. After all, the Federation's monetary system is not only applicable to the Blue Water Planet, but to the entire world of cultivation. Such an important place has a powerful intelligent brain to control the defense, and behind it is the computing power of countless celestial computers. In the absence of computing power, no matter how powerful the Shenzhen is, it cannot do anything to the Federation. Mo Chen sighed. There was nothing he could do. He is only in the foundation building stage and can't get a celestial computer. So he opened the system chat group. Mo Chen at Zhang Fan, Brother Fan is a celestial computer. Zhang Mu, 6. Ling Tian, no way, can such a large celestial body be stuffed into a red envelope? Zhang Fan from the world of universal creation also received a message from someone @ing him. He opened the chat group and took a look, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Zhang Fan, well, I don't know either. But the divine core itself has a certain amount of computing power. This level of computing power can also crush many high-tech worlds. Isn't it enough in the world of cultivation? Mo Chen, alas, the technology in my world should not be underestimated. The more you learn about it, the more you will feel that it is not simple. For example, the level of technology I came into contact with during my 3 years of high school. Mo Chen talked a lot. Everyone watching was amazed, it was truly awesome. Mo Chen, so, even if my technology is not as good as Brother Fan's, it is not too far behind. Zhang Fan, it's hard to compare. After all, the divine core is only an auxiliary intelligence. The comparison on the technological level still depends on the weapon level. However, judging from the limited information, you definitely have weapons of the universe rules. Zhang Mu, hiss. So terrifying. Ling Tian, who is that guy? Zhang Mu, of course it's Brother Fan. Brother Fan also has this kind of weapon. Zhang Fan, indeed, it happened a long time ago. I have never encountered a cultivation civilization, but the development paths of both sides are roughly the same. Mo Chen, please elaborate. Zhang Mu, I'm all ears. Ling Tian, same to me. Zhang Fan, technology is the continuous development and application of the laws of the universe, and the same is true for cultivating immortals. It's just that technology uses external objects to develop the laws of the universe, research and develop powerful weapons, and attack in combination with the laws of the universe. Cultivating immortals is to continuously develop the potential of the body from one's own perspective. When a certain level is reached, one will understand the power of laws and begin to simulate the evolution of the universe with oneself, allowing all things to be included in one's body and master the laws of the universe. Therefore, when technology and cultivation develop to a later stage, the difference between the two is not that big. It is hard to say if we really want to make a comparison, we still have to see who is more advanced. Zhang Mu, pour a cup of cappuccino for Brother Fan. Mo Chen, Brother Fan's analysis is very thorough. I have already realized this problem after I mastered the knowledge of spiritual cultivation. Zhang Fan, well, actually I am also very interested in cultivating immortals, but there is no civilization cultivating immortals here. Mo Chen behind the screen raised his eyebrows. Ding! Group member Mo Chen sent a designated red envelope to the group owner. Ding! The group owner received the red envelope. Zhang Fan, I won't say any more. I'll go see if I can stuff the astronomical computer into the red envelope. Zhang Mu. Ling Tian, that, I want it too. Mo Chen was not stingy either. He believed that group members still had to be considerate of each other, so he gave the two of them a copy of the knowledge on cultivating immortals from the mortal realm to the spiritual realm. Soon, everyone entered diving mode. Chapter 214. Mo Chen also waited patiently. Everyone creates the world. Zhang Fan, who obtained the knowledge of cultivating immortals, did not invest in research. Instead, he first came to a stellar-class celestial computer. Looking at the blazing star, Zhang Fan touched it with his hand. Put it in the red envelope. Yayu was naturally aware of Zhang Fan's actions at this moment, and he curled his lips inwardly, thinking it would be strange if he could keep it in. Ding! Because the item is too large, there is not enough space for the red envelope. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. In fact, he almost guessed that the ending would be like this. If red envelopes can hold stars, can't they also hold black holes in the universe? Then the red envelope function is abnormal. Zhang Fan went to a planetary computer and tried it again. The result is still the same, there is not enough space to hold the red envelope and it cannot be accommodated. He opened the chat group. Zhang Fan at Machen, I just tried it, and I can't wrap red envelopes in astronomical computers. They are too big and too heavy to fit in. Mo Chen, okay, I can understand that actually. Zhang Mu, if red envelopes can be used to stuff celestial bodies, then I should stuff a world for you to play with, right? Ling Tian, 6, you can V1 for me to try. Zhang Fan, don't worry, Mo Chen. I will produce some quantum computers for you to transition to. As for the astronomical computer, I will go back and help you think of a solution. There must be a system bug that can be exploited. Yayu. I really thank you. Mo Chen, well, as long as I don't do anything stupid, I'm not in any danger. I'll leave now. Mo Chen closed the chat group interface. Although we haven't got a celestial computer, it would be nice to have some quantum computing. The next day, Mo Chen received a large number of red envelopes from Zhang Fan. A total of 10,000 red envelopes. There's a quantum computer in there. Fortunately, the chat group has a one-click red envelope function, otherwise it would take a lot of time just to click on the red envelopes. 10,000 quantum computers lie within his system space. Shenzhen, can it be connected to a quantum computer? Trying to connect. Connection failed. The computer was not detected. Shen Xin responded. Ding! Host, you underestimate this system, don't you? The system space is not a place where the divine core can break through. Yayu said. What should I do? I don't have anywhere to put this thing. Mo Chen felt a little uncomfortable. Wouldn't it be nice if the host could create a portable space? Yeah, you gave a solution. Mo Chen's eyes lit up. Although he was in the foundation establishment stage and couldn't open up space, his divine core could. Divine core, open up space. Space is being developed. Due to limited computing power, we can only temporarily open up a space range of 1000 m 1000 m 1000 m. Shen Xin responded. That's enough. Such a large space is enough to fit 10,000 quantum computers. Soon, as the space was successfully opened up, Mo Chen also put the quantum computer in it. Because it is a space opened up by Shengzhen, it can also connect to a quantum computer to obtain computing power. Very good. Although we don't have a celestial computer, we have 10,000 quantum computers, so we can do something. Mo Chen said excitedly. Divine Core, how many layers of the Federation's defense can it break through now? If it was just like before, with the computing power of quantum computers, the other party should not be able to stop me. But if the other side has a celestial computer, even if it is only a planetary-class celestial computer, we still don't have much chance of winning. Shen Xin responded. Mo Chen was surprised. Are 10,000 quantum computers not powerful enough? Not enough. The two cannot be compared. They are not of the same order of magnitude. Even if the number of quantum computers increases to 1 million, they still cannot have the computing power of a celestial computer. The energy required to power a planetary astrocomputer once is the energy required to operate an entire planet. Shen Xin explained. Ah, this. After the last raid, the Federation must be on guard now. This will be a bit difficult. Mo Chen pondered. Host, don't worry. Although we cannot break through their defenses, they will not be able to find our trace if they only have one planetary celestial computer. Because Shengzhen's underlying algorithm is far stronger than the other party, sometimes the technological confrontation is not only about computing power, but also about whose algorithm is more advanced. Shen Xin responded. If computing power is compared to software, algorithms are hardware. The power of a computer depends on how advanced its underlying algorithms are. Otherwise, even if you have huge computing power, your ability to process data will be greatly reduced if the algorithm is not good, and so much computing power will be wasted in vain. If you still don't understand, just like energy conversion efficiency, there will always be energy loss. Powerful algorithms can make perfect use of this lost computing power. Then let's try it. Mo Chen said uncertainly. After all, such behavior is tantamount to seeking death. I just said in the group that it would be fine as long as you don't seek death. Host, please send clear instructions. Shen Xin said. Done. Mo Chen gritted his teeth and thought, the brave ones will die of overeating, and the timid ones will die of starvation. A host who doesn't cause trouble is not a good host. Yes, sir. Beginning database intrusion. Within the Federation. Buzz. 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 Bright red lights flashed continuously. Alert. Alert. Intrusion from unknown source detected. The intelligent brain issued a warning. In an instant, everyone who was just dozing off was awakened. The commander rushed to the scene upon receiving the news. Intelligent brain, what's the situation? For those who have been hacked into the database, the second layer of firewall is being cracked. The intelligent brain reported. The second layer of firewall has been breached. The other party is copying all the data in the spiritual realm. Start intercepting. Interception failed. The opponent's computing power has increased significantly. Apply for the blessing of the celestial computer. The commander looked annoyed. Damn it, I've been on guard for 3 years, but that guy didn't do anything for 3 years. I just returned the astronomical computer, and here you come again. This guy must have inside information. He even suspected that someone from another planet was coming to mess with his blue water planet. Smart brain, hold on for now. I will mobilize the computing power of 1 million quantum computers on blue water to intercept. Go and apply for a celestial computer. I must catch him this time. The commander ordered his men. Yes. The subordinates quickly submitted an application to their superiors. Zhinao also mobilized the computing power of all quantum computers to compete with Shenzhen. I don't know how much time has passed. In the end, the intelligent brain was defeated, and the divine core copied all the data in the spiritual realm as it wished. Warning! The other party is trying to crack the third layer of the firewall. The intelligent brain immediately issued a warning. Damn it! The commander pounded the table angrily. The third layer of firewall protects all the data in the King realm. This is already the upper limit of Blue Water Planet. This is challenging his bottom line. The other party must have the support of a celestial computer, otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant. The commander was furious, and was even more convinced that other planets were coming to mess with the Blue Water Planet. Do you really think there is peace in the Federation? The water inside is deep, and each star system and each galaxy is an independently governed area. They have their own federations, and these federations form larger federations. Like nesting dolls, the forces are extremely intertwined, comparing and competing with each other. Now the other side's behavior is simply, your technology is not good enough. After so many years of development, why is it getting worse and worse? Chapter 215. Soon, the top management authorized a planetary celestial computer to them. Intelligent brain, counterattack. The commander ordered. Yes, start retrieving computing power. Computing power has been retrieved successfully. Conducting a luring capture operation. The intelligent brain also started to set up computing power traps as soon as possible, taking advantage of the information gap. Warning: the other party's behavior does not match the speculated trajectory, and it seems that they are preparing for a counterattack. It is speculated that a large number of astronomical computers have been used. Shenzhen gave a warning. Has the third firewall been breached? Mo Chen asked. The third firewall has been breached, but Shen Xin did not rush in. The other party's behavior is not in line with common sense. It seems to be a trap. Shen Xin responded. Just now the other party was trying hard to stop it from entering, but now it suddenly lets it in. No one would be fooled unless they are fools. Does it really think it is an artificial idiot? Then what are we waiting for? Of all the 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. It's better to run away first. When we have a celestial computer, we can go inside and find out what's going on. Mo Chen ordered. Yes, start retreating. Within the Federation. The other party did not fall into the trap. It seems that they discovered the computing power trap we dug. Warning: the other party is evacuating quickly. The commander sneered and said, even if they didn't fall for it, it doesn't matter. With the celestial computer, can we stop them? Intercept and track them. Begin the forced interception. The enemy's retreat has been captured. Traces are being erased. Starting to forcefully restore computing power. Data recovery successful. Full track has been tracked. Positioning successful. Very good. Pull up the cosmic star map for me. I want to see which planet is messing with our blue water planet. The commander suppressed his anger. Call out. The intelligent brain projects virtual images in the air. In this part of the Milky Way, a red dot continues to twinkle. The commander frowned. In the same galaxy as ours. Continue to zoom in and locate the star system. Soon, the map continued to zoom in, and a vast three-dimensional map of the universe was presented. The red dot is locked onto the solar system. Or is it the same star system? The commander had a bad feeling. Keep zooming in. A three-dimensional star map of the solar system was released, with a red sun suspended in the air and 9 planets revolving around it. The red dot is on the blue planet. The commander's heart skipped a beat, as if the situation was not good. Continue locking. As the star map continues to zoom in, the red dots are eventually located at their locations. Everyone was silent. The CPU of Zhinao also burned out. Things have come to this point, how could they not understand that they were being tricked by the other party? Intelligent brain, I want an explanation. The commander said calmly. I gave you a celestial computer, and yet you messed things up like this. It's clear at a glance that the other party is several levels ahead of me. The intelligent brain said calmly. This is a celestial computer. The commander said word by word. I know, but I'm just version 1.0 of the intelligent brain. Do you understand the value of astronomical computer computing power? The commander clenched his fists. I am just version 1.0. After so many years of development, I haven't seen you guys upgrade me. The intelligent computers in other places in the universe have developed to several generations, and the Federation has even broken through the 10th generation. The intelligent brain responded. The commander was speechless. Do you think I don't want to upgrade? Without the technology, Water Blue Planet will just be a planet at the bottom of the rankings. Not only are the resources scarce, but the star system it is located in is also in a remote corner of the Milky Way. Humanity's overall technology is indeed constantly making breakthroughs, but the forces will not share with each other. If you want technology, you can either research it yourself or spend a huge amount of money to buy it. However, with the resources of the Blue Water Planet, even if you empty the planet, you still can't afford the most advanced technology. Snort. Block all the news today. Anyone who leaks any information and brings shame to the federal government will be beheaded. The commander walked away in a huff. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Family disgrace should not be made public. Although our technological level is backward and our quality of life is low, we can endure hardships and tolerate them. After all, we still have to save our dignity. We should just block the news and pretend that it never happened. Anyway, no valuables were lost. What? You said that all the data of the mortal realm and the spirit realm, and almost the king realm was copied as well? Don't joke. The other party is so strong that they definitely don't want this stuff. Just pick any federation on any planet and you will find they have these data. The other party is just bullying them. Mission accomplished perfectly. Shen Xin reported. Awesome. It's worthy of Brother Fan's technological achievement. It has transmitted spiritual realm data to me that has never been transmitted before. Well, let's just pass on the knowledge of cultivation and technology. Mo Chen spoke. Data transfer in progress. 10%, 44%, 77%, 99%, 100%. Transfer complete. Currently, 20% of the host's brain capacity has been used. Mo Chen had a comfortable expression on his face, as a large amount of knowledge was flowing through his mind. After the mental power breaks through to the spiritual realm, the brain capacity is greatly improved. Moreover, the mental power in the mortal realm is completely different from that in the spiritual realm. Now he has only taken a small step forward in the spiritual realm and mental power level. There is still a long way to go before breaking through to the king realm. This is the spiritual liquid from the spiritual realm that he drinks every day when he signs in through the system. Otherwise, it is unknown when the breakthrough in mental strength will come. It can also be seen that mental strength is very difficult to cultivate. I don't know if it's the nature of this world. However, after he reviewed the spiritual realm cultivation knowledge he had just acquired, he understood why the spiritual realm was so much stronger than the mortal realm. Mentioned above. The realm of the mortal realm is from Chi refining to Mahayana. There are only 3 levels in the spiritual realm. It sounds like little, but There are 3 levels of spiritual realm: satellite level, planetary level, and star level. Isn't it strangely familiar? That's right, the realms are divided according to the levels of celestial bodies. After Mahayana, one begins the practice of transforming one's body into the universe. From here on, we must begin to master the laws of the universe and understand the laws of the universe. How many people are stuck in Mahayana for their entire lives and are unable to break through? Isn't it because it is too difficult to practice? After a satellite level warrior releases his magic power, it can be compared with satellite bodies in the universe. Every move carries the powerful aura of heaven and earth. As the magical powers are released all over the body, the cultivator himself becomes a massive celestial body. Even if it stands still, the powerful gravity can tear low-level monks apart, which shows how terrifying it is. However, under normal circumstances, cultivators are no different from ordinary people. All supernatural powers are contained in the microcosm within the body. The small universe in the body is only released during battle, and the cosmic mass within it gushes out. Hiss! Mo Chen's eyes widened. This is just the spiritual realm. Is this a big deal? This world seems to be much more terrifying than expected. Chapter 216. But then he became excited again. It's good that the upper limit is high, because with the system, there is a great possibility that he can reach the highest peak and the highest level. For a moment, he vented his excitement through cultivation. I have only reached the peak of the foundation building stage. I will wait until I cultivate to the Mahayana stage and leave the blue water star. As for why one has to cultivate to the Mahayana stage before leaving the blue water planet. Of course, only those who are Mahayana or above can cross the universe in their physical bodies without dying in it. However, the Mahayana stage can only go beyond the range of the star system. If it goes further, the spiritual energy in the body will be exhausted. The resources on the blue water planet are too scarce. Only by going out can we enter a state of rapid development. There is no time limit for cultivation. After receiving the admission letter from Hwazhong University in July, Mo Chen devoted himself to cultivation again. The university starts on September 1st. So he still has 2 months to practice. Time flies and 2 months have passed. Realm, Early Golden Core Stage. Spiritual Power, Spiritual Realm. Knowledge, Level 1.7. Bring the magnetic card included in the notification letter. Mo Chen came to a nearby teleportation building. Hello, I'm going to Hwazhong University. Are there any specific magnetic cards? In a place like school, you need a specific magnetic card to be transported there. Mo Chen nodded and swiped the magnetic card. Authentication successful, eligible for transfer. Okay, please wait a moment. I will start teleporting you now. Please stand in the designated area and wait. The service staff guided Mo Chen to stand inside a device. Prepare to start space jump. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Call out. With a flash of white light, Mo Chen disappeared from the spot. When I opened my eyes, I had arrived at the teleportation hall of Hwazhong University. After registering his information and receiving his dormitory accommodation, he finally settled down in Hwazhong University. It is said that a new semester brings a new atmosphere, but Mo Chen did not feel this atmosphere. Everyone seemed indifferent to the new students. There are not many leisurely figures in the college. I guess they are all concentrating on practicing in their dormitories. Mo Chen found his counselor's office, knocked on the door and entered. Teacher, I'm here to report. Mo Chen, right? I have the registration here. Now I will tell you about our academy's daily plans. The instructor glanced at Mo Chen and brought up a series of virtual images. The school generally doesn't care what the students do, everything depends on your own planning. Every day the school will open each course at a fixed time. You can take the course you are interested in, or you can stay in the dormitory to practice. Mo Chen was stunned. Then we don't have any classes. Classes? Well, there's no need for that in college. We're not in the same circle, so there's no need to have those boring interactions. The purpose of your entering the academy is to practice hard and strive to leave the blue water planet and head for a wider world. The head teacher shook his head. Secondly, the graduation requirement for Hwazhong University is to reach the Mahayana stage. Otherwise, you should just stay for the next year. Mo Chen was a little surprised. Are there such strict regulations? The head teacher naturally understood Mo Chen's thoughts and explained, people who can enter Hwazhong University are all qualified, they just lack resources. Hwazhong University is a key federally supported university, and the resources you receive are allocated by the federal government. The academy may seem to have set a high standard for you, but this is to ensure that you will have the resources to practice. Why does the Federation want to do this? Isn't it because the blue water planet is too backward compared to other planets? Technological blockade. These 4 words restrict our throat. In this world where technology and cultivation coexist, once technology lags behind, all levels will be suppressed. Our only way is to break through the blockade strategy from the level of immortal cultivation. Everyone has a share of immortal cultivation knowledge, and this is the only way to catch up. Just like the way out for common people's children in the old days, the college entrance examination may not be the only way out, but it is the most promising way to achieve class transition. The same is true for us now. The counselor said seriously. Mo Chen remained silent. The instructor continued, practice hard and strive to make some contributions to our home planet in the future. Even if it's just to make our technology take a small step forward, then the Federation's spending over the years will be worth it. He also explained some school matters and passed some school information to Mo Chen. Mo Chen left without saying a word. Technological blockade, such an old word. He thought back to the world that used to be. At that time, wasn't his country also subject to technological blockade by other countries just like the blue planet today? But the situation here seems to be more serious. The gap between planets cannot be compared with the gap between countries. The 2 planets can be regarded as 2 civilizations. It's just that we all have the same origin and have not engaged in war exploitation. For now, let's improve our strength and protect ourselves. Mo Chen didn't think about it anymore. In the following days, everything was back on track. Compared to high school, university not only teaches you scientific theories and practices at a deeper level. Practical courses were also included. Let students develop their own technology. The most interesting thing is that the school actually offers classes on alchemy, weapon refining, talismans, formations, etc. Judging from the name, it does seem to be no different from the traditional system of cultivating immortals. When Mo Chen entered to study, he realized that he had a wild idea. Alchemy class, analyze the material composition of medicinal materials and perform microscopic dissection and reorganization. All medicinal materials are particleized, and the particles are arranged and combined by special means to finally synthesize the elixir. Mo Chen, 6. Weapon refining course, when forging a weapon, conduct a full-scale scan, analyze the location of impurities in the weapon, calculate the hammering strength, and set various abilities of the weapon. Nuclear explosion sword, particle disintegration and reorganization, space vibration, etc. Install intelligent AI as a weapon spirit. Mo Chen, 6. Talisman class, draw talisman circuit templates and mass-produce integrated circuit talismans. Release various attacks to constrain talismans with force fields. Various production methods such as informatization, particleization, quantization, etc. Mo Chen, 6. Formation class, causes changes in the environmental magnetic field, forming various strange phenomena. Stimulates the microscopic strong interaction of matter to form a bond. From the microscopic level to the celestial bodies, everything can be used. It is a clear combination of technology and cultivation. Of course, these are just superficial things. Many things are not as simple as they sound. Secondly, if you want to learn ancient methods, the school also teaches them. The goal is to combine these two elements to enable students to develop in an all-round way. There are so many things that it would take other students many years to learn. But for Mo Chen, who possesses the divine core, this thing came at the right time. First let Shengzhen learn and copy all the knowledge, then digitize it and transmit it to yourself. In this way, he can get to the point in one step, saving the time spent in between. Shengzhen, 6. He just needs to do practical exercises. Mastering knowledge and applying it are two different things.